The End of Imagination. Arundhati Roy. 1. The End of Imagination. 2. Democracy. Who is she when she's at home? 3. When the saints go marching out. The Strange Fate of Martin, Mohandas, and Mandela. 4. In Memory of Shankar Guhanayaji. 5. How Deep Shall We Dig? Part 2. 6. The Greater Common Good. 7. Power Politics. The Reincarnation of Rumpelstiltskin. 8. The Ladies Have Feelings, so shall we leave it to the experts? 9. On Citizens' Rights to Express Dissent. 10. Ahimsa. Nonviolent Resistance. Part 3. 11. The Algebra of Infinite Justice. 12. War is Peace. 13. War Talk. Summer Games with Nuclear Bombs. 14. Come September. 15. An Ordinary Person's Guide to Empire. 16. The Loneliness of Noam Chomsky. 17. Confronting Empire. 18. Peace is War. The Collateral Damage of Breaking News. 19. Instant Mix Imperial Democracy. Buy one, get one free. 20. Do turkeys enjoy Thanksgiving? 21. Public Power in the Age of Empire. Notes. Sources. My Seditious Heart. An Unfinished Diary of Nowadays. On a balmy February night, aware that things were not going well, I did what I rarely do. I put in earplugs and switched on the television. Even though I had said nothing about the spate of recent events, murders and lynchings, police raids on university campuses, student arrests, and enforced flag waving, I knew that my name was still on the A-list of anti-nationals. That night, I began to worry that, in addition to the charge of criminal contempt of court I was already facing, for interfering in the administration of justice, bashing the central government, state governments, the police machinery, so also the judiciary, and demonstrating a surly, rude, and boorish attitude, I would also be charged with causing the death of the eternally indignant news anchor on Times Now. I thought he might succumb to an apoplectic fit as he stabbed the air and spat out my name, suggesting that I was a part of some shadowy cabal that was behind the ongoing anti-national activity in the country. My crime, according to him, is that I have written about the struggle for freedom in Kashmir, questioned the execution of Muhammad Afzal Guru, walked with the Maoist guerrillas, terrorists in television speak, in the forests of Bastar, connected their armed rebellion to my reservations about India's chosen model of development, and with a hissy, sneering pause even questioned the country's nuclear tests. Now it's true that my views on these matters are at variance with those of the ruling establishment. In better days, that used to be known as a critical perspective or an alternative worldview. These days in India, it's called sedition. Sitting in Delhi, somewhat at the mercy of what looks like a democratically elected government gone rogue, I wondered whether I should rethink some of my opinions. I thought back, for instance, on a talk I gave in 2004 at the annual meeting of the American Sociological Association, just before the Bush vs. Kerry election, in which I joked about how the choice between the Democrats and the Republicans or their equivalents in India, the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, was like having to choose between Tide and Ivory Snow, two brands of washing powder both actually owned by the same company. Given all that is going on, can I honestly continue to believe that? On merit, when it comes to pogroms against non-Hindu communities, or looking away while Dalits are slaughtered, or making sure the levers of power and wealth remain in the hands of the tiny minority of dominant castes, or smuggling in neoliberal economic reforms on the coattails of manufactured communal conflict, or banning books, there's not much daylight between the Congress and the BJP. When it comes to the horrors that have been visited upon places like Kashmir, Nagaland, and Manipur, all the parliamentary parties, including the two major left parties, stand united in their immorality. Given this track record, does it matter that the stated ideologies of the Congress and the BJP are completely different? Whatever its practice, the Congress says it believes in a secular, liberal democracy, while the BJP mocks secularism and believes that India is essentially a Hindu Rashtra, a Hindu nation. Hypocrisy, Congress style, is serious business. It's clever, it smokes up the mirrors and leaves us groping around. However, to proudly declare your bigotry, to bring it out into the sunlight as the BJP does, is a challenge to the fundamental social, legal, and moral foundations on which modern India, supposedly, stands. It would be an error to imagine that what we are witnessing today is just business as usual between unprincipled, murderous political parties. Although the idea of India as a Hindu Rashtra is constantly being imbued with an aura of ancientness, it's a surprisingly recent one. And, ironically, it has more to do with representative democracy than it does with religion. Historically, the people who now call themselves Hindu only identified themselves by their jati, their caste names. As a community, they functioned as a loose coalition of endogamous castes organized in a strict hierarchy. Even today, for all the talk of unity and nationalism, only 5% of marriages in India cut across caste lines. Transgression can still get young people beheaded. Since each caste could dominate the ones below it, all except those at the very bottom were inveigled into being a part of the system. Brahmanvad Brahmanism is the word that the anti-caste movement has traditionally used to describe this taxonomy. Though it has lost currency, and is often erroneously taken to refer solely to the practices and beliefs of Brahmins as a caste group, it is, in fact, a more accurate term than Hinduism for this social and religious arrangement, because it is as ancient as caste itself and predates the idea of Hinduism by centuries. This is a volatile assertion, so let me shelter behind Bhimrao Ambedkar. The first and foremost thing that must be recognized, he wrote in Annihilation of Caste in 1936, is that Hindu society is a myth. The name Hindu is itself a foreign name. It was given by the Mohammedans to the natives who lived east of the river Indus for the purpose of distinguishing themselves. 2. So how and why did the people who lived east of the Indus begin to call themselves Hindus? Towards the end of the 19th century, the politics of representative governance, paradoxically, introduced to its colony by the Imperial British government, began to replace the politics of emperors and kings. The British marked the boundaries of the modern nation-state called India, divided it into territorial constituencies, and introduced the idea of elected bodies for local self-government. Gradually, subjects became citizens, citizens became voters, and voters formed constituencies that were assembled from complicated networks of old as well as new allegiances, alliances, and loyalties. Even as it came into existence, the new nation began to struggle against its rulers. But it was no longer a question of overthrowing a ruler militarily and taking the throne. The new rulers, whoever they were, would need to be legitimate representatives of the people. The politics of representative governance set up a new anxiety: who could legitimately claim to represent the aspirations of the freedom struggle? Which constituency would make up the majority? This marked the beginning of what we now call vote bank politics. Demography turned into an obsession. It became imperative that people who had previously identified themselves only by their caste names band together under a single banner to make up a majority. That was when they began to call themselves Hindu. It was a way of crafting a political majority out of an impossibly diverse society. Hindu was the name of a political constituency more than of a religion, one that could define itself as clearly as other constituencies Muslim, Sikh, and Christian could. Hindu nationalists, as well as the officially secular Congress Party, staked their claims to the Hindu vote. It was around this time that a perplexing contestation arose around the people then known as untouchables or outcasts, who, though they were outside the pale of the caste system, were also divided into separate castes arranged in a strict hierarchy. To even begin to understand the political chaos we are living through now, at the center of which is the suicide of the Dalit scholar Rohit Vemula, it's important to understand, at least conceptually, this turn-of-the-century contestation. Over the previous centuries, in order to escape the scourge of caste, millions of untouchables, I use this word only because Ambedkar used it too, had converted to Buddhism, Islam, Sikhism, and Christianity. In the past, those conversions had not been a cause of anxiety for the privileged castes. However, when the politics of demography took center stage, this hemorrhaging became a source of urgent concern. People who had been shunned and cruelly oppressed were now viewed as a population that could greatly expand the numbers of the Hindu constituency. They had to be courted and brought into the Hindu fold. That was the beginning of Hindu evangelism. What we know today as Ghar Wapsi, or returning home, was a ceremony that dominant castes devised to purify untouchables and Adivasis, whom they considered polluted. The idea was, and is, to persuade these ancient and autochthonous peoples that they were formerly Hindus, and that Hinduism was the original, indigenous religion of the subcontinent. It was not only Hindu nationalists among the privileged castes who tried to embrace the untouchables politically while continuing to valorize the caste system. Their counterparts in the Congress did the same thing too. This was the reason for the legendary standoff between Bhimrao Ambedkar and Mohandas Gandhi, and continues to be cause of serious disquiet in Indian politics. Even today, to properly secure its idea of a Hindu Rashtra, the BJP has to persuade a majority of the Dalit population to embrace a religion that stigmatizes and humiliates them. It has been surprisingly successful, and has even managed to draw in some militant Ambedkarite Dalits. It is this paradox that has made the political moment we are living through so incandescent, so highly inflammable, and so unpredictable. Ever since the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, was founded, in 1925, this ideological holding company of Hindu nationalism, and of the BJP, has set itself the task of making myriad castes, communities, tribes, religions, and ethnic groups submerge their identities and line up behind the banner of the Hindu Rashtra. Which is a little like trying to sculpt a gigantic, immutable stone statue of Bharat Mata, the Hindu rights ideal of Mother India, out of a stormy sea. Turning water into stone may not be a practical ambition, but the RSS's long years of trying have polluted the sea and endangered its flora and fauna in irreversible ways. Its ruinous ideology, known as Hindutva, and inspired by the likes of Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, openly proposes Nazi-style purges of Indian Muslims. In RSS doctrine, theorized by M.S. Golwalkar, the organization's second Sarsankalak, or supreme leader, the three main enemies obstructing the path to the Hindu Rashtra are Muslims, Christians, and Communists. And now, as the RSS races towards that goal, although what's happening around us may look like chaos, everything is actually going strictly by the book. Of late, the RSS has deliberately begun to conflate nationalism with Hindu nationalism. It uses the terms interchangeably, as though they mean the same thing. Naturally, it chooses to gloss over the fact that it played absolutely no part in the struggle against British colonialism. But while the RSS left the battle of turning a British colony into an independent nation to other people, it has, since then, worked far harder than any other political or cultural organization to turn this nation into a Hindu nation. Before the BJP was founded in 1980, the political arm of the RSS was the Bharatiya Jan Sangh. However, the RSS's influence cut across party lines, and in the past its shadowy presence has even been evident in some of the more violent and nefarious activities of the Congress Party. The organization now has a network of tens of thousands of shakas, branches, and hundreds of thousands of workers. It has its own trade union, its own educational institutions where millions of students are indoctrinated, its own teachers' organization, a women's wing, a media and publications division, its own organizations dedicated to Adivasi welfare, its own medical missions, its own sad stable of historians, who produce their own hallucinatory version of history, and, of course, its own army of trolls on social media. Its sister concerns, the Bajrang Dal and the Vishva Hindu Parishad, provide the stormtroopers who carry out organized attacks on anyone whose views they perceive to be a threat. In addition to creating its own organizations, which, together with the BJP, make up the San Parivar, the Saffron family, the RSS has also worked patiently to place its chessmen in public institutions, on government committees, in universities, the bureaucracy, and, crucially, the intelligence services. That all this far-sightedness and hard work were going to pay off one day was a foregone conclusion. Still, it took imagination and ruthlessness to come this far. Most of us know the story, but given the amnesia that is being pressed upon us, it might serve to put down a chronology of the recent present. Who knows, things that appeared unconnected may, when viewed in retrospect, actually be connected. And vice versa. So forgive me if, in an attempt to decipher a pattern, I go over some familiar territory. The journey to power began with the Ram Janm Bhoomi movement. In 1990, L.K. Advani, BJP leader and a member of the RSS, travelled the length and breadth of the country in an air-conditioned Rath chariot exhorting Hindus to rise up and build a temple on the hallowed birthplace of Lord Ram. The birthplace, people were told, was the exact same spot on which a 16th-century mosque, the Babri Masjid, stood, in the town of Ayodhya. In 1992, just 2 years after his Rath Yatra, chariot procession, Advani stood by and watched as an organized mob reduced the Babri Masjid to rubble. Riots, massacres, and serial bombings followed. The country was polarized in a way it had not been since partition. By 1998, the BJP, which had only 2 seats in parliament in 1984, had formed a coalition government at the centre. The first thing the BJP did was to realize a long-standing desire of the RSS by conducting a series of nuclear tests. From being an organization that had been banned 3 times, after the assassination of Gandhi, during the emergency, and after the demolition of the Babri Masjid, the RSS was finally in a position to dictate government policy. We can call it the year of the ascension. It wasn't the first time India had conducted nuclear tests, but the exhibitionism of the 1998 ones was different. It was like a rite of passage. The Hindu bomb was meant to announce the imminent arrival of the Hindu Rashtra. Within days, Pakistan, already ahead of the curve, having declared itself an Islamic Republic in 1956, showed off its Muslim bomb. And now we're stuck with these 2 strutting, nuclear-armed roosters, who are trained to hate each other, who hold their minority populations hostage as they mimic each other in a competing horror show of majoritarianism and religious chauvinism. And they have Kashmir to fight over. The nuclear tests altered the tone of public discourse in India. They coarsened and, you could say, weaponized it. In the months that followed, we were force-fed Hindu nationalism. Then, like now, articles circulated, predicting that a mighty, all-conquering Hindu Rashtra was about to emerge, that a resurgent India would burst forth upon its former oppressors and destroy them completely. Absurd as it all was, having nuclear weapons made thoughts like these seem feasible. It created thoughts like these. You didn't have to be a visionary to see what was coming. The year of the Ascension, 1998, witnessed gruesome attacks on Christians, essentially Dalits and Adivasis, Hindutva's most vulnerable foes. Swami Asimanand, the head of the RSS-affiliated Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram's religious wing, who would make national news as the main accused in the 2007 Samyhoda Express train bombing, was sent to the remote, forested Dangs district in western Gujarat to set up a headquarters. The violence began on Christmas Eve. Within a week, more than 20 churches in the region were burned down or otherwise destroyed by mobs of thousands led by the Hindu Dharma Jagran Manch, an organization affiliated to the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal. Soon, Dangs district became a major centre of Gar Wapsi. Tens of thousands of Adivasis were returned to Hinduism. The violence spread to other states. In Keonjhar district in Odisha, an Australian Christian missionary, Graham Staines, who had been working in India for 35 years, was burned alive along with his 2 sons, ages 6 and 10. The man who led the attack was Dara Singh, a Bajrang Dal activist. In April 2000, the US President Bill Clinton was on an official visit to Pakistan, after which he was due in Delhi. It was less than a year since the war in the Kargil district of Ladakh, in which India had pushed back the Pakistani army after it, in an aggressive, provocative move, sent soldiers across the line of control to occupy a strategic post. The Indian government was keen for the international community to recognize that Pakistan was a terrorist state. On April 20, the night before Clinton was expected to arrive, 35 Sikhs were shot down in cold blood in Chittasingpura, a village in South Kashmir. The killers were said to be Pakistan-based militants disguised in Indian Army uniforms. It was the first time Sikhs had been targeted by militants in Kashmir. 5 days later, the Special Operations Group and the Rashtriya Rifles claimed to have tracked down and killed 5 of the militants. The burned, disfigured bodies of the dead men were dressed in fresh, unburned army uniforms. It turned out they were all local Kashmiri villagers who had been abducted by the army and killed in a staged encounter. In October 2001, just weeks after the 9/11 attacks in the United States, the BJP installed Narendra Modi as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. At the time, Modi was more or less unknown. His main political credential was that he had been a long-time and loyal member of the RSS. On the morning of December 13, 2001, in Delhi, when the Indian Parliament was in its winter session, 5 armed men in a white ambassador car fitted with an improvised explosive device drove through its gates. Apparently, they got through security because they had a fake Home Ministry sticker on their windscreen, the back of which read, "India is a very bad country and we hate India, we want to destroy India, and with the grace of God we will do it, God is with us and we will try our best. This idiot Vajpayee and Advani, we will kill them. They have killed many innocent people and they are very bad persons. Their brother Bush is also a very bad person, he will be next target, he is also the killer of innocent people, he have to die and we will do it." When the men were eventually challenged, they jumped out and opened fire. In the gun battle that ensued, all the attackers, 8 security personnel, and a gardener were killed. The then Prime Minister, A.B. Vajpayee, also a member of the RSS, had, only the previous day, expressed a worry that the parliament might be attacked. L.K. Advani, who was the Home Minister by then, compared the assault to the 9/11 attacks. He said the men looked like Pakistanis. 14 years later, we still don't know who they really were. They are yet to be properly identified. Within days, on December 16, the special cell of the Delhi police announced that it had cracked the case. It said that the attack was a joint operation by 2 Pakistan-based terrorist outfits, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. 3 Kashmiri men, Sar Gilani, Kakit Hussain Guru, and Mohammad Afzal Guru, were arrested. Kakit's wife, Afsan Guru, was arrested too. The mastermind at the Indian end, the special cell told the media, was Gilani, a young professor of Arabic at Delhi University. He was subsequently acquitted by the courts. On December 21, based on these intelligence inputs, the Government of India suspended air, rail and bus communications with Pakistan, banned overflights, and recalled its ambassador. More than 500,000 troops were moved to the border, where they remained on high alert for several months. Foreign embassies issued travel advisories to their citizens and evacuated their staff, apprehending a war that could turn nuclear. On February 27, 2002, while Indian and Pakistani troops eyeballed each other on the border and communal polarization was at a fever pitch, 58 Karsavaks Hindu pilgrims travelling home from Ayodhya were burned alive in their train coach just outside the train station in the town of Godhra, Gujarat. The Gujarat police said the coach had been firebombed from the outside by an angry mob of local Muslims. Later, a report by the State Forensic Lab showed that this was not the case. L.K. Advani said that outside elements may have also been involved. The Karsavaks' bodies, burned beyond recognition, were transported to Ahmedabad for the public to pay their respects. What happened next is well known. And well forgotten too, because the bigots of yesterday are being sold to us as the moderates of today. So, briefly, in February and March 2002, while police stood by, Gujarat burned. In cities and in villages, organized Hindutva mobs murdered Muslims in broad daylight. Women were raped and burned alive. Infants were put to the sword. Men were dismembered. Whole localities were burned down. Tens of thousands of Muslims were driven from their homes and into refugee camps. The killing went on for several weeks. There have been pogroms in India before, equally heinous, equally unpardonable, in which the numbers of people killed have been far higher. The massacre of Muslims in Delhi, Assam, in 1983, under a Congress state government. Estimates of the number killed vary between 2,000, officially, and more than double that figure, unofficially. The massacre of almost 3,000 Sikhs following the assassination of Indira Gandhi in 1984, by Congress-led mobs in Delhi, which Rajiv Gandhi, who then went on to become Prime Minister, justified by saying, "When a big tree falls, the ground shakes." The massacre, in 1993, of hundreds of Muslims by the Shiv Sena in Mumbai, following the demolition of the Babri Masjid. In these pogroms too, the killers were protected and given complete impunity. But Gujarat 2002 was a massacre in the time of mass media. Its ideological underpinning was belligerently showcased, and the massacre justified in ways that marked a departure from the past. It was perpetuation, as well as a commencement. We, the public, were being given notice in no uncertain terms. The era of dissimulation had ended. The Gujarat pogrom dovetailed nicely with the international climate of Islamophobia. The war on terror had been declared. Afghanistan had been bombed. Iraq was already on the radar. Within months of the massacre, a fresh election was announced in Gujarat. Modi won it hands down. A few years into his first tenure, some of those involved in the 2002 pogrom were caught on camera boasting about how they had hacked, burned, and speared people to death. The footage was broadcast on the national news. It only seemed to enhance Modi's popularity in the state, where he won the next two elections as well, securing the backing of several heads of major corporations along the way, and remained chief minister for 12 years. While Modi moved from strength to strength, his party faltered at the centre. Its India Shining campaign in the 2004 general election was received by people as a cruel joke, and the Congress made a stunning comeback. The BJP remained out of power at the centre for the next 10 years. The RSS showed itself to be an organization that thrives in the face of adversity. The climate was what is known as vitiated. Between 2003 and 2009, a series of bombings and terror strikes on trains, buses, marketplaces, mosques, and temples by what were thought to be Islamist terror groups killed scores of innocent people. The worst of them all were the 2008 Mumbai attacks, in which Lashkar-e-Taiba militants from Pakistan shot 164 people and wounded more than 300. Not all the attacks were what they were made out to be. What follows is just a sampling, an incomplete list of some of those events. On June 15, 2004, a young woman called Ishrat Jahan and 3 Muslim men were shot dead by the Gujarat police, who said they were Lashkar-e-Taiba operatives on a mission to assassinate Modi. The Central Bureau of Investigation has since said that the encounter was staged, and that all 4 victims were captured and then killed in cold blood. On November 23, 2005, a Muslim couple, Sarabuddin Sheikh and his wife Kausar Bai, were taken off a public bus by the Gujarat police. 3 days later, Sheikh was reported killed in an encounter in Ahmedabad. The police said that he worked for Lashkar-e-Taiba, and that they suspected he was on a mission to assassinate Modi. Kausar Bai was killed 2 days later. A witness to the Sheikh killing, Tulsiram Prajapati, was also shot dead a year later, also in a police encounter. Several senior police officers of the Gujarat police are standing trial for these killing. One of them, P.P. Pandey, was appointed as the Director General of Police for Gujarat in April 2016. On February 18, 2007, the Samyohoda Express, a friendship train that ran twice a week between Delhi and Atari in Pakistan, was bombed, killing 68 people, most of them Pakistanis. In September 2008, 3 bombs went off in the towns of Malajayan and Modasa. Several of those arrested in these cases, including Swami Asimanand of the Vanvazai Kalyan Ashram, were members of the RSS. Hemant Karkar, the police officer who headed the Maharashtra Anti-Terrorism Squad, which led the investigations, was shot dead in 2008 during the course of the Mumbai attacks. For the story within the story, read Who Killed Karkar? By S. M. Mushrif, a retired Inspector General of the Maharashtra Police. The assaults on Christians continued too. The most ferocious of them was in Kandhamal, Odisha, in 2008. 90 Christians, all Dalits, were murdered, and more than 50,000 people were displaced. Tragically, the mobs that attacked them were made up of newly Hinduized Adivasis freshly dragooned into the San Parivar's vigilante militias. Kandhamal's Christians continue to live under threat, and most of them cannot return to their homes. In other states too, like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, Christians live in constant danger. In 2013, the BJP announced that Modi would be its prime ministerial candidate for the 2014 general election. During his campaign, he was asked if he regretted what had happened on his watch in Gujarat in 2002. Any person, if we are driving a car, we are a driver, and someone else is driving a car and we're sitting behind, he told a Reuters journalist. Even then, if a puppy comes under the wheel, will it be painful or not? Of course it is. If I'm a chief minister or not, I'm a human being. If something bad happens anywhere, it is natural to be sad. The media dutifully filed the Gujarat pogrom away as old news. The campaign went well. Modi was allowed to reinvent himself as the architect of the Gujarat model, supposedly an example of dynamic economic development. He became corporate India's most favoured candidate, the embodiment of the aspirations of the new India, architect of an economic miracle waiting to happen. His election broke the bank, costing more than Rs 700 crore $115 million according to the Election Commission. But behind the advertising blitz and the 3D dioramas, things hadn't really changed all that much. In a district called Muzaffarnagar, in Uttar Pradesh, the tried and tested version of the real Gujarat model was revived as a poll strategy. Technology played a part. This would become a recurring theme. It began with an altercation over what was, at the time, being called love jihad, a notion that played straight into that old anxiety about demography. The Muslim love jihad campaign, Hindus were told, involved entrapping Hindu girls romantically and persuading them to convert to Islam. In August 2013, a Muslim boy accused of teasing a Hindu girl was killed by 2 Jats. 2 Jats were killed in retaliation. A video of an obviously Muslim mob beating a man to death began to circulate on Facebook and over cell phone networks. In reality, the incident had taken place in Sialkot, Pakistan. But it was put about that the video documented a local incident in which Muslims had beaten a Hindu boy to death. Provoked by the video, Hindu Jat farmers armed with swords and guns turned on local Muslims, with whom they had lived and worked for centuries. Between August and September 2013, according to official estimates, 62 people were killed, 42 Muslims and 20 Hindus. Unofficial estimates put the number of Muslims killed at 200.3. Tens of thousands of Muslims were forced off their lands and into refugee camps. And, of course, many women were raped. In April 2014, just before the general election, Amit Shah, a general secretary of the BJP at the time and now the party president, he had been arrested in the Sarabuttan Sheikh case, but was discharged by a special court, spoke at a meeting of Jats in a district bordering Muzaffarnagar. In Uttar Pradesh, especially western UP, it is an election for honour, he said. It is an election to take revenge for the insult. It is an election to teach a lesson to those who have committed injustice. Once again, the strategy paid off. The BJP swept Uttar Pradesh, the state with the largest share of seats in parliament. In the midst of all this, the slew of genuinely progressive legislation which the Congress-led government had pushed through, like the Right to Information Act and the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which brought a modicum of real relief to the poorest of the poor, seemed to count for nothing. After 10 years out of power at the centre, the BJP won a massive single-party majority. Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy. In an election campaign in which optics was everything, he flew from Ahmedabad to Delhi for his swearing-in on a private jet belonging to the Adani Group. The victory was so decisive, the celebrations so aggressive, that it seemed the establishment of the Hindu Rashtra was only weeks away. Modi's ascent to power came at a time when much of the rest of the world was descending into chaos. There was civil war in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Syria. The Arab Spring had happened and unhappened. Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, more commonly known as ISIS or ISIL, the macabre progeny of the war on terror which makes even the Taliban and Al-Qaeda seem like moderates, was on the rise. The European refugee crisis had begun, even if it had not yet peaked. Pakistan was in serious trouble. In contrast, India looked like the warm, cuddly, unruly, Bollywoody, free market-friendly democracy that works. But that was the view from the outside. As soon as he was sworn in, the new Prime Minister began to display the kind of paranoia you might expect from a man who knows he has a lot of enemies and who does not trust his own organization. His first move was to disempower and make redundant a faction within the BJP led by Advani, whom he now viewed as a threat. He usurped a great deal of the decision-making in the government, and then set off on a dizzying world tour, which hasn't ended yet, with a few pit stops in India. Modi's personal ambition, his desire to be seen as a global leader, soon began to overshadow the organization that had mentored him, and which does not take kindly to self-aggrandizement. In January 2015, he greeted the visiting U.S. President, Barack Obama, in a suit that cost over $1 million rupees, with his name woven into the pinstripes, Narendra Damodar Modi. This was clearly a man who was in love with himself, no longer just a worker bee, no longer merely a humble servant. It began to look as though the ladders that had been used to climb into the clouds were being kicked away. The Modi suit was eventually auctioned and bought by an admirer for Rs 4.3 crore, roughly $647,000. Meanwhile, it became the delight of cartoonists and the butt of some seriously raucous humor on social media. A man who had been feared was being laughed at for the first time. A month after his wardrobe malfunction, Modi experienced his first major shock. In the February 2015 Delhi state election, even though he campaigned tirelessly, the fledgling Aam Aadmi Party won 67 of 70 seats. It was the first election Modi had lost since 2002. Suddenly, the new leader began to look brittle and unsure of himself. Nevertheless, in the rest of the country, thugs and vigilante assassins, sure of political backing from the people they had brought into power, continued about their bloody business. In February 2015, Govind Pansar, a writer and a prominent member of the Communist Party of India, was shot dead in Kolhapur, in Maharashtra. On August 30, 2015, Kalburgi, a well-known Kannada rationalist, was assassinated outside his home in Dharwad, in Karnataka. Both men had been threatened several times by extremist right-wing Hindu organizations and told to stop their writing. In September 2015, a mob gathered outside the home of a Muslim family in Dadri, a village near Delhi, claiming that they had been eating beef, a violation of the ban on cow slaughter that had been imposed in Uttar Pradesh as well as in several other states. The family denied it. The mob refused to believe them. Muhammad Akhlaq was pulled out of his home and bludgeoned to death. The thugs of the new order were unapologetic. After the murder, when the San Parivar's apparatchiks spoke to the press about illegal slaughter, they meant the imaginary cow. When they talked about taking evidence for forensic examination, they meant the food in the family's fridge, not the body of the lynched man. The meat taken from Akhlaq's house turned out not to be beef after all. But so what? 4 days after that, the Twitter-loving Prime Minister said nothing. Under pressure, he issued a weak, watery admonishment. Since then, similar rumors have led to others being beaten to within an inch of their lives, even hanged. With their tormentors assured of complete impunity, Muslims now know that even a minor skirmish can ignite a full-scale massacre. A whole population is expected to hunch its shoulders and live in fear. And that, as we know, is not a feasible proposition. We are talking about approximately 170 million people. Then, quite suddenly, just when hope was failing, something extraordinary began to happen. Despite, or perhaps because of, the fact that the BJP's massive majority in parliament had reduced the opposition to a rump, a new kind of resistance made itself known. Ordinary people began to show discomfort with what was going on. That feeling soon hardened into a stubborn resilience. In protest against the lynching of Auchlack, and the murders of Kalburgi and Panser, as well as that of the rationalist and author Narendra Dabholkar, murdered in Pune in 2013, one by one, several well-known writers and filmmakers began to return various national awards they had received. By the end of 2015, dozens of them had done so. The returning of awards, which came to be known as Award Wapsi, an ironic reference to Gar Wapsi, was an unplanned, spontaneous, and yet deeply political gesture by artists and intellectuals who did not belong to any particular group or subscribe to any particular ideology, or even agree with each other about most things. It was powerful and unprecedented, and probably has no historical parallel. It was politics plucked out of thin air. Award Wapsi was widely reported by the international press. Precisely because it was spontaneous, and could not be painted into a corner as any sort of conspiracy, it enraged the government. If this was not enough, around the same time, in November 2015, the BJP suffered another massive electoral defeat, this time in the state of Bihar, at the hands of two wily, old-school politicians Nitish Kumar and Lalu Prasad Yadav. Lalu is a doughty foe of the San Parivar, and, way back in 1990, he was one of the few politicians to show some steel and arrest Advani when the Rath Yatra passed through Bihar. Losing the Bihar election was a personal as well as political humiliation for Modi, who had spent weeks campaigning there. The BJP was quick to suggest some sort of collusion between its opponents and anti-national intellectuals. In a party that can mass-produce trolls but finds it hard to produce a single real thinker, this humiliating setback sharpened its instinctive hostility towards intellectual activity. It was never just dissent that our current rulers wished to crush. It was thought intelligence itself. Not surprisingly, the prime targets in the attack on our collective IQ have been some of India's best universities. The first signs of trouble came when, in May 2015, the administration of the Indian Institute of Technology in Chennai recognized a student organization called the Ambedkar Pariyar Study Circle, APSC. Its members are Dalit Ambedkarites, who have a sharp critique of Hindutva politics but also of neoliberal economics, and of the rapid corporatization and privatization that is putting higher education out of the reach of the poor. The order banning the APSC accused it of trying to de-align Dalit and Adivasi students, to make them protest against the central government and create hatred against the Prime Minister and Hindus. For why should a tiny student organization with only a couple of dozen members have been seen as such a threat? Because by making connections between caste, capitalism, and communalism, the APSC was straying into forbidden territory, the sort of territory into which the South African anti-apartheid activist Steve Biko and the U.S. civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. had strayed, and paid for with their lives. The derecognition led to public protests and was quickly rescinded, although the APSC continues to be harassed and its activity remains seriously impeded. The next confrontation came at India's best-known film school, the Film and Television Institute of India, FTII, in Pune, where BJP and RSS cronies were appointed to the institute's governing council. Among these persons of eminence, one had until recently been the state president of the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyartha Parishad, ABVP, the student wing of the RSS. Another was a filmmaker who had made a documentary called Narendra Modi, A Tale of Extraordinary Leadership. An actor by the name of Gajendra Chauhan was appointed the council's chairman. His credential for the post, apart from his loyalty to the BJP, was his less than mediocre performance as Yudhishthira in a television version of the Mahabharata. Of the rest of his acting career, the less said the better. You can find him on YouTube. The students went on strike, demanding to know on what basis a chairman with no qualifications for the job could be foisted on them. They demanded that Chauhan be removed from his post. Their real fear was that, by stacking the governing council with its cohorts, the government was setting up a coup, preparing, for the nth time, to privatize the FTII and turn it into yet another institution exclusively for the rich and privileged. The strike lasted for 140 days. The students were attacked by off-campus Hindutva activists, but were supported by trade unions, civil society groups, filmmakers, artists, intellectuals, and fellow students from across the country. The government refused to back down. The strike was eventually called off, but the unrest just moved to a bigger arena. For several years now, the University of Hyderabad, UOH, has been a charged place, particularly around Dalit politics. Among the many student groups active on the campus is the Ambedkar Students Association, ASA. As a formation of Ambedkarites, like the APSC in China, the ASA was asking some profound and disturbing questions. For obvious reasons, the ASA's main antagonist on campus was the ABVP, which is emerging as the eyes and ears of the RSS, and its agent provocateur, on almost every campus in the country. When, in August, the ASA, quoting Ambedkar's views on capital punishment, protested the hanging of Yaqub Memon, convicted for the 1993 serial blasts in Mumbai that followed the Shiv Sena-led pogrom against Muslims, the ABVP branded them anti-national. Following a head-on confrontation between the two groups over the documentary film Muzaffarnagar Baki Hine, Muzaffarnagar is Still Standing, which the ASA wanted to screen on campus, 5 students, all Dalits, and all members of the ASA were suspended and asked to vacate the hostel. Young Dalits reaching out in solidarity to the Muslim community was not something the San Parivar was going to allow if it could help it. These were first-generation students, whose parents had toiled all their lives to scrape together enough money to get their children an education. It's hard for middle-class people who take the education of their children for granted to imagine what it means to have such painstakingly cultivated hope so callously snuffed out. One of the 5 expelled students was Rohit Vemula, a PhD scholar. He was the son of a poor single mother, and had no means of supporting himself without his scholarship. Driven to despair, on January 17, 2016, he hanged himself. He left behind a suicide note of such extraordinary power and poignancy that, like a piece of great literature, should his words ignited a tinderbox of accumulated fury. Rohit wrote, "I always wanted to be a writer. A writer of science, like Carl Sagan. I loved science, stars, nature, but then I loved people without knowing that people have long since divorced from nature. Our feelings are second-handed. Our love is constructed. Our beliefs colored. Our originality valid through artificial art. It has become truly difficult to love without getting hurt. The value of a man was reduced to his immediate identity and nearest possibility. To a vote. To a number. To a thing. Never was a man treated as a mind. As a glorious thing made up of stardust. In every field, in studies, in streets, in politics, and in dying and living. I am writing this kind of letter for the first time. My first time of a final letter. Forgive me if I fail to make sense. Maybe I was wrong, all the while, in understanding the world. In understanding love, pain, life, death. My birth is my fatal accident. I can never recover from my childhood loneliness. The unappreciated child from my past. 5. Imagine this. We live in a culture that shunned a man like Rohit Vemula and treated him as an untouchable. A culture that shut him down and made a mind like his extinguish itself. Rohit was a Dalit, an Ambedkarite, a Marxist, who was disillusioned by the Indian left, a student of science, an aspiring writer, and a seasoned political activist. But beyond all these identities, he was, like all of us, a unique human being, with a unique set of joys and sorrows. We might never know what that last secret sadness was that made him take his life. Perhaps that's just as well. We must make do with his farewell letter. The things that make it revolutionary might not be immediately obvious. Despite all that was done to him, it contains sorrow but not victimhood. Though everything we know about him tells us that he was ferocious about his identity and his politics, he refuses to box himself in and define himself by the tags that others have given him. Despite bearing the weight of an oppression and cultural conditioning that is centuries old, Rohit gives himself wrests for himself the right to be magnificent, to dream of being stardust, of being loved as an equal, as all men and women ought to be. Rohit was only the latest of the many Dalit students who end their lives every year. His story resonated with thousands of Dalits in universities across the country, students who had been traumatized by the medieval horrors of the caste system, and the segregation, discrimination and injustice that follow them into the most modern university campuses, into India's premier medical and engineering colleges, into their hostels, canteens and lecture rooms. About half of all Dalit students drop out of school before they matriculate. Under 3% of the Dalit population are graduates. They saw Rohit Vemula's suicide for what it was, a form of institutionalized murder. His suicide, and, it has to be said, the power of his prose made people stop in their tracks and think and rage about the criminal arrangement known as the caste system, that ancient engine that continues to run modern Indian society. The fury over Vemula's suicide was, and is, an insurrectionary moment for a thus far marginalized, radical political vision. It saw Ambedkarites, Ambedkarite Marxists, a coalition of left parties and social movements march together. Alert to the fact that if this configuration was allowed to consolidate it could grow into a serious threat, the BJP moved to defuse it. Its clumsy, outrageous response claiming that Rohit Vemula was not a Dalit backfired badly, and pushed the party into what looked like, and could still turn out to be, a tailspin. Attention had to be diverted. Another crisis was urgently required. The gun sights swung around. The target had been marked a while ago. Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, long known to be a bastion of the left, was the focus of a front-page story in the November 2015 issue of Punchajanya, the RSS's weekly paper. It described JNU as a den of Naxalites, a huge anti-national bloc which has the aim of disintegrating India. Naxalites had been a long-standing problem for the San Parivar enemy number 3 in its written doctrine. But now, evidently, it had another, more worrying enemy, too. Over the last few years, the student demography in JNU has changed dramatically. From being in a small minority, students from disadvantaged backgrounds, Dalits, Adivasis, and the many castes and subcastes that come under the capacious category known as other backward castes, OBC, formerly called Shudras, now make up almost half the student body. This has radically changed campus politics. What troubles the Parivar more than the presence of the left on the JNU campus, perhaps, are the rising voices of this section of students. They are, for the most part, followers of Ambedkar, of the Adivasi hero Birsa Munda, who fought the British and died in prison in 1900, and of the radical thinker and reformer Jyotirao Phule, who was a Shudra and called himself a Mali, a gardener. Phule renounced, in fact denounced, Hinduism most trenchantly in his famous book Gulamgiri, Slavery, published in 1873. In much of his writing and poetry, Phule deconstructs Hindu myths to show how they are really stories grounded in history, and how they glorify the idea of an Aryan conquest of an indigenous, Dravidian culture. Phule writes of how Dravidians were demonized and turned into Asuras, while the conquering Aryans were exalted and conferred divinity. In effect, he frames Hinduism as a colonial narrative. In 2012, an organization of Dalit and OBC students in JNU began to observe what it calls Mahishasur Martyrdom Day. Mahishasur, Hindus believe, is a mythical half-human, half-demon entity whom the goddess Durga vanquished in battle, a victory that is celebrated every year during Durga Puja. These young intellectuals said that Mahishasur was actually a Dravidian king, beloved of the Azure, Santhal, Gond, and Bhil tribes in West Bengal and Jharkhand. The students declared that they would mourn the day Mahishasur was martyred, not celebrate it. Another group, that called itself the New Materialists, began to hold a free food festival on Mahishasur Martyrdom Day, at which it served beef and pork, saying these were the traditional foods of the oppressed castes and tribes of India. OBCs make up the majority of India's population and are vitally important to every major political party. It is for this reason that Modi, in his 2014 election campaign, went out of his way to foreground the fact that he was an OBC. Most people think of Modi as a surname associated with the Banias. OBCs have traditionally been used by the dominant castes as henchmen, to hold the line against Dalits, just as Dalits have been used as foot soldiers in attacks on Muslims, and Adivasis are pitted against Dalits as they were in Kandhamal in 2008. These signs of a section of OBCs breaking rank with Hinduism set off the RSS's extremely alert early warning system. If this were not trouble enough, a tentative conversation, or perhaps just an argument that was prelude to a conversation, had started between some young communists who seemed to have begun to understand the past errors of India's major communist parties and the followers of Birsa Munda, Ambedkar, and Phule. These groups have a vexed history, and had every reason to be wary of each other. As long as each of these loose constituencies remained hostile to the others, they did not constitute a real threat to the San Parivar. The RSS recognized that if what was going on in JNU was not stopped, it could one day pose an intellectual and existential threat to the fundamental principles and politics of Hindutva. Why so? Because such an alliance proposes, even if only conceptually, the possibility of a counter-mobilization, a sort of reverse engineering of the Hindutva project. It envisions an altogether different coalition of castes, one that is constituted from the ground up, instead of organized and administered from the top down, Dalit Bahujanism instead of Brahmanism. A powerful movement, contemporary and yet rooted in India's unique social and cultural context, that has people like Ambedkar, Jyotiba Phule, Savitribai Phule, Periyar, Ayan Kalai, Birsa Munda, Bhagat Singh, Marx, and Lenin as the stars in its constellation. A movement that challenges patriarchy, capitalism, and imperialism, that dreams of a casteless, classless society, whose poets would be the poets of the people, and would include Kabir, Tukaram, Ravidas, Pash, Gadar, Lal Singh Dil, and Faiz. A movement of Adivasi Dalit Bahujans in the sense championed by the Dalit Panthers, who, in the 1970s, took Dalit to connote members of the scheduled castes and tribes, Neo-Buddhists, the working people, the landless and poor peasants, women, and all those who are being exploited politically, economically and in the name of religion. 6. A movement whose comrades would include those from the privileged castes who no longer want to claim their privileges. A movement spiritually generous enough to embrace all those who believe in justice, whatever their creed or religion. Small wonder, then, that the Panchajanya story went on to say that JNU was an institution where innocent Hindu youth are lured after being fed wrong facts about the Varna system, which is an integral part of Hindu society. It wasn't really the disintegrating of India that the RSS was worried about. It was the disintegration of Hindutva. And not by a new political party, but by a new way of thinking. Had all this hinged on a formal political alliance, its leaders could have been killed or jailed. Or simply bought out, like any number of Swamis, Sufis, Maulanas, and other charlatans have been. But what do you do with an idea that has begun to drift around like smoke? You try and snuff it out at its source. The battle lines could not have been marked more clearly. It was to be a battle between those who dream of equality and those who believe in institutionalizing inequality. Rohit Vemula's suicide made the conversation that had begun in JNU more important, more urgent, and very real. And it probably brought forward the date of an attack that was already in the cards. The ambush was built around an obstinate old ghost that refuses to go away. The harder they try to exorcise it, the more stubbornly it persists with its haunting. The third anniversary of the hanging of Muhammad Afzal Guru fell on February 9, 2016. Although Afzal was not accused of direct involvement in the 2001 attack on the Indian Parliament, he was convicted by the Delhi High Court and given 3 life sentences and a double death sentence for being part of the conspiracy. In August 2005, the Supreme Court upheld this judgment and famously said, "As is the case with most conspiracies, there is and could be no direct evidence amounting to criminal conspiracy." The incident which resulted in heavy casualties had shaken the entire nation, and the collective conscience of the society will only be satisfied if capital punishment is awarded to the offender. 7. The controversy over the Parliament attack, over the Supreme Court judgment, and over Afzal's sudden, secret execution is by no means a new one. Several books and essays by scholars, journalists, lawyers, and writers, including me, have been published on the subject. Some of us believe that there are grave questions about the attack that remain unanswered, and that Afzal was framed and did not receive a fair trial. Others believe that the manner of his execution was a miscarriage of justice. After the Supreme Court judgment, Afzal remained in solitary confinement in Tihar jail for several years. The BJP, which was out of power at the centre during those years, made frequent and aggressive demands that he be pulled out of the queue of those awaiting execution and hanged. The issue became a central theme in its election campaigns. Its slogan was, Desh Abhai Sharminda Hai, Afzal Abhai Bhai Zinda Hai. The country hangs its head in shame because Afzal is still alive. As the 2014 general election approached, the Congress-led government in power at the centre weakened by a series of corruption scandals and terrified of being outflanked by the BJP in this contest of competitive nationalism, one that the Congress is doomed to lose, pulled Afzal out of his cell one morning and hurriedly hanged him. His family was not even informed, let alone permitted a last visit. For fear that his grave would become a monument and a political rallying point for the struggle in Kashmir, he was buried inside Tihar jail, next to Maqbul Butt, the Kashmiri separatist hero who was hanged in 1984. P. Chidambaram, who served the Congress-led government as Home Minister from 2008 to 2012, now says that Afzal's case was perhaps not correctly decided. When I was in class 4, we had a saying, sorry doesn't make a dead man alive. Every year since then, on the anniversary of Afzal Guru's hanging, the Kashmir Valley shuts down in protest. Leave alone the Kashmiri nationalists, even the mainstream, pro-India People's Democratic Party, currently the BJP's coalition partner in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, continues to demand that Afzal's mortal remains be returned to his family for a proper burial. A few days prior to the third anniversary of his death, notices appeared on the JNU campus inviting students to a cultural evening against the Brahmanical collective conscience, against the judicial killing of Afzal Guru and Maqbul Butt, and in solidarity with the struggle of Kashmiri people for their democratic right to self-determination. It was not the first time JNU students had met to discuss these issues. Only this time, the February 9th anniversary fell 3 weeks after Rohit Vemula's suicide. The atmosphere was politically charged. Once again, the ABVP was the cat's paw. It complained to the university authorities, then invited the Delhi police to intervene in what it said was anti-national activity. A camera crew from Zee TV was on hand to record the event. The first batch of footage in that Zee broadcast showed two groups of students confronting each other on the JNU campus, shouting slogans. In response to the ABVP's Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Victory to Mother India, another group of students, most of them Kashmiris, some of them wearing masks, began to chant what Kashmiris chant every day at every street corner protest and at every militant's funeral in Kashmir. Hum Kia Chahedi? Azadai. Chheen Ke Lenji. Azadai. What do we want? Freedom. We will snatch it. Freedom. There were also some less familiar slogans. Banduk Ke Dum Pe. Azadai. At gunpoint if need be. Freedom. Kashmir Ki Azadai Tak, Bharat Ki Barbidi Tak. Jung Ladenji. Jung Ladenji. Until freedom comes to Kashmir, until destruction comes to India. War will be waged. War will be waged. End. Pakistan Zindabad. Long live Pakistan. From the Zee TV footage, it wasn't clear who the students actually chanting the slogans were. Sure, it riled viewers, but winding people up about Kashmir or getting them to rail at unknown students who looked and sounded like Kashmiris was not the point, and would have served no purpose. Especially not when the BJP's negotiations with the People's Democratic Party about forming a new government in Jammu and Kashmir had run into rough weather. That problem has subsequently been resolved. In the JNU ambush, Kashmir was just the trigger wire. The real goal was, and is, to tarnish the reputation of JNU, in order to eventually shut it down. It was an easy problem to solve. The soundtrack of the confrontation was grafted onto the video of another meeting that took place 2 days later, this one addressed by Kanhya Kumar, president of the JNU Students' Union. Kanhya belongs to the All India Students' Federation, the student wing of the Communist Party of India. At the meeting he addressed, the refrain of Azadai was the same, only the slogans raised were completely different. They demanded Azadai from poverty, from caste, from capitalism, from the Manusmriti, from Brahminism. It was a whole other ball of wax. The doctored video was broadcast to millions by major news channels, including ZTV, Times Now, and News X. It was shameful, unprofessional, and possibly criminal. The broadcast set off a frenzy. First Kanhya Kumar, and then, 2 weeks later, 2 other students accused of organizing the Afzal Guru meeting, Umar Khalid and Anirban Bhattacharya, formerly members of the left-wing Democratic Students' Union, were arrested and charged with sedition. Posters went up across Delhi putting a price on these students' heads. One even offered a cash reward for Kanhya Kumar's tongue. The Kashmiri students who were actually seen raising slogans in the ZTV footage remained unidentified. But they were only doing what thousands of people do every day in Kashmir. Can there be separate standards for sloganeering in Delhi and Srinagar? Perhaps you could say yes, if you argue, as many Kashmiris do, that all of Kashmir is a giant prison, and you can't arrest the already incarcerated. In any case, did those students' slogans really deliver a mortal blow to this mighty, nuclear-powered Hindu nation? Matters continued to escalate in ever more ludicrous ways. Based on a joke on a parody Twitter account, Hafiz Mohammad Saeed, the Home Minister Rajnath Singh announced that the protest at JNU was backed by Hafiz Saeed, the head of Lashkar-e-Taiba and India's equivalent of Osama bin Laden. Television channels began to suggest that Umar Khalid, a self-declared Marxist-Leninist, was a Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist. The hard evidence this time was that his name was Umar. Smriti Irani, the unstoppable Minister of Human Resource Development, who is in charge of higher education, said the nation would not tolerate an insult to Mother India. The saffron-robed Yogi Adityanath, a BJP Member of Parliament, MP, from Gorakhpur, said that JNU has become a blot on education, and that it should be closed down in the interest of the nation. Another self-styled man of God, the BJP MP Sakshi Maharaj, also clad in saffron, called them traitors and said they should be hanged instead of being lodged in jail for life, or they should be killed by police bullet. 8 Gyandef Ahuya, a BJP member of the Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and an empiricist extraordinaire, informed the world, more than 10,000 butts of cigarettes and 4,000 pieces of beedis are found daily in the JNU campus. 50,000 big and small pieces of bones are left by those eating non-vegetarian food. They gorge on meat. These anti-nationals. 2,000 wrappers of chips and namkeen are found, as also 3,000 used condoms, the misdeeds they commit with our sisters and daughters there. And 500 used contraceptive injections are also found. In other words, JNU students were meat-eating, chip-crunching, cigarette-smoking, beer-swilling, sex-obsessed anti-nationals. Does that sound so terrible? The Prime Minister said nothing. The students of JNU and Hyderabad Central University, on the other hand, had plenty to say. The protests on those campuses spread to the streets, and then to universities in other parts of the country. In Delhi, on the day Kanhya Kumar was to be produced before a magistrate, the war zone shifted to the courts. On 2 days in a row, sheltering under an oversized national flag, a group of lawyers who boasted openly of their affiliation to the BJP beat up students, professors, journalists, and finally Kanhya Kumar himself inside a courthouse. They threatened and abused a committee of senior lawyers that the Supreme Court had urgently constituted to look into the matter. The police stood by and watched. The Delhi police chief called it a minor scuffle. The lawyers gloated to the press about how they thrashed Kanhya and forced him to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai. For a few days it looked as though every last institution in the country was helpless in the face of this insane attack. The RSS has now declared that anybody who refuses to say Bharat Mata Ki Jai is an anti-national. The yoga and health food tycoon Baba Ramdev announced that, were it not illegal, he would behead anybody who refused to say it. What would these people have done to Ambedkar? In 1931, when questioned by Gandhi about his sharp critique of the Congress, which was seen as a critique of the party's struggle for an independent homeland, Ambedkar said, "Gandhiji, I have no homeland. No untouchable worth the name would be proud of this land." Would they have charged him with sedition? On the other hand, garlanding portraits of Ambedkar, as the San Parivar has done, and suggesting that he, the man who called Hinduism a veritable chamber of horrors, is one of the founding fathers of the Hindu Rashtra, is probably much worse. The other tactic the BJP and its media partners have used to silence people is an absurd false binary: the brave soldiers versus the evil anti-nationals. In February, just when the JNU crisis was at its peak, an avalanche on the Siachen Glacier killed 10 soldiers, whose bodies were flown down for military funerals. For days and nights, screeching television anchors and their studio guests inserted their own words into the mouths of the dead men and grafted their tin pot ideologies onto lifeless bodies that couldn't talk back. Of course, they neglected to mention that most Indian soldiers are poor people looking for a means of earning a living. You don't hear the patriotic rich asking for the draft, so that they and their children are forced to serve as ordinary soldiers. They also forgot to tell their viewers that soldiers are not just deployed on the Siachen Glacier or on the borders of India. That there has not been a single day since independence in 1947 when the Indian Army and other security forces have not been deployed within India's borders against what are meant to be their own people in Kashmir, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Assam, Junagadh, Hyderabad, Goa, Punjab, Telangana, West Bengal, and now Chhattisgarh, Orissa, and Jharkhand. Tens of thousands of people have lost their lives in conflicts in these places. An even greater number have been brutally tortured, leaving many of them crippled for life. There have been documented cases of mass rape in Kashmir in which the accused have been protected by the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, as though rape is a necessary and unavoidable part of battle. 9 The aggressive insistence on unquestioning soldier worship, even by self-professed liberals, is a sick, dangerous game that's been dreamed up by a cynical oligarchy. It doesn't help either soldiers or civilians. And if you take a hard look at the list of places within India's current borders in which its security forces have been deployed, an extraordinary fact emerges: the populations in those places are mostly Muslim, Christian, Adivasi, Sikh, and Dalit. What we are being asked to salute obediently and unthinkingly is a reflexively dominant caste Hindu state that nails together its territory with military might. What if some of us dream instead of creating a society to which people long to belong? What if some of us dream of living in a society that people of which are not forced to be part? What if some of us don't have colonialist, imperialist dreams? What if some of us dream instead of justice? Is it a criminal offense? So what is this new bout of flag-waving and chest-thumping all about, really? What is it trying to hide? The usual stuff: a tanking economy and an abject betrayal of the election promises the BJP made to gullible people, as well as to its corporate sponsors. During his election campaign, Modi burned his candle at both ends. He vulgarly promised poor villagers that Rs 15 lakh would magically appear in their bank accounts when he came to power. He was going to bring home the illegal billions that rich Indians had parked in offshore tax havens and distribute it to the poor. How much of that illegal money was brought back? Not a lot. How much was redistributed to the poor? Approximately 0.00, whatever that is in rupees. Meanwhile, corporations were eagerly looking forward to a new Land Acquisition Act that would make it easier for businessmen to acquire villagers' land. That legislation did not make it past the upper house. In the countryside, the crisis in agriculture has deepened. While big business has had tens of thousands of crore of rupees worth of loans written off, tens of thousands of small farmers trapped in a cycle of debt that will never be written off continue to kill themselves. In 2015, in the state of Maharashtra alone, more than 3,200 farmers committed suicide. Their suicides too are a form of institutionalized murder, just as Rohit Vemula's was. What the new government has to offer in lieu of its wild election promises is the kind of deal that is usually available only on the Saffron Stock Exchange: trade in your hopes for a decent livelihood and buy into an exciting life of perpetual hysteria. A life in which you are free to hate your neighbor, and if things get really bad, and if you really want to, you can get together with friends and even beat her or him to death. The manufactured crisis in JNU has also, extremely successfully, turned our attention away from a terrible tragedy that has befallen some of the most vulnerable people in this country. The war for minerals in Bastar, Chhattisgarh, is gearing up again. Operation Green Hunt, the previous government's attempt at clearing the forest of its troublesome inhabitants in order to hand it over to mining and infrastructure companies, was largely unsuccessful. Many of the hundreds of memorandums of understanding that the government signed with private companies regarding this territory have not been actualized. Bastar's people, among the poorest in the world, have, for years, stopped the richest corporations in their tracks. Now, in preparation for the as yet unnamed Operation Green Hunt 2, thousands of Adivasis are in jail once again, most of them accused of being Maoists. The forest is being cleared of all witnesses: journalists, activists, lawyers, and academics. Anybody who muddies the tidy delineation of the state versus Maoist terrorists paradigm is in a great deal of danger. The extraordinary Adivasi schoolteacher and activist Soni Sorai, who was imprisoned in 2011 but went straight back to her organizing work after being released in 2014, was recently attacked and had her face smeared with a substance that burned her skin. She has since gone back to work in Bastar once again. With a burned face. The Jagdalpur Legal Aid Group, a tiny team of women lawyers that offered legal aid to incarcerated Adivasis, and Malini Subramaniam, whose series of investigative reports from Bastar were a source of embarrassment to the police, have been evicted and forced to leave. Lingaram Kadapai, Bastar's first Adivasi journalist, who was horribly tortured and imprisoned for 3 years, is being threatened, and has despairingly announced that he will kill himself if the intimidation does not stop. 4 other local journalists have been arrested on specious charges, including for posting comments against the police on WhatsApp. Bella Bhatia, a researcher, has had the village she lives in visited by mobs shouting slogans against her and threatening her landlords. Paramilitary troops and vigilante militias, confident of impunity, have once again begun to storm villages and terrorize people, forcing them to abandon their homes and flee into the forest as they did in the time of Operation Green Hunt. Horrific accounts of rape, molestation, looting, and robbery are trickling in. The Indian Air Force has begun practicing air-to-ground firing from helicopters. Anybody who criticizes the corporate takeover of Adivasi land is called an anti-national sympathizer of the banned Maoists. Sympathy is a crime too. In television studios, guests who try to bring a semblance of intelligence into the debate are shouted down and compelled to demonstrate their loyalty to the nation. This is a war against people who have barely enough to eat 1 square meal a day. What particular brand of nationalism does this come under? What exactly are we supposed to be proud of? Our lumpen nationalists don't seem to understand that the more they insist on this hollow sloganeering, the more they force people to say, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and to declare that Kashmir is an integral part of India, the less sure of themselves they sound. The nationalism that is being rammed down our throats is more about hating another country, Pakistan, than loving our own. It's more about securing territory than loving the land and its people. Paradoxically, those who are branded anti-national are the ones who speak about the deaths of rivers and the desecration of forests. They are the ones who worry about the poisoning of the land and the falling of water tables. The nationalists, on the other hand, go about speaking of mining, damming, clear-cutting, blasting, and selling. In their rulebook, hawking minerals to multinational companies is patriotic activity. They have privatized the flag and wrested the microphone. The 3 JNU students who were arrested are all out on interim bail. In Kenya Kumar's case, the bail order by a high court judge caused more apprehension than relief. Whenever some infection is spread in a limb, effort is made to cure the same by giving antibiotics orally, and if that does not work, by following second line of treatment. Sometimes it may require surgical intervention also. However, if the infection results in infecting the limb to the extent that it becomes gangrene, amputation is the only treatment. 10. Amputation? What could she mean? As soon as he was released, Kenya appeared on the JNU campus and gave his now famous speech to a crowd of thousands of students. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with every single thing he said. I didn't. But it's the spirit with which he said it that was so enchanting. It dissipated the pall of fear and gloom that had dropped on us like a fog. Overnight, Kenya and his cheeky audience became beloved of millions. The same thing happened with the other two students, Umar Khalid and Anirban Bhattacharya. Now, people from all over the world have heard the slogan the BJP wanted to silence, Jai Bhim. Lal Salam. Salute Bhimrao Ambedkar. Red Salute. And with that call, the spirit of Rohit Vemula and the spirit of JNU have come together in solidarity. It's a fragile, tenuous coming together that will most likely, if it hasn't already, come to an unhappy end, exhausted by mainstream political parties, NGOs, and its own inherent contradictions. Obviously, neither the left nor the Ambedkarites nor the OBCs are remotely homogeneous categories in themselves. However, even broadly speaking, the present left is for the most part doctrinally opaque to caste and, by unseeing it, perpetuates it. The outstanding exception to this, it must be said, are the writings of the late Anuradha Gandhi. This has meant that many Dalits and OBCs who do lean towards the left have had bitter experiences and are now determined to isolate themselves, thereby inadvertently deepening caste divisions and strengthening a system that sustains itself by precluding all forms of solidarity. All these old wounds will act up, will tear each other to shreds, arguments and accusations will fly around in maddening ways. But even after this moment has passed, the radical ideas that have emerged from this confrontation with the agents of Hindutva are unlikely ever to go away. They will stay around, and will continue to be built upon. They must, because they are our only hope. Already the real meanings, the real politics behind the refrain of Azadai, are being debated. Did Kenya pinch the slogan from the Kashmiris? He did. And where did the Kashmiris get it? From the feminists or the French Revolution, maybe. Is the slogan being diluted? Most definitely, as far as those who chant it in Kashmir are concerned. Is it being deepened? Yes, that too. Because fighting for Azadai from patriarchy, from capitalism, and from Brahminvad is as radical as any struggle for national self-determination. Perhaps while we debate the true, deep meanings of freedom, those who have been so shocked by what is happening in the mainland over the last few months will be moved to ask themselves why, when far worse things happen in other places, it leaves them so untroubled. Why is it all right for us to ask for Azadai in our university campuses while the daily lives of ordinary people in Kashmir, Nagaland, and Manipur are overseen by the army and their traffic jams managed by uniformed men waving AK-47s? Why is it easy for most Indians to accept the killing of 112 young people on the streets of Kashmir in the course of a single summer? Why do we care so much about Kenya Kumar and Rohit Vemula, but so little about students like Shaista Hamid and Danish Farooq, who were shot dead in Kashmir the day before the smear campaign against JNU was launched? Azadai is an immense word, and a beautiful one too. We need to wrap our minds around it, not just play with it. This is not to suggest some sort of high-mindedness in which we all fight each other's battles side by side and feel each other's pain with equal intensity. Only to say that if we do not acknowledge each other's yearning for Azadai, if we do not acknowledge injustice when it is looking us straight in the eye, we will all go down together in the quicksand of moral turpitude. The end result of the BJP's labors is that students, intellectuals, and even sections of the mainstream media have seen how we are being torn apart by its manifesto of hate. Little by little, people have begun to stand up to it. Afzal's ghost has begun to travel to other university campuses. As often happens after episodes like this, everybody who has been involved can, and usually does, claim victory. The BJP's assessment seems to be that the polarization of the electorate into nationalists and anti-nationals has been successful, and has brought it substantial political gain. Far from showing signs of contrition, it has moved to turn all the knobs to high. Kenya, Umar, and Anirban's lives are in real danger from rogue assassins seeking approbation from the San Parivar's high command. 35 students of the FTII, 1 in every 5, have had criminal cases filed against them. They're out on bail, but are required to report regularly to the police. Apparao Podile, the much-hated vice-chancellor of UOH who went on leave in January and had a case filed against him, laying responsibility at his door for the circumstances that led to Rohith Vemula's suicide, has reappeared on the campus, enraging students. When they protested, police invaded the campus, brutally beat them, arrested 25 students and 2 faculty members, and held them for days. The campus is cordoned off by police, ironically the police of the Telangana state that so many of the students on this same campus fought so long and so hard to create. The arrested UOH students too have serious cases filed against them now. They need lawyers, and money to pay them with. Even if they are eventually acquitted, their lives can be destroyed by the sheer harassment involved. It isn't just students. All over the country, lawyers, activists, writers, and filmmakers, anybody who criticizes the government is being arrested, imprisoned, or entangled in spurious legal cases. We can expect serious trouble, all sorts of trouble, as we head toward state elections, in particular the 2017 contest in Uttar Pradesh and the general election in 2019. We must anticipate false flag terrorist strikes, and perhaps even what is being optimistically called a limited war with Pakistan. At a public meeting in Agra, on February 29, Muslims were warned of a final battle. A fired-up, 5,000-strong crowd chanted, "Jis Hindu ka Khoon na kal, Khoon na hinwo pani hai." Any Hindu whose blood isn't boiling has water in the veins, not blood. Regardless of who wins elections in the years to come, can this sort of venom be counteracted once it has entered the bloodstream? Can any society mend itself after having its fabric slashed and rent apart in this way? What is happening right now is actually a systematic effort to create chaos, an attempt to arrive at a situation in which the civil rights enshrined in the Constitution can be suspended. The RSS has never accepted the Constitution. It has now, finally, maneuvered itself into a position where it has the power to subvert it. It is waiting for an opportunity. We might well be witnessing preparations for a coup, not a military coup, but a coup nevertheless. It could be only a matter of time before India will officially cease to be a secular, democratic republic. We may find ourselves looking back fondly on the era of doctored videos and parody Twitter handles. Our forests are full of soldiers and our universities full of police. The University Grants Commission's new guidelines for higher educational institutions suggests that campuses have high boundary walls topped by concertina wire, armed guards at entrances, police stations, biometric tests, and security cameras. Smriti Irani has ordered that all public universities must fly the national flag from 207-foot-high flagpoles for students to worship. Who'll get the contracts? She has also announced plans to rope in the army to instill patriotism in the minds of students. In Kashmir, the presence of an estimated 500,000 troops ensures that whatever its people may or may not want today, Kashmir has been made an integral part of India. But now, with soldiers and barbed wire and enforced flag worshipping in the mainland, it looks more and more as though India is becoming an integral part of Kashmir. As symbols of countries, flags are powerful objects, worthy of contemplation. But what of those like Rohith Vemula, who have imaginations that predate the idea of countries by hundreds of thousands of years? The Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Human beings appeared on it about 200,000 years ago. What we call human civilization is just a few thousand years old. India as a country with its present borders is less than 80 years old. Clearly, we could do with a little perspective. Worship a flag? My soul is either too modern or too ancient for that. I'm not sure which. Maybe both. Map of India. Glossary. Adivasis, tribal, but literally original inhabitants of India. Adivasi Muddy Sangathan, activist group in Madhya Pradesh, literally, Adivasi Liberation Group. L.K. Advani, former Indian Deputy Prime Minister who has close associations with right-wing Hindu fundamentalist groups in India and led the Rath Yatra in 1990. Babri Masjid, on December 6, 1992, violent mobs of Hindu fundamentalists converged on the town of Ayodhya and demolished the Babri Masjid, an old Muslim mosque. Initiated by the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, leader L.K. Advani, this was the culmination of a nationwide campaign to arouse the pride of Hindus. Plans for replacing the mosque with a huge Hindu temple are underway. Bajrang Dal, militant Hindu fundamentalist organization named after the Hindu god Hanuman, allied with the BJP and the Vishva Hindu Parishad, VHP, and with them instrumental in the destruction of the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya in 1992. Bidi, a mixture of blended tobacco wrapped in bidi leaves. Bij Bakayo Andolan, a farmers' movement promoting the use of indigenous crops, cropping systems, and agricultural methods. Bharatiya Janata Party, literally, the Indian People's Party, at present the largest single party of the governing coalition since the elections of 1998. It espouses a Hindu nationalist ideology, and its support is concentrated mostly in northern India. Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, a trade union group in the mining areas of Chhattisgarh, literally, the Chhattisgarh Liberation Front. Dalit, those who are oppressed or literally ground down, the preferred term for those people who used to be called untouchables in India. Gandhi coined the term Harijan, children of God, as a euphemism for these castes, but Dalits is preferred today by the more militant among them and has a more explicit political meaning. Dandi March. In March 1930, Gandhi and more than 70 other activists began a 23-day march to the coastal Indian village of Dandi. It was called the Salt March because Gandhi called for the illegal production and purchase of salt by the native population. He called the march, widely considered a major turning point in the struggle for independence, the final struggle of freedom. Dargah, Muslim tomb. Dharna, peaceful protest or sit-in. EIAs, environmental impact assessments, usually done by private consultants hired by project authorities for projects such as dams, mines, and large-scale irrigation projects. Sar Gilani, teacher of Arabic at Delhi University, implicated in the conspiracy behind the attack on the Indian Parliament in December 2002, and sentenced to death. He was acquitted and released after nearly 2 years in jail. Gundas, thugs. Hindutva, ideology seeking to strengthen Hindu identity and create a Hindu state, advocated by the BJP, Shiv Sena, and other communalist parties. Hydel, hydroelectric power. ISI, Inter-Services Intelligence, the Pakistani intelligence agency. Jain Hawala case, a scandal involving 24 politicians charged with taking bribes from businessman Surendra Kumar Jain. Jamadarni, a sweeper woman, usually used pejoratively. Kahars, a caste whose main occupation is fishing. Khadi, hand-spun cotton cloth popularized by Gandhi during the independence movement as a defiant statement of self-reliance and a badge of membership in the Congress movement. Khadi is still worn today by many politicians and Gandhian workers. Kavats, a caste whose main occupation is plying boats. Khichdi, a rice and lentil dish. Kinara Bakayo Andolan, activist group working in coastal Gujarat, literally, movement to save the coast. Koel Karo Sangathan, a movement against a proposed dam on the Koel and Karo rivers in the state of Bihar. Kumbh Mela, a Hindu festival in which millions gather to ritually bathe in sacred rivers. Lal Johar, salutation of the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, literally, red salute. Lord Linlithgow, Governor-General of India from April 1936 to April 1943. LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, Sri Lankan Tamil separatist guerrilla group. Malimath Committee, the Committee on Reforms of the Criminal Justice System, constituted by the Government of India in November 2000 and headed by retired Justice V.S. Math, former Chief Justice of Kerala and Karnataka. Mandal Commission, commission constituted by the Janata Party government under the chairmanship of B.P. Mandal in 1977 to look into the issue of reservations for backward castes in government jobs and educational institutions. The report was submitted in 1980, and its recommendations led to a huge backlash from upper castes, with violence and agitation across the country. Mandir, Temple. Manusmriti, an ancient code of conduct, attributed to Manu, sometimes viewed as a book of Hindu laws. Masjid, Mosque. Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan, literally, Organization for the Empowerment of Workers and Farmers, active in the Right to Information campaigns in Rajasthan. MCC, Maoist Coordination Committee, extreme left-wing armed group, present in many states in India. Murndi Kheda, village in the state of Madhya Pradesh, the site of a clash between Adivasis and the police. Narendra Modi, Chief Minister of Gujarat, presided over the state government when violent riots took more than 2,000 Muslim lives in 2002. Muthanga, wildlife sanctuary in the state of Kerala, the site of a clash between Adivasis and the police. Naga Sadhu, the naked warrior ascetics of the Shiva sect. Narmada Bachao Andolan, Save the Narmada movement. Nimad Malwa Kisan Mazdoor Sangathan, alliance of activist groups working in Madhya Pradesh on issues of water, power and privatization of resources, literally, the Nimad Malwa Peasants and Workers Organization. Shankar Guhanayaji, trade union leader of the Chhattisgarh Humadi Morcha, killed in September 1991 by hired assassins. Parsis, Persian-descended Zoroastrians. Prasad, sacred food, is shared by devotees in an act of seeking benediction. PWG, People's War Group, an extreme left-wing armed group, present in many states in India. Ram Mandir, see Babri Masjid, above. Rashtrapati Bhavan, the residence of the President of India, formerly the Viceroy's residence. Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS literally, the National Self-Help Group, a right-wing militaristic organization with a clearly articulated anti-Muslim stand and a nationalistic notion of Hindutva. The RSS is the ideological backbone of the BJP. Rath Yatra, literally, the chariot's journey, a long road rally led by an ornamental bus dressed up as a chariot, undertaken first in 1990 by L.K. Advani to mobilize Hindu sentiment for the building of the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya. It culminated in widespread violence in many parts of northern India. San Parivar, the group of closely linked right-wing Hindu fundamentalist organizations in India that includes the Bajrang Dal, BJP, RSS, and VHP, literally, family group. Saraswati Shishu Mandirs, literally, temples for children, named after Saraswati, the Hindu goddess of learning. Satyagraha, literally life force, was Gandhi's term for civil disobedience. The term is now commonly applied to any movement that confronts its foe, typically, the state non-violently. Savarna Hinduism, that part of caste Hindu society which excludes the Dalits and so-called backward castes. Shaka, an RSS branch, literally, or center. RSS shakas are training camps or cells. Shiv Sena, a rabid right-wing regional Hindu chauvinist party in the state of Maharashtra. Shloka, stanzas, or verse in general, that are prayers to the deities. Stupa, a Buddhist religious monument. Swadeshi, nationalist. Pravin Togadaya, former surgeon, rabble-rousing demagogue of the Hindu right wing, synonymous with inflammatory hate speech against Muslims. Tehelka case, an expose by the Tehelka website, in which senior Indian politicians, defense officers and government servants were secretly filmed accepting bribes from journalists posing as arms dealers. VHP, Vishva Hindu Parishad, literally the World Hindu Council, self-appointed leaders of the Hindu community and part of the San family of Hindu nationalist organizations to which the BJP also belongs. The VHP was in the forefront of the move to destroy the Babri Masjid and build a Ram temple at Ayodhya. Yatra, literally, pilgrimage, can be translated as any journey with purpose. Part I. 1. The End of Imagination. First published in Outlook, India, and Frontline magazines, July 27, 1998. For marmots and voles and everything else on earth that is threatened and terrorized by the human race. The desert shook, the government of India informed us, its people. The whole mountain turned white, the government of Pakistan replied. By afternoon the wind had fallen silent over Pokhran. At 3:45 p.m., the timer detonated the 3 devices. Around 200 to 300 meters deep in the earth, the heat generated was equivalent to 1,000,000 degrees centigrade, as hot as temperatures on the sun. Instantly, rocks weighing around 1,000 tons, a mini mountain underground, vaporized. Shock waves from the blast began to lift a mound of earth the size of a football field by several meters. One scientist on seeing it said, "I can now believe stories of Lord Krishna lifting a hill." India Today. May 1998. It'll go down in history books, provided of course we have history books to go down in. Provided, of course, we have a future. There's nothing new or original left to be said about nuclear weapons. There can be nothing more humiliating for a writer of fiction to have to do than restate a case that has, over the years, already been made by other people in other parts of the world, and made passionately, eloquently, and knowledgeably. I am prepared to grovel. To humiliate myself abjectly, because, in the circumstances, silence would be indefensible. So those of you who are willing, let's pick our parts, put on these discarded costumes, and speak our second-hand lines in this sad second-hand play. But let's not forget that the stakes we're playing for are huge. Our fatigue and our shame could mean the end of us. The end of our children and our children's children. Of everything we love. We have to reach within ourselves and find the strength to think. To fight. Once again we are pitifully behind the times, not just scientifically and technologically, ignore the hollow claims, but more pertinently in our ability to grasp the true nature of nuclear weapons. Our comprehension of the horror department is hopelessly obsolete. Here we are, all of us in India and in Pakistan, discussing the finer points of politics and foreign policy, behaving for all the world as though our governments have just devised a newer, bigger bomb, a sort of immense hand grenade with which they will annihilate the enemy, each other, and protect us from all harm. How desperately we want to believe that. What wonderful, willing, well-behaved, gullible subjects we have turned out to be. The rest of humanity, yes, I know, but let's ignore them for the moment. They forfeited their votes a long time ago. The rest of humanity may not forgive us, but then the rest of humanity, depending on who fashions its views, may not know what a tired, dejected, heartbroken people we are. Perhaps it doesn't realize how urgently we need a miracle. How deeply we yearn for magic. If only, nuclear war was just another kind of war. If only it was about the usual things, nations and territories, gods and histories. If only those of us who dread it are just worthless moral cowards who are not prepared to die in defense of our beliefs. If only nuclear war was the kind of war in which countries battle countries and men battle men. But it isn't. If there is a nuclear war, our foes will not be China or America or even each other. Our foe will be the earth herself. The very elements, the sky, the air, the land, the wind, and water will all turn against us. Their wrath will be terrible. Our cities and forests, our fields and villages will burn for days. Rivers will turn to poison. The air will become fire. The wind will spread the flames. When everything there is to burn has burned and the fires die, smoke will rise and shut out the sun. The earth will be enveloped in darkness. There will be no day. Only interminable night. Temperatures will drop to far below freezing and nuclear winter will set in. Water will turn into toxic ice. Radioactive fallout will seep through the earth and contaminate groundwater. Most living things, animal and vegetable, fish and fowl, will die. Only rats and cockroaches will breed and multiply and compete with foraging, relict humans for what little food there is. What shall we do then, those of us who are still alive? Burned and blind and bald and ill, carrying the cancerous carcasses of our children in our arms, where shall we go? What shall we eat? What shall we drink? What shall we breathe? The head of the Health, Environment and Safety Group of the Babha Atomic Research Centre in Bombay has a plan. He declared in an interview, Pioneer, April 24, 1998, that India could survive nuclear war. His advice is that if there is a nuclear war, we take the same safety measures as the ones that scientists have recommended in the event of accidents at nuclear plants. Take iodine pills, he suggests. And other steps such as remaining indoors, consuming only stored water and food and avoiding milk. Infants should be given powdered milk. People in the danger zone should immediately go to the ground floor and if possible to the basement. What do you do with these levels of lunacy? What do you do if you are trapped in an asylum and the doctors are all dangerously deranged? Ignore it, it's just a novelist's naivete, they'll tell you, doomsday prophet hyperbole. It'll never come to that. There will be no war. Nuclear weapons are about peace, not war. Deterrence is the buzzword of the people who like to think of themselves as hawks. Nice birds, those. Cool. Stylish. Predatory. Pity there won't be many of them around after the war. Extinction is a word we must try and get used to. Deterrence is an old thesis that has been resurrected and is being recycled with added local flavor. The theory of deterrence cornered the credit for having prevented the Cold War from turning into a Third World War. The only immutable fact about the Third World War is that if there's going to be one, it will be fought after the Second World War. In other words, there's no fixed schedule. In other words, we still have time. And perhaps the pun, the Third World War, is prescient. True, the Cold War is over, but let's not be hoodwinked by the 10-year lull in nuclear posturing. It was just a cruel joke. It was only in remission. It wasn't cured. It proves no theories. After all, what is 10 years in the history of the world? Here it is again, the disease. More widespread and less amenable to any sort of treatment than ever. No, the theory of deterrence has some fundamental flaws. Flaw number 1 is that it presumes a complete, sophisticated understanding of the psychology of your enemy. It assumes that what deters you, the fear of annihilation, will deter them. What about those who are not deterred by that? The suicide bomber psyche that will take you with us school, is that an outlandish thought? How did Rajiv Gandhi die? In any case, who's the you and who's the enemy? Both are only governments. Governments change. They wear masks within masks. They mold and reinvent themselves all the time. The one we have at the moment, for instance, does not even have enough seats to last a full term in office, but demands that we trust it to do pirouettes and party tricks with nuclear bombs even as it scrabbles around for a foothold to maintain a simple majority in parliament. Flaw number 2 is that deterrence is premised on fear. But fear is premised on knowledge. On an understanding of the true extent and scale of the devastation that nuclear war will wreak. It is not some inherent, mystical attribute of nuclear bombs that they automatically inspire thoughts of peace. On the contrary, it is the endless, tireless, confrontational work of people who have had the courage to openly denounce them, the marches, the demonstrations, the films, the outrage that is what has averted, or perhaps only postponed, nuclear war. Deterrence will not and cannot work given the levels of ignorance and illiteracy that hang over our two countries like dense, impenetrable veils. Witness the Vishva Hindu Parishad VHP wanting to distribute radioactive sand from the Pokhran Desert as prasad all across India. A cancer yatra. The theory of deterrence is nothing but a perilous joke in a world where iodine pills are prescribed as a prophylactic for nuclear irradiation. India and Pakistan have nuclear bombs now and feel entirely justified in having them. Soon others will, too. Israel, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Norway, Nepal, I'm trying to be eclectic here, Denmark, Germany, Bhutan, Mexico, Lebanon, Sri Lanka, Burma, Bosnia, Singapore, North Korea, Sweden, South Korea, Vietnam, Cuba, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. And why not? Every country in the world has a special case to make. Everybody has borders and beliefs. And when all our larders are bursting with shiny bombs and our bellies are empty, deterrence is an exorbitant beast, we can trade bombs for food. And when nuclear technology goes on the market, when it gets truly competitive and prices fall, not just governments, but anybody who can afford it can have their own private arsenal, businessmen, terrorists, perhaps even the occasional rich writer, like myself. Our planet will bristle with beautiful missiles. There will be a new world order. The dictatorship of the pro-nuke elite. We can get our kicks by threatening each other. It'll be like bungee jumping when you can't rely on the bungee cord, or playing Russian roulette all day long. An additional perk will be the thrill of not knowing what to believe. We can be victims of the predatory imagination of every green card-seeking charlatan who surfaces in the West with concocted stories of imminent missile attacks. We can delight at the prospect of being held to ransom by every petty troublemaker and rumor-monger, the more the merrier if truth be told, anything for an excuse to make more bombs. So you see, even without a war, we have a lot to look forward to. But let us pause to give credit where it's due. Whom must we thank for all this? The men who made it happen. The masters of the universe. Ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America. Come on up here, folks, stand up and take a bow. Thank you for doing this to the world. Thank you for making a difference. Thank you for showing us the way. Thank you for altering the very meaning of life. From now on it is not dying we must fear, but living. It is such supreme folly to believe that nuclear weapons are deadly only if they're used. The fact that they exist at all, their very presence in our lives, will wreak more havoc than we can begin to fathom. Nuclear weapons pervade our thinking. Control our behavior. Administer our societies. Inform our dreams. They bury themselves like meat hooks deep in the base of our brains. They are purveyors of madness. They are the ultimate colonizer. Whiter than any white man that ever lived. The very heart of whiteness. All I can say to every man, woman, and sentient child here in India, and over there, just a little way away in Pakistan, is, take it personally. Whoever you are, Hindu, Muslim, urban, agrarian, it doesn't matter. The only good thing about nuclear war is that it is the single most egalitarian idea that man has ever had. On the day of reckoning, you will not be asked to present your credentials. The devastation will be undiscriminating. The bomb isn't in your backyard. It's in your body. And mine. Nobody, no nation, no government, no man, no God, has the right to put it there. We're radioactive already, and the war hasn't even begun. So stand up and say something. Never mind if it's been said before. Speak up on your own behalf. Take it very personally. The bomb and I. In early May, before the bomb, I left home for 3 weeks. I thought I would return. I had every intention of returning. Of course, things haven't worked out quite the way I had planned. While I was away, I met a friend of mine whom I have always loved for, among other things, her ability to combine deep affection with a frankness that borders on savagery. "I've been thinking about you," she said, "about the God of small things, what's in it, what's over it, under it, around it, above it." She fell silent for a while. I was uneasy and not at all sure that I wanted to hear the rest of what she had to say. She, however, was sure that she was going to say it. "In this last year, less than a year actually, you've had too much of everything: fame, money, prizes, adulation, criticism, condemnation, ridicule, love, hate, anger, envy, generosity, everything. In some ways it's a perfect story. Perfectly baroque in its excess. The trouble is that it has, or can have, only one perfect ending." Her eyes were on me, bright with a slanting, probing brilliance. She knew that I knew what she was going to say. She was insane. She was going to say that nothing that happened to me in the future could ever match the buzz of this. That the whole of the rest of my life was going to be vaguely unsatisfying. And, therefore, the only perfect ending to the story would be death. My death. The thought had occurred to me too. Of course it had. The fact that all this global dazzle, these lights in my eyes, the applause, the flowers, the photographers, the journalists feigning a deep interest in my life, yet struggling to get a single fact straight, the men in suits fawning over me, the shiny hotel bathrooms with endless towels, none of it was likely to happen again. Would I miss it? Had I grown to need it? Was I a fame junkie? Would I have withdrawal symptoms? The more I thought about it, the clearer it became to me that if fame was going to be my permanent condition, it would kill me. Club me to death with its good manners and hygiene. I'll admit that I've enjoyed my own 5 minutes of it immensely, but primarily because it was just 5 minutes. Because I knew, or thought I knew, that I could go home when I was bored and giggle about it. Grow old and irresponsible. Eat mangoes in the moonlight. Maybe write a couple of failed books, worst sellers, to see what it felt like. For a whole year I've cartwheeled across the world, anchored always to thoughts of home and the life I would go back to. Contrary to all the inquiries and predictions about my impending emigration, that was the well I dipped into. That was my sustenance. My strength. I told my friend there was no such thing as a perfect story. I said in any case hers was an external view of things, this assumption that the trajectory of a person's happiness, or let's say fulfillment, had peaked, and now must trough, because she had accidentally stumbled upon success. It was premised on the unimaginative belief that wealth and fame were the mandatory stuff of everybody's dreams. You've lived too long in New York, I told her. There are other worlds. Other kinds of dreams. Dreams in which failure is feasible. Honorable. Sometimes even worth striving for. Worlds in which recognition is not the only barometer of brilliance or human worth. There are plenty of warriors whom I know and love, people far more valuable than myself, who go to war each day, knowing in advance that they will fail. True, they are less successful in the most vulgar sense of the word, but by no means less fulfilled. The only dream worth having, I told her, is to dream that you will live while you're alive and die only when you're dead. Prescience? Perhaps. Which means exactly what? Arched eyebrows, a little annoyed. I tried to explain, but didn't do a very good job of it. Sometimes I need to write to think. So I wrote it down for her on a paper napkin. This is what I wrote: to love. To be loved. To never forget your own insignificance. To never get used to the unspeakable violence and the vulgar disparity of life around you. To seek joy in the saddest places. To pursue beauty to its lair. To never simplify what is complicated or complicate what is simple. To respect strength, never power. Above all, to watch. To try and understand. To never look away. And never, never to forget. I've known her for many years, this friend of mine. She's an architect too. She looked dubious, somewhat unconvinced by my paper napkin speech. I could tell that structurally, just in terms of the sleek, narrative symmetry of things, and because she loved me, her thrill at my success was so keen, so generous, that it weighed in evenly with her anticipated horror at the idea of my death. I understood that it was nothing personal. Just a design thing. Anyhow, 2 weeks after that conversation, I returned to India. To what I think/thought of as home. Something had died, but it wasn't me. It was infinitely more precious. It was a world that has been ailing for a while, and has finally breathed its last. It's been cremated now. The air is thick with ugliness and there's the unmistakable stench of fascism on the breeze. Day after day, in newspaper editorials, on the radio, on TV chat shows, on MTV for heaven's sake, people whose instincts one thought one could trust, writers, painters, journalists make the crossing. The chill seeps into my bones as it becomes painfully apparent from the lessons of everyday life that what you read in history books is true. That fascism is indeed as much about people as about governments. That it begins at home. In drawing rooms. In bedrooms. In beds. Explosion of self-esteem, road to resurgence, a moment of pride, these were headlines in the papers in the days following the nuclear tests. "We have proved that we are not eunuchs anymore," said Mr. Thackeray of the Shiv Sena. "Whoever said we were? True, a good number of us are women, but that, as far as I know, isn't the same thing." Reading the papers, it was often hard to tell when people were referring to Viagra, which was competing for second place on the front pages, and when they were talking about the bomb we have superior strength and potency. This was our Minister for Defense after Pakistan completed its tests. "These are not just nuclear tests, they are nationalism tests," we were repeatedly told. This has been hammered home, over and over again. The bomb is India. India is the bomb. Not just India, Hindu India. Therefore, be warned, any criticism of it is not just anti-national, but anti-Hindu. Of course, in Pakistan the bomb is Islamic. Other than that, politically, the same physics applies. This is one of the unexpected perks of having a nuclear bomb. Not only can the government use it to threaten the enemy, they can use it to declare war on their own people. Us. In 1975, 1 year after India first dipped her toe into the nuclear sea, Mrs. Gandhi declared the emergency. What will 1999 bring? There's talk of cells being set up to monitor anti-national activity. Talk of amending cable laws to ban networks harming national culture, Indian Express, July 3. Of churches being struck off the list of religious places because wine is served, announced and retracted, Indian Express, July 3, Times of India, July 4. Artists, writers, actors, and singers are being harassed, threatened, and are succumbing to the threats. Not just by goon squads, but by instruments of the government. And in courts of law. There are letters and articles circulating on the net creative interpretations of Nostradamus's predictions claiming that a mighty, all-conquering Hindu nation is about to emerge, a resurgent India that will burst forth upon its former oppressors and destroy them completely. That the beginning of the terrible revenge, that will wipe out all Muslims, will be in the 7th month of 1999. This may well be the work of some lone nut, or a bunch of arcane god squatters. The trouble is that having a nuclear bomb makes thoughts like these seem feasible. It creates thoughts like these. It bestows on people these utterly misplaced, utterly deadly notions of their own power. It's happening. It's all happening. I wish I could say slowly but surely, but I can't. Things are moving at a pretty fair clip. Why does it all seem so familiar? Is it because, even as you watch, reality dissolves and seamlessly rushes forward into the silent, black and white images from old film scenes of people being hounded out of their lives, rounded up and herded into camps? Of massacre, of mayhem, of endless columns of broken people making their way to nowhere? Why is there no soundtrack? Why is the hall so quiet? Have I been seeing too many films? Am I mad? Or am I right? Could those images be the inevitable culmination of what we have set into motion? Could our future be rushing forward into our past? I think so. Unless, of course, nuclear war settles it once and for all. When I told my friends that I was writing this piece, they cautioned me. Go ahead, they said, but first make sure you're not vulnerable. Make sure your papers are in order. Make sure your taxes are paid. My papers are in order. My taxes are paid. But how can one not be vulnerable in a climate like this? Everyone is vulnerable. Accidents happen. There's safety only in acquiescence. As I write, I am filled with foreboding. In this country, I have truly known what it means for a writer to feel loved, and, to some degree, hated too. Last year I was one of the items being paraded in the media's end-of-the-year National Pride Parade. Among the others, much to my mortification, were a bomb maker and an international beauty queen. Each time a beaming person stopped me on the street and said, "You have made India proud," referring to the prize I won, not the book I wrote, I felt a little uneasy. It frightened me then and it terrifies me now, because I know how easily that swell, that tide of emotion, can turn against me. Perhaps the time for that has come. I'm going to step out from under the tiny twinkling lights and say what's on my mind. It's this. If protesting against having a nuclear bomb implanted in my brain is anti-Hindu and anti-national, then I secede. I hereby declare myself an independent, mobile republic. I am a citizen of the earth. I own no territory. I have no flag. I'm female, but have nothing against eunuchs. My policies are simple. I'm willing to sign any nuclear non-proliferation treaty or nuclear test ban treaty that's going. Immigrants are welcome. You can help me design our flag. My world has died. And I write to mourn its passing. Admittedly, it was a flawed world. An unviable world. A scarred and wounded world. It was a world that I myself have criticized unsparingly, but only because I loved it. It didn't deserve to die. It didn't deserve to be dismembered. Forgive me, I realize that sentimentality is uncool, but what shall I do with my desolation? I loved it simply because it offered humanity a choice. It was a rock out at sea. It was a stubborn chink of light that insisted that there was a different way of living. It was a functioning possibility. A real option. All that's gone now. India's nuclear tests, the manner in which they were conducted, the euphoria with which they have been greeted, by us, is indefensible. To me, it signifies dreadful things. The end of imagination. The end of freedom actually, because, after all, that's what freedom is. Choice. On August 15 last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary of India's independence. In May we can mark our first anniversary in nuclear bondage. Why did they do it? Political expediency is the obvious, cynical answer, except that it only raises another, more basic question: why should it have been politically expedient? The three official reasons given are China, Pakistan, and exposing Western hypocrisy. Taken at face value, and examined individually, they're somewhat baffling. I'm not for a moment suggesting that these are not real issues. Merely that they aren't new. The only new thing on the old horizon is the Indian government. In his appallingly cavalier letter to the President of the United States, "Why bother to write at all if you're going to write like this?" our Prime Minister says India's decision to go ahead with the nuclear tests was due to a deteriorating security environment. He goes on to mention the war with China in 1962 and the three aggressions we have suffered in the last 50 years from Pakistan. And for the last 10 years we have been the victim of unremitting terrorism and militancy sponsored by it. Especially in Jammu and Kashmir. The war with China is 35 years old. Unless there's some vital state secret that we don't know about, it certainly seemed as though matters had improved slightly between us. Just a few days before the nuclear tests, General Fu Quanyu, Chief of General Staff of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, was the guest of our Chief of Army Staff. We heard no words of war. The most recent war with Pakistan was fought 27 years ago. Admittedly, Kashmir continues to be a deeply troubled region and no doubt Pakistan is gleefully fanning the flames. But surely there must be flames to fan in the first place? Surely the kindling is crackling and ready to burn? Can the Indian state with even a modicum of honesty absolve itself completely of having a hand in Kashmir's troubles? Kashmir, and for that matter, Assam, Tripura, Nagaland, virtually the whole of the northeast Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, and all the trouble that's still to come, these are symptoms of a deeper malaise. It cannot and will not be solved by pointing nuclear missiles at Pakistan. Even Pakistan can't be solved by pointing nuclear missiles at Pakistan. Though we are separate countries, we share skies, we share wines, we share water. Where radioactive fallout will land on any given day depends on the direction of the wind and rain. Lahore and Amritsar are 30 miles apart. If we bomb Lahore, Punjab will burn. If we bomb Karachi, then Gujarat and Rajasthan, perhaps even Bombay, will burn. Any nuclear war with Pakistan will be a war against ourselves. As for the third official reason, exposing Western hypocrisy, how much more exposed can they be? Which decent human being on earth harbors any illusions about it? These are people whose histories are spongy with the blood of others. Colonialism, apartheid, slavery, ethnic cleansing, germ warfare, chemical weapons, they virtually invented it all. They have plundered nations, snuffed out civilizations, exterminated entire populations. They stand on the world stage stark naked but entirely unembarrassed, because they know that they have more money, more food, and bigger bombs than anybody else. They know they can wipe us out in the course of an ordinary working day. Personally, I'd say it is more arrogance than hypocrisy. We have less money, less food, and smaller bombs. However, we have, or had, all kinds of other wealth. Delightful, unquantifiable. What we've done with it is the opposite of what we think we've done. We've pawned it all. We've traded it in. For what? In order to enter into a contract with the very people we claim to despise. In the larger scheme of things, we've agreed to play their game and play it their way. We've accepted their terms and conditions unquestioningly. The Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty ain't nothing compared to this. All in all, I think it is fair to say that we're the hypocrites. We're the ones who've abandoned what was arguably a moral position, i.e., we have the technology, we can make bombs if we want to, but we won't. We don't believe in them. We're the ones who have now set up this craven clamoring to be admitted into the club of superpowers. If we are, we will no doubt gladly slam the door after us, and say to hell with principles about fighting discriminatory world orders. For India to demand the status of a superpower is as ridiculous as demanding to play in the World Cup finals simply because we have a ball. Never mind that we haven't qualified, or that we don't play much soccer and haven't got a team. Since we've chosen to enter the arena, it might be an idea to begin by learning the rules of the game. Rule number 1 is acknowledge the masters. Who are the best players? The ones with more money, more food, more bombs. Rule number 2 is locate yourself in relation to them, i.e., make an honest assessment of your position and abilities. The honest assessment of ourselves, in quantifiable terms, reads as follows. We are a nation of nearly 1 billion people. In development terms we rank number 138 out of the 175 countries listed in the UNDP's Human Development Index. More than 400 million of our people are illiterate and live in absolute poverty, over 600 million lack even basic sanitation, and over 200 million have no safe drinking water. So the 3 official reasons, taken individually, don't hold much water. However, if you link them, a kind of twisted logic reveals itself. It has more to do with us than them. The key words in our Prime Minister's letter to the President of the United States were suffered and victim. That's the substance of it. That's our meat and drink. We need to feel like victims. We need to feel beleaguered. We need enemies. We have so little sense of ourselves as a nation and therefore constantly cast about for targets to define ourselves against. Prevalent political wisdom suggests that to prevent the state from crumbling, we need a national cause, and other than our currency, and, of course, poverty, illiteracy, and elections, we have none. This is the heart of the matter. This is the road that has led us to the bomb. This search for selfhood. If we are looking for a way out, we need some honest answers to some uncomfortable questions. Once again, it isn't as though these questions haven't been asked before. It's just that we prefer to mumble the answers and hope that no one's heard. Is there such a thing as an Indian identity? Do we really need one? Who is an authentic Indian and who isn't? Is India Indian? Does it matter? Whether or not there has ever been a single civilization that could call itself Indian civilization, Whether or not India was, is, or ever will become a cohesive cultural entity, depends on whether you dwell on the differences or the similarities in the cultures of the people who have inhabited the subcontinent for centuries. India, as a modern nation-state, was marked out with precise geographical boundaries, in their precise geographical way, by a British Act of Parliament in 1899. Our country, as we know it, was forged on the anvil of the British Empire for the entirely unsentimental reasons of commerce and administration. But even as she was born, she began her struggle against her creators. So is India Indian? It's a tough question. Let's just say that we're an ancient people learning to live in a recent nation. What is true is that India is an artificial state, a state that was created by a government, not a people. A state created from the top down, not the bottom up. The majority of India's citizens will not, to this day, be able to identify her boundaries on a map, or say which language is spoken where or which god is worshipped in what region. Most are too poor and too uneducated to have even an elementary idea of the extent and complexity of their own country. The impoverished, illiterate agrarian majority have no stake in the state. And indeed, why should they, how can they, when they don't even know what the state is? To them, India is, at best, a noisy slogan that comes around during the elections. Or a montage of people on government TV programs wearing regional costumes and saying Mera Bharat Mahan. The people who have a vital stake, or, more to the point, a business interest, in India's having a single, lucid, cohesive national identity are the politicians who constitute our national political parties. The reason isn't far to seek, it's simply because their struggle, their career goal, is and must necessarily be to become that identity. To be identified with that identity. If there isn't one, they have to manufacture one and persuade people to vote for it. It isn't their fault. It comes with the territory. It is inherent in the nature of our system of centralized government. A congenital defect in our particular brand of democracy. The greater the numbers of illiterate people, the poorer the country and the more morally bankrupt the politicians, the cruder the ideas of what that identity should be. In a situation like this, illiteracy is not just sad, it's downright dangerous. However, to be fair, cobbling together a viable pre-digested national identity for India would be a formidable challenge even for the wise and the visionary. Every single Indian citizen could, if he or she wants to, claim to belong to some minority or the other. The fissures, if you look for them, run vertically, horizontally, and are layered, whorled, circular, spiral, inside out, and outside in. Fires when they're lit race along any one of these schisms, and in the process, release tremendous bursts of political energy. Not unlike what happens when you split an atom. It is this energy that Gandhi sought to harness when he rubbed the magic lamp and invited Ram and Rahim to partake of human politics and India's war of independence against the British. It was a sophisticated, magnificent, imaginative struggle, but its objective was simple and lucid, the target highly visible, easy to identify and succulent with political sin. In the circumstances, the energy found an easy focus. The trouble is that the circumstances are entirely changed now, but the genie is out of its lamp, and won't go back in. It could be sent back, but nobody wants it to go, it's proved itself too useful. Yes, it won us freedom. But it also won us the carnage of partition. And now, in the hands of lesser statesmen, it has won us the Hindu nuclear bomb. To be fair to Gandhi and to other leaders of the national movement, they did not have the benefit of hindsight, and could not possibly have known what the eventual, long-term consequences of their strategy would be. They could not have predicted how quickly the situation would careen out of control. They could not have foreseen what would happen when they passed their flaming torches into the hands of their successors, or how venal those hands could be. It was Indira Gandhi who started the real slide. It is she who made the genie a permanent state guest. She injected the venom into our political veins. She invented our particularly vile local brand of political expediency. She showed us how to conjure enemies out of thin air, to fire at phantoms that she had carefully fashioned for that very purpose. It was she who discovered the benefits of never burying the dead, but preserving their putrid carcasses and trundling them out to worry old wounds when it suited her. Between herself and her sons she managed to bring the country to its knees. Our new government has just kicked us over and arranged our heads on the chopping block. The Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, is, in some senses, a spectre that Indira Gandhi and the Congress created. Or, if you want to be less harsh, a spectre that fed and reared itself in the political spaces and communal suspicion that the Congress nourished and cultivated. It has put a new complexion on the politics of governance. While Mrs. Gandhi played hidden games with politicians and their parties, she reserved a shrill convent school rhetoric, replete with tired platitudes, to address the general public. The BJP, on the other hand, has chosen to light its fires directly on the streets and in the homes and hearts of people. It is prepared to do by day what the Congress would do only by night. To legitimize what was previously considered unacceptable, but done anyway. There is perhaps a fragile case to be made here in favor of hypocrisy. Could the hypocrisy of the Congress Party, the fact that it conducts its wretched affairs surreptitiously instead of openly, could that possibly mean there is a tiny glimmer of guilt somewhere? Some small fragment of remembered decency? Actually, no. No. What am I doing? Why am I foraging for scraps of hope? The way it has worked in the case of the demolition of the Babri Masjid as well as in the making of the nuclear bomb is that the Congress sowed the seeds, tended the crop, then the BJP stepped in and reaped the hideous harvest. They waltz together, locked in each other's arms. They're inseparable, despite their professed differences. Between them they have brought us here, to this dreadful, dreadful place. The jeering, hooting young men who battered down the Babri Masjid are the same ones whose pictures appeared in the papers in the days that followed the nuclear tests. They were on the streets, celebrating India's nuclear bomb and simultaneously condemning Western culture by emptying crates of Coke and Pepsi into public drains. I'm a little baffled by their logic. Coke is Western culture, but the nuclear bomb is an old Indian tradition? Yes, I've heard the bomb is in the Vedas. It might be, but if you look hard enough, you'll find Coke in the Vedas too. That's the great thing about all religious texts. You can find anything you want in them as long as you know what you're looking for. But returning to the subject of the non-Vedic 1990s, we storm the heart of whiteness, we embrace the most diabolical creation of Western science and call it our own. But we protest against their music, their food, their clothes, their cinema, and their literature. That's not hypocrisy. That's humor. It's funny enough to make a skull smile. We're back on the old ship. The SS authenticity and Indianness. If there is going to be a pro-authenticity/anti-national drive, perhaps the government ought to get its history straight and its facts right. If they're going to do it, they may as well do it properly. First of all, the original inhabitants of this land were not Hindu. Ancient though it is, there were human beings on earth before there was Hinduism. India's Adivasis have a greater claim to being indigenous to this land than anybody else, and how are they treated by the state and its minions? Oppressed, cheated, robbed of their lands, shunted around like surplus goods. Perhaps the place to start would be to restore to them the dignity that was once theirs. Perhaps the government could make a public undertaking that more dams like the Sardar Sarovar on the Narmada will not be built, that more people will not be displaced. But, of course, that would be inconceivable, wouldn't it? Why? Because it's impractical. Because Adivasis don't really matter. Their histories, their customs, their deities are dispensable. They must learn to sacrifice these things for the greater good of the nation, that has snatched from them everything they ever had. Okay, so that's out. For the rest, I could compile a practical list of things to ban and buildings to break. It'll need some research, but off the top of my head, here are a few suggestions. They could begin by banning a number of ingredients from our cuisine: chilies, Mexico, tomatoes, Peru, potatoes, Bolivia, coffee, Morocco, tea, white sugar, cinnamon, China. They could then move into recipes. Tea with milk and sugar, for instance, Britain. Smoking will be out of the question. Tobacco came from North America. Cricket, English, and democracy should be forbidden. Either kabaddi or coco could replace cricket. I don't want to start a riot, so I hesitate to suggest a replacement for English, Italian. It has found its way to us via a kinder route, marriage, not imperialism. We have already discussed, earlier in this essay, the emerging, apparently acceptable alternative to democracy. All hospitals in which Western medicine is practiced or prescribed should be shut down. All national newspapers discontinued. The railways dismantled. Airports closed. And what about our newest toy, the mobile phone? Can we live without it, or shall I suggest that they make an exception there? They could put it down in the column marked universal. Only essential commodities will be included here. No music, art, or literature. Needless to say, sending your children to college in the US and rushing there yourself to have your prostate operated upon will be a cognizable offense. The building demolition drive could begin with the Rashtrapati Bhavan and gradually spread from cities to the countryside, culminating in the destruction of all monuments, mosques, churches, temples, that were built on what was once Adivasi or forest land. It will be a long, long list. It would take years of work. I couldn't use a computer because that wouldn't be very authentic of me, would it? I don't mean to be facetious, merely to point out that this is surely the shortcut to hell. There's no such thing as an authentic India or a real Indian. There is no divine committee that has the right to sanction one single, authorized version of what India is or should be. There is no one religion or language or caste or region or person or story or book that can claim to be its sole representative. There are, and can only be, visions of India, various ways of seeing it: honest, dishonest, wonderful, absurd, modern, traditional, male, female. They can be argued over, criticized, praised, scorned, but not banned or broken. Not hunted down. Railing against the past will not heal us. History has happened. It's over and done with. All we can do is to change its course by encouraging what we love instead of destroying what we don't. There is beauty yet in this brutal, damaged world of ours. Hidden, fierce, immense. Beauty that is uniquely ours and beauty that we have received with grace from others, enhanced, reinvented, and made our own. We have to seek it out, nurture it, love it. Making bombs will only destroy us. It doesn't matter whether or not we use them. They will destroy us either way. India's nuclear bomb is the final act of betrayal by a ruling class that has failed its people. However many garlands we heap on our scientists, however many medals we pin to their chests, the truth is that it's far easier to make a bomb than to educate 400 million people. According to opinion polls, we're expected to believe that there's a national consensus on the issue. It's official now. Everybody loves the bomb. Therefore the bomb is good. Is it possible for a man who cannot write his own name to understand even the basic, elementary facts about the nature of nuclear weapons? Has anybody told him that nuclear war has nothing at all to do with his received notions of war? Nothing to do with honor, nothing to do with pride? Has anybody bothered to explain to him about thermal blasts, radioactive fallout, and the nuclear winter? Are there even words in his language to describe the concepts of enriched uranium, fissile material, and critical mass? Or has his language itself become obsolete? Is he trapped in a time capsule, watching the world pass him by, unable to understand or communicate with it because his language never took into account the horrors that the human race would dream up? Does he not matter at all, this man? Shall we just treat him like some kind of a cretin? If he asks any questions, ply him with iodine pills and parables about how Lord Krishna lifted a hill or how the destruction of Lanka by Hanuman was unavoidable in order to preserve Sita's virtue and Ram's reputation. Use his own beautiful stories as weapons against him? Shall we release him from his capsule only during elections, and once he's voted, shake him by the hand, flatter him with some bullshit about the wisdom of the common man, and send him right back in? I'm not talking about one man, of course, I'm talking about millions and millions of people who live in this country. This is their land too, you know. They have the right to make an informed decision about its fate and, as far as I can tell, nobody has informed them about anything. The tragedy is that nobody could, even if they wanted to. Truly, literally, there's no language to do it in. This is the real horror of India. The orbits of the powerful and the powerless spinning further and further apart from each other, never intersecting, sharing nothing. Not a language. Not even a country. Who the hell conducted those opinion polls? Who the hell is the Prime Minister to decide whose finger will be on the nuclear button that could turn everything we love, our earth, our skies, our mountains, our plains, our rivers, our cities and villages to ash in an instant? Who the hell is he to reassure us that there will be no accidents? How does he know? Why should we trust him? What has he ever done to make us trust him? What have any of them ever done to make us trust them? The nuclear bomb is the most anti-democratic, anti-national, anti-human, outright evil thing that man has ever made. If you are religious, then remember that this bomb is man's challenge to God. It's worded quite simply: we have the power to destroy everything that you have created. If you're not religious, then look at it this way. This world of ours is 4,600 million years old. It could end in an afternoon. To democracy. Who is she when she's at home? Originally published in the May 6, 2002, issue of Outlook magazine. Last night a friend from Baroda called. Weeping. It took her 15 minutes to tell me what the matter was. It wasn't very complicated. Only that a friend of hers, Sayeda One, had been caught by a mob. Only that her stomach had been ripped open and stuffed with burning rags. Only that after she died someone carved OM on her forehead. Point 2. Precisely which Hindu scripture preaches this? Our Prime Minister, A.B. Vajpayee, justified this as part of the retaliation by outraged Hindus against Muslim terrorists who burned alive 58 Hindu passengers on the Sabarmati Express in Godhra. Point 3. Each of those who died that hideous death was someone's brother, someone's mother, someone's child. Of course they were. Which particular verse in the Quran required that they be roasted alive? The more the two sides try and call attention to their religious differences by slaughtering each other, the less there is to distinguish them from one another. They worship at the same altar. They're both apostles of the same murderous God, whoever he is. In an atmosphere so vitiated, for anybody, and in particular the Prime Minister, to arbitrarily decree exactly where the cycle started is malevolent and irresponsible. Right now we're sipping from a poisoned chalice, a flawed democracy laced with religious fascism. Pure arsenic. What shall we do? What can we do? We have a ruling party that's hemorrhaging. Its rhetoric against terrorism, the passing of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the saber-rattling against Pakistan, with the underlying nuclear threat, the massing of almost 1 million soldiers on the border on hair-trigger alert, and, most dangerous of all, the attempt to communalize and falsify school history textbooks. None of this has prevented it from being humiliated in election after election. Point 4. Even its old party trick, the revival of the plans to replace the destroyed mosque in Ayodhya with the Ram Mandir, didn't quite work out. Point 5. Desperate now, it has turned for succor to the state of Gujarat. Gujarat, the only major state in India to have a Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, government, has for some years been the petri dish in which Hindu fascism has been fomenting an elaborate political experiment. In March 2002, the initial results were put on public display. Within hours of the Godhra outrage, a meticulously planned pogrom was unleashed against the Muslim community. It was led from the front by the Hindu nationalist Vishva Hindu Parishad, VHP, and the Bajrang Dal. Officially the number of dead is 800. Independent reports put the figure as high as 2,000.6. More than 150,000 people, driven from their homes, now live in refugee camps. 7 Women were stripped, gang raped, parents were bludgeoned to death in front of their children. 8 240 dargahs and 180 masjids were destroyed. In Ahmedabad, the tomb of Wali Gujarati, the founder of the modern Urdu poem, was demolished and paved over in the course of a night. 9 The tomb of the musician Ustad Fayez Ali Khan was desecrated and wreathed in burning tires. 10 Arsonists burned and looted shops, homes, hotels, textile mills, buses, and private cars. Tens of thousands have lost their jobs. 11 A mob surrounded the house of former Congress MP Ehsan Jaffrey. His phone calls to the Director General of Police, the Police Commissioner, the Chief Secretary, the Additional Chief Secretary, Home, were ignored. The mobile police vans around his house did not intervene. The mob dragged Ehsan Jaffrey out of his house, and dismembered him. 12 Of course it's only a coincidence that Jaffrey was a trenchant critic of Gujarat's Chief Minister, Narendra Modi, during his campaign for the Rajkot Assembly by-election in February. Across Gujarat, thousands of people made up the mobs. They were armed with petrol bombs, guns, knives, swords, and tridents. 13 Apart from the VHP and Bajrang Dal's usual lumpen constituency, there were Dalits and Adivasis who were brought in buses and trucks. Middle-class people participated in the looting. On one memorable occasion a family arrived in a Mitsubishi Lancer. 14 There was a deliberate, systematic attempt to destroy the economic base of the Muslim community. The leaders of the mob had computer-generated cadastral lists marking out Muslim homes, shops, businesses, and even partnerships. They had mobile phones to coordinate the action. They had trucks loaded with thousands of gas cylinders, hoarded weeks in advance, which they used to blow up Muslim commercial establishments. They had not just police protection and police connivance but also covering fire. 15 While Gujarat burned, our Prime Minister was on MTV promoting his new poems. 16 Reports say cassettes have sold 100,000 copies. It took him more than a month and 2 vacations in the hills to make it to Gujarat. 17 When he did, shadowed by the chilling Modi, he gave a speech at the Shah Alam refugee camp. 18 His mouth moved, he tried to express concern, but no real sound emerged except the mocking of the wind whistling through a burned, bloodied, broken world. Next we knew, he was bobbing around in a golf cart, striking business deals in Singapore. 19 The killers still stalk Gujarat's streets. For weeks the lynch mob was the arbiter of the routine affairs of daily life: who can live where, who can say what, who can meet whom, and where and when. Its mandate expanded from religious affairs to property disputes, family altercations, the planning and allocation of water resources. Which is why Medha Patkar of the Narmada Bachao Andolan was assaulted. 20 Muslim businesses have been shut down. Muslim people are not served in restaurants. Muslim children are not welcome in schools. Muslim students are too terrified to sit for their exams. 21 Muslim parents live in dread that their infants might forget what they've been told and give themselves away by saying Ammi, or Abba, in public and invite sudden and violent death. Notice has been given. This is just the beginning. Is this the Hindu Rashtra, the nation that we've all been asked to look forward to? Once the Muslims have been shown their place, will milk and Coca-Cola flow across the land? Once the Ram Mandir is built, will there be a shirt on every back and a roti in every belly? 22 Will every tear be wiped from every eye? Can we expect an anniversary celebration next year? Or will there be someone else to hate by then? Alphabetically, Adivasis, Buddhists, Christians, Dalits, Parsis, Sikhs. Those who wear jeans or speak English or those who have thick lips or curly hair. We won't have to wait long. It's started already. Will the established rituals continue? Will people be beheaded, dismembered, and urinated upon? Will fetuses be ripped from their mothers' wombs and slaughtered? What kind of depraved vision can even imagine India without the range and beauty and spectacular anarchy of all these cultures? India would become a tomb and smell like a crematorium. No matter who they were, or how they were killed, each person who died in Gujarat in the weeks gone by deserves to be mourned. There have been hundreds of outraged letters to journals and newspapers asking why the pseudo-secularists do not condemn the burning of the Sabarmati Express in Godhra with the same degree of outrage with which they condemn the killings in the rest of Gujarat. What they don't seem to understand is that there is a fundamental difference between a pogrom such as the one taking place in Gujarat now and the burning of the Sabarmati Express in Godhra. We still don't know who exactly was responsible for the carnage in Godhra. 23 Whoever did it, whatever their political or religious persuasion, committed a terrible crime. But every independent report says the pogrom against the Muslim community in Gujarat, billed by the government as a spontaneous reaction, has at best been conducted under the benign gaze of the state and, at worst, with active state collusion. 24 Either way, the state is criminally culpable. And the state acts in the name of its citizens. So, as a citizen, I am forced to acknowledge that I am somehow made complicit in the Gujarat pogrom. It is this that outrages me. And it is this that puts a completely different complexion on the two massacres. After the Gujarat massacres, at its convention in Bangalore, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, the Moral and Cultural Guild of the BJP, of which the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and Chief Minister Modi himself are all members, called upon Muslims to earn the goodwill of the majority community. 25 At the meeting of the National Executive of the BJP in Goa, Narendra Modi was greeted as a hero. His smirking offer to resign from the Chief Minister's post was unanimously turned down. 26 In a recent public speech he compared the events of the last few weeks in Gujarat to Gandhi's Dandi March, both, according to him, significant moments in the struggle for freedom. While the parallels between contemporary India and pre-war Germany are chilling, they're not surprising. The founders of the RSS have, in their writings, been frank in their admiration for Hitler and his methods. 27 One difference is that here in India we don't have a Hitler. We have, instead, a travelling extravaganza, a mobile symphonic orchestra. The Hydra-headed, many-armed San Parivar, the joint family of Hindu political and cultural organizations with the BJP, the RSS, the VHP, and the Bajrang Dal, each playing a different instrument. Its utter genius lies in its apparent ability to be all things to all people at all times. The Parivar has an appropriate head for every occasion. An old versifier with rhetoric for every season. A rabble-rousing hardliner, Lal Krishna Advani, for home affairs, a suave one, Jaswant Singh, for foreign affairs, a smooth English-speaking lawyer, Arun Jaitley, to handle TV debates, a cold-blooded creature, Narendra Modi, for a chief minister, and the Bajrang Dal and the VHP, grassroots workers in charge of the physical labor that goes into the business of genocide. Finally, this many-headed extravaganza has a lizard's tail which drops off when it's in trouble and grows back again, a specious socialist dressed up as defense minister, whom it sends on its damage limitation missions, wars, cyclones, genocides. They trust him to press the right buttons, hit the right note. The San Parivar speaks in as many tongues as a whole corsage of tridents. It can say several contradictory things simultaneously. While one of its heads, the VHP, exhorts millions of its cadres to prepare for the final solution, its titular head, the Prime Minister, assures the nation that all citizens, regardless of their religion, will be treated equally. It can ban books and films and burn paintings for insulting Indian culture. Simultaneously, it can mortgage the equivalent of 60% of the entire country's rural development budget as profit to Enron. 28 It contains within itself the full spectrum of political opinion, so what would normally be a public fight between two adversarial political parties is now just a family matter. However acrimonious the quarrel, it's always conducted in public, always resolved amicably, and the audience always goes away satisfied it's got value for its money, anger, action, revenge, intrigue, remorse, poetry, and plenty of gore. It's our own vernacular version of full-spectrum dominance. 29. But when the chips are down, really down, the squabbling heads quiet, and it becomes chillingly apparent that underneath all the clamor and the noise, a single heart beats. And an unforgiving mind with saffron-saturated tunnel vision works overtime. There have been pogroms in India before, every kind of pogrom directed at particular castes, tribes, religious faiths. In 1984, following the assassination of Indira Gandhi, the Congress Party presided over the massacre of 3,000 Sikhs in Delhi, every bit as macabre as the one in Gujarat. 30 At the time Rajiv Gandhi, never known for an elegant turn of phrase, said, "When a large tree falls, the earth shakes." 31 In 1985 the Congress swept the polls. On a sympathy wave. 18 years have gone by, and almost no one has been punished. Take any politically volatile issue: the nuclear tests, the Babri Masjid, the Tehelka scam, the stirring of the communal cauldron for electoral advantage, and you'll see the Congress Party has been there before. In every case, the Congress sowed the seed and the BJP has swept in to reap the hideous harvest. So in the event that we're called upon to vote, is there a difference between the two? The answer is a faltering but distinct yes. Here's why: it's true that the Congress Party has sinned, and grievously, and for decades together. But it has done by night what the BJP does by day. It has done covertly, stealthily, hypocritically, shamefacedly what the BJP does with pride. And this is an important difference. Whipping up communal hatred is part of the mandate of the San Parivar. It has been planned for years. It has been injecting a slow-release poison directly into civil society's bloodstream. Hundreds of RSS Shakas and Saraswati Shishu Mandirs across the country have been indoctrinating thousands of children and young people, stunting their minds with religious hatred and falsified history, including unfactual or wildly exaggerated accounts of the rape and pillaging of Hindu women and Hindu temples by Muslim rulers in the pre-colonial period. They're no different from, and no less dangerous than, the madrasas all over Pakistan and Afghanistan which spawned the Taliban. In states like Gujarat, the police, the administration, and the political cadres at every level have been systematically penetrated. 32 The whole enterprise has huge popular appeal, which it would be foolish to underestimate or misunderstand. It has a formidable religious, ideological, political, and administrative underpinning. This kind of power, this kind of reach, can only be achieved with state backing. Some madrasas, the Muslim equivalent of hothouses cultivating religious hatred, try and make up in frenzy and foreign funding what they lack in state support. They provide the perfect foil for Hindu communalists to dance their dance of mass paranoia and hatred. In fact, they serve that purpose so perfectly they might just as well be working as a team. Under this relentless pressure, what will most likely happen is that the majority of the Muslim community will resign itself to living in ghettos as second-class citizens, in constant fear, with no civil rights and no recourse to justice. What will daily life be like for them? Any little thing, an altercation in a cinema queue or a fracas at a traffic light, could turn lethal. So they will learn to keep very quiet, to accept their lot, to creep around the edges of the society in which they live. Their fear will transmit itself to other minorities. Many, particularly the young, will probably turn to militancy. They will do terrible things. Civil society will be called upon to condemn them. Then President Bush's cannon will come back to us: either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. 33. Those words hang frozen in time like icicles. For years to come, butchers and genocidists will fit their grisly mouths around them, lip sync, filmmakers call it, in order to justify their butchery. Bal Thackeray of the Shiv Sena, who has lately been feeling a little upstaged by Modi, has the lasting solution. He's called for a civil war. Isn't that just perfect? Then Pakistan won't need to bomb us, we can bomb ourselves. Let's turn all of India into Kashmir. Or Bosnia. Or Palestine. Or Rwanda. Let's all suffer forever. Let's buy expensive guns and explosives to kill each other with. Let the British arms dealers and the American weapons manufacturers grow fat on our spilled blood. 34 We could ask the Carlyle Group, of which the Bush and Bin Laden families were both shareholders, for a bulk discount. 35 Maybe if things go really well, we'll become like Afghanistan. And look at the publicity they've gone and got themselves. When all our farmlands are mined, our buildings destroyed, our infrastructure reduced to rubble, our children physically maimed and mentally wrecked, when we've nearly wiped ourselves out with self-manufactured hatred, maybe we can appeal to the Americans to help us out. Airdropped airline meals, anyone? How close we have come to self-destruction. Another step and we'll be in free fall. And yet the government presses on. At the Goa meeting of the BJP's National Executive, the Prime Minister of secular, democratic India, A.B. Vajpayee, made history. He became the first Indian Prime Minister to cross the threshold and publicly unveil an unconscionable bigotry against Muslims, which even George Bush and Donald Rumsfeld would be embarrassed to own up to. Wherever Muslims are, he said, they do not want to live peacefully. 36. Shame on him. But if only it were just him, in the immediate aftermath of the Gujarat Holocaust, confident of the success of its experiment, the BJP wants a snap poll. The gentlest of people, my friend from Baroda said to me, the gentlest of people, in the gentlest of voices, says Modi is our hero. Some of us nurtured the naive hope that the magnitude of the horror of the last few weeks would make the secular parties, however selfing, unite in sheer outrage. On its own, the BJP does not have the mandate of the people of India. It does not have the mandate to push through the Hindutva project. We hoped that the 22 allies that make up the BJP-led coalition would withdraw their support. We thought, quite stupidly, that they would see that there could be no bigger test of their moral fiber, of their commitment to their avowed principles of secularism. It's a sign of the times that not a single one of the BJP's allies has withdrawn support. In every shifty eye you see that faraway look of someone doing mental math to calculate which constituencies and portfolios they'll retain and which ones they'll lose if they pull out. Deepak Parekh is one of the only CEOs of India's corporate community to condemn what happened. 37 Farooq Abdullah, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and the only prominent Muslim politician left in India, is currying favour with the government by supporting Modi because he nurses the dim hope that he might become Vice President of India very soon. 38 And worst of all, Mayawati, leader of the Bahujan Samaj Party, BSP, the People's Socialist Party, the great hope of the lower castes, has forged an alliance with the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. 39 The Congress and the left parties have launched a public agitation asking for Modi's resignation. 40 Resignation? Have we lost all sense of proportion? Criminals are not meant to resign. They're meant to be charged, tried, and convicted. As those who burned the train in Godhra should be. As the mobs and those members of the police force and the administration who planned and participated in the pogrom in the rest of Gujarat should be. As those responsible for raising the pitch of the frenzy to boiling point must be. The Supreme Court has the option of acting against Modi and the Bajrang Dal and the VHP. There are hundreds of testimonies. There are masses of evidence. But in India, if you are a butcher or a genocidist who happens to be a politician, you have every reason to be optimistic. No one even expects politicians to be prosecuted. To demand that Modi and his henchmen be arraigned and put away would make other politicians vulnerable to their own unsavory pasts. So instead they disrupt parliament, shout a lot. Eventually those in power set up commissions of inquiry, ignore the findings, and between themselves makes sure the juggernaut chugs on. Already the issue has begun to morph. Should elections be allowed or not? Should the Election Commission decide that? Or the Supreme Court? Either way, whether elections are held or deferred, by allowing Modi to walk free, by allowing him to continue with his career as a politician, the fundamental, governing principles of democracy are not just being subverted but deliberately sabotaged. This kind of democracy is the problem, not the solution. Our society's greatest strength is being turned into her deadliest enemy. What's the point of us all going on about deepening democracy, when it's being bent and twisted into something unrecognizable? What if the BJP does win the elections? After all, George Bush had a 60% rating in his war against terror, and Ariel Sharon has an even stronger mandate for his bestial invasion of Palestine. 41 Does that make everything all right? Why not dispense with the legal system, the constitution, the press, the whole shebang, morality itself? Why not chuck it and put everything up for a vote? Genocides can become the subject of opinion polls, and massacres can have marketing campaigns. Fascism's firm footprint has appeared in India. Let's mark the date, spring 2002. While we can thank the American president and the Coalition Against Terror for creating a congenial international atmosphere for fascism's ghastly debut, we cannot credit them for the years it has been brewing in our public and private lives. It breezed in after the Pokhran nuclear tests in 1998.42. From then onward, the massed energy of bloodthirsty patriotism became openly acceptable political currency. The weapons of peace trapped India and Pakistan in a spiral of brinkmanship, threat and counter-threat, taunt and counter-taunt. 43 And now, one war and hundreds of dead later, 44 more than a million soldiers from both armies are massed at the border, eyeball to eyeball, locked in a pointless nuclear standoff. The escalating belligerence against Pakistan has ricocheted off the border and entered our own body politic, like a sharp blade slicing through the vestiges of communal harmony and tolerance between the Hindu and Muslim communities. In no time at all, the God squatters from hell have colonized the public imagination. And we allowed them in. Each time the hostility between India and Pakistan is cranked up, within India there's a corresponding increase in the hostility toward the Muslims. With each battle cry against Pakistan, we inflict a wound on ourselves, on our way of life, on our spectacularly diverse and ancient civilization, on everything that makes India different from Pakistan. Increasingly, Indian nationalism has come to mean Hindu nationalism, which defines itself not through a respect or regard for itself but through a hatred of the other. And the other, for the moment, is not just Pakistan, it's Muslims. It's disturbing to see how neatly nationalism dovetails into fascism. While we must not allow the fascists to define what the nation is, or who it belongs to, it's worth keeping in mind that nationalism in all its many avatars, communist, capitalist, and fascist, has been at the root of almost all the genocide of the 20th century. On the issue of nationalism, it's wise to proceed with caution. Can we not find it in ourselves to belong to an ancient civilization instead of to just a recent nation? To love a land instead of just patrolling a territory? The San Parivar understands nothing of what civilization means. It seeks to limit, reduce, define, dismember, and desecrate the memory of what we were, our understanding of what we are, and our dreams of who we want to be. What kind of India do they want? A limbless, headless, soulless torso, left bleeding under the butcher's cleaver with a flag driven deep into her mutilated heart? Can we let that happen? Have we let it happen? The incipient, creeping fascism of the past few years has been groomed by many of our democratic institutions. Everyone has flirted with it: Parliament, the press, the police, the administration, the public. Even secularists have been guilty of helping to create the right climate. Each time you defend the right of an institution, any institution, including the Supreme Court, to exercise unfettered, unaccountable powers that must never be challenged, you move toward fascism. To be fair, perhaps not everyone recognized the early signs for what they were. The national press has been startlingly courageous in its denunciation of the events of the last few weeks. Many of the BJP's fellow travelers, who have journeyed with it to the brink, are now looking down the abyss into the hell that was once Gujarat and turning away in genuine dismay. But how hard and for how long will they fight? This is not going to be like a publicity campaign for an upcoming cricket season. And there will not always be spectacular carnage to report on. Fascism is also about the slow, steady infiltration of all the instruments of state power. It's about the slow erosion of civil liberties, about unspectacular day-to-day injustices. Fighting it means fighting to win back the minds and hearts of people. Fighting it does not mean asking for RSS shakas and the madrasas that are overtly communal to be banned, it means working toward the day when they're voluntarily abandoned as bad ideas. It means keeping an eagle eye on public institutions and demanding accountability. It means putting your ear to the ground and listening to the whispering of the truly powerless. It means giving a forum to the myriad voices from the hundreds of resistance movements across the country which are speaking about real things, about bonded labor, marital rape, sexual preferences, women's wages, uranium dumping, unsustainable mining, weavers' woes, farmers' suicides. It means fighting displacement and dispossession and the relentless, everyday violence of abject poverty. Fighting it also means not allowing your newspaper columns and prime-time TV spots to be hijacked by their spurious passions and their staged theatrics, which are designed to divert attention from everything else. While most people in India have been horrified by what happened in Gujarat, many thousands of the indoctrinated are preparing to journey deeper into the heart of the horror. Look around you and you'll see in little parks, in empty lots, in village commons, the RSS is marching, hoisting its saffron flag. Suddenly they're everywhere, grown men in khaki shorts marching, marching, marching. To where? For what? Their disregard for history shields them from the knowledge that fascism will thrive for a short while and then self-annihilate because of its inherent stupidity. But unfortunately, like the radioactive fallout of a nuclear strike, it has a half-life that will cripple generations to come. These levels of rage and hatred cannot be contained, cannot be expected to subside, with public censure and denunciation. Hymns of brotherhood and love are great, but not enough. Historically, fascist movements have been fueled by feelings of national disillusionment. Fascism has come to India after the dreams that fueled the freedom struggle have been frittered away like so much loose change. Independence itself came to us as what Gandhi famously called a wooden loaf, a notional freedom tainted by the blood of the thousands who died during partition. 45 For more than half a century now, the hatred and mutual distrust has been exacerbated, toyed with, and never allowed to heal by politicians, led from the front by Indira Gandhi. Every political party has tilled the marrow of our secular parliamentary democracy, mining it for electoral advantage. Like termites excavating a mound, they've made tunnels and underground passages, undermining the meaning of secular, until it has become just an empty shell that's about to implode. Their tilling has weakened the foundations of the structure that connects the Constitution, Parliament, and the courts of law, the configuration of checks and balances that forms the backbone of a parliamentary democracy. Under the circumstances, it's futile to go on blaming politicians and demanding from them a morality of which they're incapable. There's something pitiable about a people that constantly bemoans its leaders. If they've let us down, it's only because we've allowed them to. It could be argued that civil society has failed its leaders as much as leaders have failed civil society. We have to accept that there is a dangerous, systemic flaw in our parliamentary democracy that politicians will exploit. And that's what results in the kind of conflagration that we have witnessed in Gujarat. There's fire in the ducts. We have to address this issue and come up with a systemic solution. But politicians' exploitation of communal divides is by no means the only reason that fascism has arrived on our shores. Over the past 50 years, ordinary citizens' modest hopes for lives of dignity, security, and relief from abject poverty have been systematically snuffed out. Every democratic institution in this country has shown itself to be unaccountable, inaccessible to the ordinary citizen, and either unwilling or incapable of acting in the interests of genuine social justice. Every strategy for real social change, land reform, education, public health, the equitable distribution of natural resources, the implementation of positive discrimination has been cleverly, cunningly, and consistently scuttled and rendered ineffectual by those castes and that class of people which have a stranglehold on the political process. And now corporate globalization is being relentlessly and arbitrarily imposed on an essentially feudal society, tearing through its complex, tiered social fabric, ripping it apart culturally and economically. There is very real grievance here. And the fascists didn't create it. But they have seized upon it, upturned it, and forged from it a hideous, bogus sense of pride. They have mobilized human beings using the lowest common denominator, religion. People who have lost control over their lives, people who have been uprooted from their homes and communities, who have lost their culture and their language, are being made to feel proud of something. Not something they have striven for and achieved, not something they can count as a personal accomplishment, but something they just happen to be. Or, more accurately, something they happen not to be. And the falseness, the emptiness, of that pride is fueling a gladiatorial anger that is then directed toward a simulated target that has been wheeled into the amphitheater. How else can you explain the project of trying to disenfranchise, drive out, or exterminate the second poorest community in this country, using as your foot soldiers the very poorest, Dalits and Adivasis? How else can you explain why Dalits in Gujarat, who have been despised, oppressed, and treated worse than refuse by the upper castes for thousands of years, have joined hands with their oppressors to turn on those who are only marginally less unfortunate than they themselves? Are they just wage slaves, mercenaries for hire? Is it all right to patronize them and absolve them of responsibility for their own actions? Or am I being obtuse? Perhaps it's common practice for the unfortunate to vent their rage and hatred on the next most unfortunate, because their real adversaries are inaccessible, seemingly invincible, and completely out of range. Because their own leaders have cut loose and are feasting at the high table, leaving them to wander rudderless in the wilderness, spouting nonsense about returning to the Hindu fold. The first step, presumably, toward founding a global Hindu empire, as realistic a goal as fascism's previously failed projects, the restoration of Roman glory, the purification of the German race, or the establishment of an Islamic sultanate. 130 million Muslims live in India. 46 Hindu fascists regard them as legitimate prey. Do people like Modi and Bal Thackeray think that the world will stand by and watch while they're liquidated in a civil war? Press reports say that the European Union and several other countries have condemned what happened in Gujarat and likened it to Nazi rule. 47 The Indian government's portentous response is that foreigners should not use the Indian media to comment on what is an internal matter, like the chilling goings-on in Kashmir. 48 What next? Censorship? Closing down the internet? Blocking international calls? Killing the wrong terrorists and fudging the DNA samples? There is no terrorism like state terrorism. But who will take them on? Their fascist cant can perhaps be dented by some blood and thunder from the opposition. So far only Lalu Yadav, head of the Rashtriya Janata Dal, RJD, the National People's Party, in Bihar, has shown himself to be truly passionate. Kaun mai kalal ketha hai ki ya Hindu Rashtra hai? Usko yahan bejdu, chhatai fad dunga. Which mother's son says this is a Hindu nation? Send him here, I'll tear his chest open. 49. Unfortunately, there's no quick fix. Fascism itself can only be turned away if all those who are outraged by it show a commitment to social justice that equals the intensity of their indignation. Are we ready to get off our starting blocks? Are we ready, many millions of us, to rally, not just on the streets but at work and in schools and in our homes, in every decision we take, and every choice we make? Or not just yet? If not, then years from now, when the rest of the world has shunned us, as it should, we too will learn, like the ordinary citizens of Hitler's Germany, to recognize revulsion in the gaze of our fellow human beings. We too will find ourselves unable to look our own children in the eye, for the shame of what we did and didn't do. For the shame of what we allowed to happen. This is us. In India. Heaven help us make it through the night. 3 When the saints go marching out. The strange fate of Martin, Mohandas, and Mandela. Expanded version of essay originally broadcasted by BBC Radio 4, August 25, 2003. We're coming up to the 40th anniversary of the March on Washington, when Martin Luther King Jr. gave his famous I Have a Dream speech. Perhaps it's time to reflect again on what has become of that dream. It's interesting how icons, when their time has passed, are commodified and appropriated, some voluntarily, others involuntarily, to promote the prejudice, bigotry, and inequity they battled against. But then in an age when everything's up for sale, why not icons? In an era when all of humanity, when every creature of God's earth, is trapped between the IMF checkbook and the American cruise missile, can icons stage a getaway? Martin Luther King is part of a trinity. So it's hard to think of him without two others elbowing their way into the picture, Mohandas Gandhi and Nelson Mandela. The three high priests of nonviolent resistance. Together they represent, to a greater or lesser extent, the 20th century's nonviolent liberation struggles, or should we say negotiated settlements, of colonized against colonizer, former slave against slave owner. Today the elites of the very societies and peoples in whose name the battles for freedom were waged use them as mascots to entice new masters. Mohandas, Mandela, Martin. India, South Africa, the United States. Broken dreams, betrayal, nightmares. A quick snapshot of the supposedly free world today. Last March in India, in Gujarat, Gandhi's Gujarat right-wing Hindu mobs murdered 2,000 Muslims in a chillingly efficient orgy of violence. Women were gang-raped and burned alive. Muslim tombs and shrines were razed to the ground. More than 150,000 Muslims have been driven from their homes. The economic base of the community has been destroyed. Eyewitness accounts and several fact-finding commissions have accused the state government and the police of collusion in the violence. 1 I was present at a meeting where a group of victims kept wailing, "Please save us from the police. That's all we ask." In December 2002, the same state government was voted back to office. Narendra Modi, who was widely accused of having orchestrated the riots, has embarked on his second term as Chief Minister of Gujarat. On August 15, 2003, Independence Day, he hoisted the Indian flag before thousands of cheering people. In a gesture of menacing symbolism, he wore the black RSS cap which proclaims him as a member of the Hindu nationalist guild that has not been shy of admiring Hitler and his methods. 2. 130 million Muslims, not to mention the other minorities, Dalits, Christians, Sikhs, Adivasis, live in India under the shadow of Hindu nationalism. As his confidence in his political future brimmed over, Narendra Modi, master of seizing the political moment, invited Nelson Mandela to Gujarat to be the chief guest at the celebration of Gandhi's birth anniversary on October 2, 2002. 3 Fortunately the invitation was turned down. 4. And what of Mandela's South Africa? Otherwise known as the Small Miracle, the Rainbow Nation of God? South Africans say that the only miracle they know of is how quickly the rainbow has been privatized, sectioned off, and auctioned to the highest bidders. In its rush to replace Argentina as neoliberalism's poster child, it has instituted a massive program of privatization and structural adjustment. The government's promise to redistribute agricultural land to 26 million landless people has remained in the realm of dark humor. 5 While more than 50% of the population remains landless, almost all agricultural land is owned by 60,000 white farmers. 6 Small wonder that George Bush on his recent visit to South Africa referred to Thabo Mbeki as his point man on the Zimbabwe issue. Post-apartheid, the income of the poorest 40% of black families has diminished by about 20%. 72 million have been evicted from their homes. 8600 die of AIDS every day. 40% of the population is unemployed, and that number is rising sharply. 9 The corporatization of basic services has meant that millions have been disconnected from water and electricity. 10 A fortnight ago, I visited the home of Teresa Naidoo in Chatsworth, Durban. Her husband had died the previous day of AIDS. She had no money for a coffin. She and her 2 small children are HIV positive. The government disconnected her water supply because she was unable to pay her water bills and her rent arrears for her tiny council flat. The government dismisses her troubles and those of millions like her as a culture of non-payment. 11 In what ought to be an international scandal, this same government has officially asked the judge in a U.S. court case to rule against forcing companies to pay reparations for the role they played during apartheid. 12 Its reasoning is that reparations, in other words, justice, will discourage foreign investment. 13 So South Africa's poorest must pay apartheid's debts, so that those who amassed profit by exploiting black people during apartheid can profit even more from the goodwill generated by Nelson Mandela's Rainbow Nation of God. President Thabo Mbeki is still called comrade by his colleagues in government. In South Africa, Orwellian parody goes under the genre of real life. What's left to say about Martin Luther King's America? Perhaps it's worth asking a simple question: had he been alive today, would he have chosen to stay warm in his undisputed place in the pantheon of great Americans? Or would he have stepped off his pedestal, shrugged off the empty hosannas, and walked out onto the streets to rally his people once more? On April 4, 1967, 1 year before he was assassinated, Martin Luther King spoke at the Riverside Church in New York City. That evening he said, "I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government." 14. Has anything happened in the 36 years between 1967 and 2003 that would have made him change his mind? Or would he be doubly confirmed in his opinion after the overt and covert wars and acts of mass killing that successive governments of his country, both Republican and Democrat, have engaged in since then? Let's not forget that Martin Luther King Jr. didn't start out as a militant. He began as a persuader, a believer. In 1964 he won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was held up by the media as an exemplary black leader, unlike, say, the more militant Malcolm X. It was only 3 years later that Martin Luther King publicly connected the U.S. government's racist war in Vietnam with its racist policies at home. In 1967, in an uncompromising, militant speech, he denounced the American invasion of Vietnam. He said, "We have been repeatedly faced with the cruel irony of watching Negro and white boys on TV screens as they kill and die together for a nation that has been unable to seat them together in the same schools. So we watch them in brutal solidarity burning the huts of a poor village, but we realize that they would never live on the same block in Detroit." 15. The New York Times had some wonderful counter-logic to offer the growing anti-war sentiment among Black Americans. In Vietnam, it said, the Negro for the first time has been given the chance to do his share of fighting for his country. 16. It omitted to mention Martin Luther King Jr.'s remark that there are twice as many Negroes dying in Vietnam as whites in proportion to their size in the population. 17. It omitted to mention that when the body bags came home, some of the black soldiers were buried in segregated graves in the Deep South. What would Martin Luther King Jr. say today about the fact that federal statistics show that African Americans, who account for 12% of America's population, make up 21% of the total armed forces and 29% of the U.S. Army? 18. Perhaps he would take a positive view and look at this as affirmative action at its most effective. What would he say about the fact that having fought so hard to win the right to vote, today 1.4 million African Americans, which means 13% of all voting-age black people, have been disenfranchised because of felony convictions? 19. To black soldiers fighting in Vietnam, Martin Luther King Jr. said, "As we counsel young men concerning military service, we must clarify for them our nation's role in Vietnam and challenge them with the alternative of conscientious objection." 20. In April 1967, at a massive anti-war demonstration in Manhattan, Stokely Carmichael described the draft as white people sending black people to make war on yellow people in order to defend land they stole from red people. 21. What's changed? Except of course the compulsory draft has become a poverty draft, a different kind of compulsion. Would Martin Luther King Jr. say today that the invasion and occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan are in any way morally different from the U.S. government's invasion of Vietnam? Would he say that it was just and moral to participate in these wars? Would he say that it was right for the U.S. government to have supported a dictator like Saddam Hussein politically and financially for years while he committed his worst excesses against Kurds, Iranians, and Iraqis in the 1980s when he was an ally against Iran? And that when that dictator began to chafe at the bit, as Saddam Hussein did, would he say it was right to go to war against Iraq, to fire several hundred tons of depleted uranium into its fields, to degrade its water supply systems, to institute a regime of economic sanctions that resulted in the death of 500,000 children, to use UN weapons inspectors to force it to disarm, to mislead the public about an arsenal of weapons of mass destruction that could be deployed in a matter of minutes, and then, when the country was on its knees, to send in an invading army to conquer it, occupy it, humiliate its people, take control of its natural resources and infrastructure, and award contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars to American corporations like Bechtel? When he spoke out against the Vietnam War, Martin Luther King Jr. drew some connections that many these days shy away from making. He said, "The problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are interrelated. 22. Would he tell people today that it is right for the US government to export its cruelties, its racism, its economic bullying, and its war machine to poorer countries? Would he say that Black Americans must fight for their fair share of the American pie, and the bigger the pie, the better their share, never mind the terrible price that the people of Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America are paying for the American way of life? Would he support the grafting of the great American dream onto his own dream, which was a very different, very beautiful sort of dream? Or would he see that as a desecration of his memory and everything that he stood for? The Black American struggle for civil rights gave us some of the most magnificent political fighters, thinkers, public speakers, and writers of our times. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, James Baldwin, and of course the marvelous, magical, mythical Muhammad Ali. Who has inherited their mantle? Could it be the likes of Colin Powell? Condoleezza Rice? Michael Powell? They're the exact opposite of icons or role models. They appear to be the embodiment of Black people's dreams of material success, but in actual fact they represent the great betrayal. They are the liveried doormen guarding the portals of the glittering ballroom against the press and swirl of the darker races. Their role and purpose is to be trotted out by the Bush administration looking for brownie points in its racist wars and African safaris. If these are Black America's new icons, then the old ones must be dispensed with because they do not belong in the same pantheon. If these are Black America's new icons, then perhaps the haunting image that Mike Marcuse describes in his beautiful book Redemption Song in Old Muhammad Ali, afflicted with Parkinson's disease, advertising a retirement pension, symbolizes what has happened to Black power, not just in the United States but the world over. 23. If Black America genuinely wishes to pay homage to its real heroes, and to all those unsung people who fought by their side, if the world wishes to pay homage, then it's time to march on Washington. Again. Keeping hope alive for all of us. 4. In memory of Shankar Guhanayaji. Talk delivered in Raipur, India, September 28, 2003. We are gathered here today exactly 12 years after the murder of your beloved leader Shankar Guhanayaji. All these years have gone by, and we are still waiting for those who murdered him to be brought to justice. I'm a writer, but in this time of urgent, necessary battle, it is important for everybody, even for writers, not usually given to public speaking, to stand before thousands of people and share their thoughts. I am here on this very important day to say that I support and respect the spectacular struggle of the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha. Yesterday I visited the settlement around the iron ore mines of Dali Rajhara where the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha's battle began. Now it has spread across the whole of Chhattisgarh. I was deeply moved by what I saw and the people I met. What inspired me most of all was the fact that yours is and always has been a struggle not just for workers' rights and farmers' rights, not just about wages and bonuses and jobs, but a struggle that has dared to dream about what it means to be human. Whenever people's rights have been assaulted, whether they are women or children, whether they are Sikhs or Muslims during communal killings, whether they are workers or farmers who were denied irrigation, you have always stood by them. This sharp, compelling sense of humanity will have to be our weapon in times to come, when everything, our homes, our fields, our jobs, our rivers, our electricity, our right to protest, and our dignity is being taken from us. This is happening not just in India but in poor countries all over the world, and in response to this the poor are rising in revolt across the world. The culmination of the process of corporate globalization is taking place in Iraq. Imagine if you can what we would feel if thousands of armed American soldiers were patrolling the streets of India, of Chhattisgarh, deciding where we may go, who we may meet, what we must think. It is of utmost importance that we understand that the American occupation of Iraq and the snatching away of our fields, homes, rivers, jobs, infrastructure, and resources are products of the very same process. For this reason, any struggle against corporate globalization, any struggle for the rights and dignity of human beings must support the Iraqi people who are resisting the American occupation. After India won independence from British rule in 1947, perhaps many of your lives did not undergo radical material change for the better. Even so, we cannot deny that it was a kind of victory, it was a kind of freedom. But today, 50 years on, even this is being jeopardized. The process of selling this country back into slavery began in the mid-1980s. The Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha was one of the first people's resistance movements to recognize this, and so today you are an example, a beacon of light, a ray of hope for the rest of the country and perhaps the rest of the world. Exactly at the time when the government of India was busy undermining labour laws and dismantling the formal structures that protected workers' rights, the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha intensified its struggle for the rights of all workers, formal, informal, and contract labourers. For this Shankar Guhanayaji and at least 16 others lost their lives, killed by assassins and police bullets. 1. When the government of India made it clear that it is not concerned with public health, the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, with contributions from workers, built the wonderful Shaheed Hospital and drew attention to the urgent necessity of providing health care to the poor. When the state made it clear that it was more than happy to keep the poor of India illiterate and vulnerable, the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha started schools for the children of workers. These schools don't just educate children but inculcate in them revolutionary thought and create new generations of activists. Today these children led our rally, tomorrow they'll lead the resistance. It is of immense significance that this movement is led by the workers and farmers of Chhattisgarh. To belong to a people's movement that recognized and struggled against the project of neo-imperialism as early as the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha did is to shoulder a great responsibility. But you have shown, with your courage, your wisdom, and your perseverance, that you are more than equal to this task. You know better than me that the road ahead is long and hard. As a writer, as a human being, I salute you. Lal Johar. 5. How deep shall we dig? Full text of the first IG Khan Memorial Lecture, delivered at Aligarh Muslim University, in Aligarh, India, on April 6, 2004. Recently a young Kashmiri friend was talking to me about life in Kashmir. Of the morass of political venality and opportunism, the callous brutality of the security forces, of the osmotic, inchoate edges of a society saturated in violence, where militants, police, intelligence officers, government servants, businessmen, and even journalists encounter each other and gradually, over time, become each other. He spoke of having to live with the endless killing, the mounting disappearances, the whispering, the fear, the unresolved rumors, the insane disconnection between what is actually happening, what Kashmiris know is happening, and what the rest of us are told is happening in Kashmir. He said, Kashmir used to be a business. Now it's a mental asylum. The more I think about that remark, the more apposite a description it seems for all of India. Admittedly, Kashmir and the Northeast are separate wings that house the more perilous wards in the asylum. But in the heartland, too, the schism between knowledge and information, between what we know and what we're told, between what is unknown and what is asserted, between what is concealed and what is revealed, between fact and conjecture, between the real world and the virtual world, has become a place of endless speculation and potential insanity. It's a poisonous brew which is stirred and simmered and put to the most ugly, destructive, political purpose. Each time there is a so-called terrorist strike, the government rushes in, eager to assign culpability with little or no investigation. The burning of the Sabarmati Express in Godhra, the December 13, 2001, attack on the Parliament building, and the massacre of Sikhs by so-called terrorists in Chitazingpura in March 2000 are only a few high-profile examples. The so-called terrorists who were later killed by security forces turned out to be innocent villagers. The state government subsequently admitted that fake blood samples were submitted for DNA testing. One in each of these cases, the evidence that eventually surfaced raised very disturbing questions and so was immediately put into cold storage. Take the case of Godhra. As soon as it happened, the Home Minister announced it was an inter-services intelligence plot. The VHP says it was the work of a Muslim mob throwing petrol bombs. 2 Serious questions remain unanswered. There is endless conjecture. Everybody believes what they want to believe, but the incident is used to cynically and systematically whip up communal frenzy. The US government used the lies and disinformation generated around the September 11 attacks to invade not just one country but two, and heaven knows what else is in store. The Indian government uses the same strategy, not with other countries but against its own people. Over the last decade, the number of people who have been killed by the police and security forces runs into the thousands. Recently, several Bombay policemen spoke openly to the press about how many gangsters they had eliminated on orders from their senior officers. 3 Andhra Pradesh chalks up an average of about 200 extremists in encounter deaths a year. 4 In Kashmir, in a situation that almost amounts to war, an estimated 80,000 people have been killed since 1989. Thousands have simply disappeared. 5 According to the records of the Association of Parents of Disappeared People, APDP, more than 3,000 people were killed in 2003, of whom 463 were soldiers. 6 Since the Mufti Mohammad Sayyid government came to power in October 2002 on the promise of bringing a healing touch, the APDP says, there have been 54 custodial deaths. 7 In this age of hypernationalism, as long as the people who are killed are labeled gangsters, terrorists, insurgents, or extremists, their killers can strut around as crusaders in the national interest and are answerable to no one. Even if it were true, which it most certainly isn't, that every person who has been killed was in fact a gangster, terrorist, insurgent, or extremist, it only tells us there is something terribly wrong with a society that drives so many people to take such desperate measures. The Indian state's proclivity to harass and terrorize people has been institutionalized, consecrated, by the enactment of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, POTA, which has been promulgated in 10 states. A cursory reading of POTA will tell you that it is draconian and ubiquitous. It's a versatile, hold-all law that could apply to anyone from an Al-Qaeda operative caught with a cache of explosives to an Adivasi playing his flute under a neem tree, to you or me. The genius of POTA is that it can be anything the government wants it to be. We live on the sufferance of those who govern us. In Tamil Nadu it has been used to stifle criticism of the state government. 8 In Jharkhand 3,200 people, mostly poor Adivasis accused of being Maoists, have been indicted under POTA. 9 In eastern Uttar Pradesh the act is used to clamp down on those who dare to protest about the alienation of their land and livelihood rights. 10 In Gujarat and Mumbai, it is used almost exclusively against Muslims. 11 In Gujarat after the 2002 state-assisted pogrom in which an estimated 2,000 Muslims were killed and 150,000 driven from their homes, 287 people have been accused under POTA. Of these, 286 are Muslim and 1 is a Sikh. 12 POTA allows confessions extracted in police custody to be admitted as judicial evidence. In effect, under the POTA regime, police torture tends to replace police investigation. It's quicker, cheaper, and ensures results. Talk of cutting back on public spending. In March 2004 I was a member of a People's Tribunal on POTA. Over a period of 2 days we listened to harrowing testimonies of what goes on in our wonderful democracy. Let me assure you that in our police stations it's everything, from people being forced to drink urine to being stripped, humiliated, given electric shocks, burned with cigarette butts, having iron rods put up their anuses to being beaten and kicked to death. Across the country hundreds of people, including some very young children charged under POTA, have been imprisoned and are being held without bail, awaiting trial in special POTA courts that are not open to public scrutiny. A majority of those booked under POTA are guilty of one of two crimes. Either they're poor, for the most part Dalit and Adivasi, or they're Muslim. POTA inverts the accepted dictum of criminal law, that a person is innocent until proven guilty. Under POTA you cannot get bail unless you can prove you are innocent of a crime that you have not been formally charged with. Essentially, you have to prove you are innocent even if you are unaware of the crime you are supposed to have committed. And that applies to all of us. Technically, we are a nation waiting to be accused. It would be naive to imagine that POTA is being misused. On the contrary, it is being used for precisely the reasons it was enacted. Of course, if the recommendations of the Mali Math Committee are implemented, POTA will soon become redundant. The Polymath Committee recommends that in certain respects normal criminal law should be brought in line with the provisions of POTA.13. There'll be no more criminals then. Only terrorists. It's kind of neat. Today in Jammu and Kashmir and many northeastern states of India, the Armed Forces Special Powers Act allows not just officers but even junior commissioned officers and non-commissioned officers of the army to use force against, and even kill, any person on suspicion of disturbing public order or carrying a weapon. 14 On suspicion of. Nobody who lives in India can harbor any illusions about what that leads to. The documentation of instances of torture, disappearances, custodial deaths, rape, and gang rape, by security forces, is enough to make your blood run cold. The fact that, despite all this, India retains its reputation as a legitimate democracy in the international community and among its own middle class is a triumph. The Armed Forces Special Powers Act is a harsher version of the ordinance that Lord Linlithgow passed in August 15, 1942, to handle the Quit India movement. In 1958 it was clamped on parts of Manipur, which were declared disturbed areas. In 1965 the whole of Mizoram, then still part of Assam, was declared disturbed. In 1972 the act was extended to Tripura. By 1980, the whole of Manipur had been declared disturbed. 15 What more evidence does anybody need to realize that repressive measures are counterproductive and only exacerbate the problem? Juxtaposed against this unseemly eagerness to repress and eliminate people is the Indian state's barely hidden reluctance to investigate and bring to trial cases in which there is plenty of evidence. The massacre of 3,000 Sikhs in Delhi in 1984 and the massacres of Muslims in Bombay in 1993 and in Gujarat in 2002, not one conviction to date. The murder a few years ago of Chandrasekhar Prasad, former president of the Jawaharlal Nehru University Student Union, and the murder 12 years ago of Shankar Guhanayaji of the Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha are just a few examples. 16 Eyewitness accounts and masses of incriminating evidence are not enough when all of the state machinery is stacked against you. Meanwhile, economists cheering from the pages of corporate newspapers inform us that the GDP growth rate is phenomenal, unprecedented. Shops are overflowing with consumer goods. Government storehouses are overflowing with food grain. Outside this circle of light, farmers steeped in debt are committing suicide in the hundreds. Reports of starvation and malnutrition come in from across the country. Yet the government allowed 63 million tons of grain to rot in its granaries. 12 million tons were exported and sold at a subsidized price the Indian government was not willing to offer the Indian poor. 18 Utsa Patnaik, the well-known agricultural economist, has calculated food grain availability and food grain absorption in India for nearly a century, based on official statistics. She calculates that in the period between the early 1990s and 2001, food grain absorption has dropped to levels lower than during the World War II years, including during the Bengal famine, in which 3 million people died of starvation. 19 As we know from the work of Professor Amartya Sen, democracies don't take kindly to starvation deaths. They attract too much adverse publicity from the free press. 20 So dangerous levels of malnutrition and permanent hunger are the preferred model these days. 47% of India's children below 3 suffer from malnutrition, 46% are stunted. 21 Utsa Patnaik's study reveals that about 40% of the rural population in India has the same food grain absorption level as sub-Saharan Africa. 22 Today, an average rural family eats about 100 kilograms less food in a year than it did in the early 1990s. 23 But in urban India, wherever you go, shops, restaurants, railway stations, airports, gymnasiums, hospitals, you have TV monitors in which election promises have already come true. India's shining, feeling good. You only have to close your ears to the sickening crunch of the policeman's boot on someone's ribs. You only have to raise your eyes from the squalor, the slums, the ragged broken people on the streets and seek a friendly TV monitor and you will be in that other beautiful world. The singing dancing world of Bollywood's permanent pelvic thrusts, of permanently privileged, permanently happy Indians waving the tricolour flag and feeling good. It's becoming harder and harder to tell which one's the real world and which one's virtual. Laws like POTA are like buttons on a TV. You can use it to switch off the poor, the troublesome, the unwanted. There is a new kind of secessionist movement taking place in India. Shall we call it new secessionism? It's an inversion of old secessionism. It's when people who are actually part of a whole different economy, a whole different country, a whole different planet, pretend they're part of this one. It is the kind of secession in which a relatively small section of people become immensely wealthy by appropriating everything: land, rivers, water, freedom, security, dignity, fundamental rights, including the right to protest from a large group of people. It's a vertical secession, not a horizontal, territorial one. It's the real structural adjustment, the kind that separates India shining from India. India PVT. Limited from India, the public enterprise. It's the kind of secession in which public infrastructure, productive public assets, water, electricity, transport, telecommunications, health services, education, natural resources, assets that the Indian state is supposed to hold in trust for the people it represents, assets that have been built and maintained with public money over decades, are sold by the state to private corporations. In India, 70% of the population, 70 million people, live in rural areas. 24 Their livelihoods depend on access to natural resources. To snatch these away and sell them as stock to private companies is beginning to result in dispossession and impoverishment on a barbaric scale. India PVT. Limited is on its way to being owned by a few corporations and major multinationals. The CEOs of these companies will control this country, its infrastructure and its resources, its media and its journalists, but will owe nothing to its people. They are completely unaccountable legally, socially, morally, politically. Those who say that in India a few of these CEOs are more powerful than the Prime Minister know exactly what they're talking about. Quite apart from the economic implications of all this, even if it were all that it is cracked up to be, which it isn't, miraculous, efficient, amazing, is the politics of it acceptable to us? If the Indian state chooses to mortgage its responsibilities to a handful of corporations, does it mean that the theater of electoral democracy is entirely meaningless? Or does it still have a role to play? The free market, which is actually far from free, needs the state, and needs it badly. As the disparity between the rich and poor grows in poor countries, states have their work cut out for them. Corporations on the prowl for sweetheart deals that yield enormous profits cannot push through those deals and administer those projects in developing countries without the active connivance of state machinery. Today, corporate globalization needs an international confederation of loyal, corrupt, preferably authoritarian governments in poorer countries, to push through unpopular reforms and quell the mutinies. It's called creating a good investment climate. When we vote, we choose which political party we would like to invest the coercive, repressive powers of the state in. Right now in India we have to negotiate the dangerous crosscurrents of neoliberal capitalism and communal neo-fascism. While the word capitalism hasn't completely lost its sheen yet, using the word fascism often causes offense. So we must ask ourselves, are we using the word loosely? Are we exaggerating our situation? Does what we are experiencing on a daily basis qualify as fascism? When a government more or less openly supports a pogrom against members of a minority community in which up to 2,000 people are brutally killed, is it fascism? When women of that community are publicly raped and burned alive, is it fascism? When authorities collude to see to it that nobody is punished for these crimes, is it fascism? When 150,000 people are driven from their homes, ghettoized, and economically and socially boycotted, is it fascism? When the cultural guild that runs hate camps across the country commands the respect and admiration of the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the Law Minister, the Disinvestment Minister, is it fascism? When painters, writers, scholars, and filmmakers who protest are abused, threatened, and have their work burned, banned, and destroyed, is it fascism? When a government issues an edict requiring the arbitrary alteration of school history textbooks, is it fascism? When mobs attack and burn archives of ancient historical documents, when every minor politician masquerades as a professional medieval historian and archaeologist, when painstaking scholarship is rubbished using baseless populist assertion, is it fascism? When murder, rape, arson, and mob justice are condoned by the party in power and its stable of stock intellectuals as an appropriate response to a real or perceived historical wrong committed centuries ago, is it fascism? When the middle class and the well-heeled pause a moment, tut-tut, and then go on with their lives, is it fascism? When the Prime Minister who presides over all of this is hailed as a statesman and visionary, are we not laying the foundations for full-blown fascism? That the history of oppressed and vanquished people remains for the most part unchronicled is a truism that does not apply only to Savarna Hindus. If the politics of avenging historical wrong is our chosen path, then surely the Dalits and Adivasis of India have the right to murder, arson, and wanton destruction? In Russia, they say the past is unpredictable. In India, from our recent experience with school history textbooks, we know how true that is. Now all pseudo-secularists have been reduced to hoping that archaeologists digging under the Babri Masjid wouldn't find the ruins of a Ram temple. But even if it were true that there is a Hindu temple under every mosque in India, what was under the temple? Perhaps another Hindu temple to another god. Perhaps a Buddhist stupa. Most likely an Adivasi shrine. History didn't begin with Savarna Hinduism, did it? How deep shall we dig? How much should we overturn? And why is it that while Muslims who are socially, culturally, and economically an unalienable part of India are called outsiders and invaders and are cruelly targeted, the government is busy signing corporate deals and contracts for development aid with a government that colonized us for centuries? Between 1876 and 1892, during the Great Famines, millions of Indians died of starvation while the British government continued to export food and raw materials to England. Historical records put the figure between 12 and 29 million people. 25 That should figure somewhere in the politics of revenge, should it not? Or is vengeance only fun when its victims are vulnerable and easy to target? Successful fascism takes hard work. And so does creating a good investment climate. Do the two work well together? Historically, corporations have not been shy of fascists. Corporations such as Siemens, IG Farben, Bayer, IBM, and Ford did business with the Nazis. 26 We have the more recent example of our own Confederation of Indian Industry abasing itself to the Gujarat government after the pogrom in 2002. 27 As long as our markets are open, a little homegrown fascism won't come in the way of a good business deal. It's interesting that just around the time Manmohan Singh, then the finance minister, was preparing India's markets for neoliberalism, L.K. Advani was making his first Rath Yatra, fueling communal passion and preparing us for neo-fascism. In December 1992, rampaging mobs destroyed the Babri Masjid. In 1993 the Congress government of Maharashtra signed a power purchase agreement with Enron. It was the first private power project in India. The Enron contract, disastrous as it has turned out, kick-started the era of privatization in India. Now, as the Congress winds from the sidelines, the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has wrested the baton from its hands. 28 The government is conducting an extraordinary dual orchestra. While one arm is busy selling off the nation's assets in chunks, the other, to divert attention, is arranging a baying, howling, deranged chorus of cultural nationalism. The inexorable ruthlessness of one process feeds directly into the insanity of the other. Economically, too, the dual orchestra is a viable model. Part of the enormous profits generated by the process of indiscriminate privatization, and the accruals of India's shining, goes into financing Hindutva's vast army, the RSS, the VHP, the Bajrang Dal, and the myriad other charities and trusts that run schools, hospitals, and social services. Between them they have tens of thousands of shakas across the country. The hatred they preach, combined with the unmanageable frustration generated by the relentless impoverishment and dispossession of the corporate globalization project, fuels the violence of poor on poor, the perfect smoke screen to keep the structures of power intact and unchallenged. However, directing people's frustrations into violence is not always enough. In order to create a good investment climate, the state often needs to intervene directly. In recent years, the police has repeatedly opened fire on unarmed people, mostly at Oasis, at peaceful demonstrations. In Nagarnar, Jharkhand, in Murndiketa, Madhya Pradesh, in Umar-Jaon, Gujarat, in Rayagara and Chilika, Orissa, in Muthanga, Kerala. People are killed for encroaching on forest land, as well as when they're trying to protect forest land from dams, mining operations, steel plants. The repression goes on and on. Jambudvip, Kashipur, Makanjay. In almost every instance of police firing, those who have been fired upon are immediately called militants. When victims refuse to be victims, they are called terrorists and are dealt with as such. POTA is the broad-spectrum antibiotic for the disease of dissent. There are other, more specific steps that are being taken: court judgments that in effect curtail free speech, the right to strike, the right to life and livelihood. This year, 181 countries voted in the United Nations for increased protection of human rights in the era of the War on Terror. Even the United States voted in favor of the resolution. India abstained. 29 The stage is being set for a full-scale assault on human rights. So how can ordinary people counter the assault of an increasingly violent state? The space for non-violent civil disobedience has atrophied. After struggling for several years, several non-violent people's resistance movements have come up against a wall and feel, quite rightly, they have to now change direction. Views about what that direction should be are deeply polarized. There are some who believe that an armed struggle is the only avenue left. Leaving aside Kashmir and the northeast, huge swathes of territory, whole districts in Jharkhand, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh, are controlled by those who hold that view. Others increasingly are beginning to feel they must participate in electoral politics, enter the system, negotiate from within. Similar, is it not, to the choices people faced in Kashmir? The thing to remember is that while their methods differ radically, both sides share the belief that, to put it crudely, enough is enough. Ya basta. There is no debate taking place in India that is more crucial than this one. Its outcome will, for better or for worse, change the quality of life in this country. For everyone. Rich, poor, rural, urban. Armed struggle provokes a massive escalation of violence from the state. We have seen the morass it has led to in Kashmir and across the northeast. So then, should we do what our Prime Minister suggests we do? Renounce dissent and enter the fray of electoral politics? Join the road show? Participate in the shrill exchange of meaningless insults which serve only to hide what is otherwise an almost absolute consensus? Let's not forget that on every major issue, nuclear bombs, big dams, the Babri Masjid controversy, and privatization, the Congress sowed the seeds and the BJP swept in to reap the hideous harvest. This does not mean that the parliament is of no consequence and elections should be ignored. Of course there is a difference between an overtly communal party with fascist leanings and an opportunistically communal party. Of course there is a difference between a politics that openly, proudly preaches hatred and a politics that slyly pits people against each other. But the legacy of one has led us to the horror of the other. Between them, they have eroded any real choice that parliamentary democracy is supposed to provide. The frenzy, the fairground atmosphere created around elections, takes center stage in the media because everybody is secure in the knowledge that regardless of who wins, the status quo will essentially remain unchallenged. After the impassioned speeches in Parliament, repealing POTA doesn't seem to be a priority in any party's election campaign. They all know they need it, in one form or another. Whatever they say during elections or when they're in the opposition, no state or national government and no political party right, left, center, or sideways has managed to stay the hand of neoliberalism. There will be no radical change from within. Personally, I don't believe that entering the electoral fray is a path to alternative politics. Not because of that middle-class squeamishness politics is dirty or all politicians are corrupt, but because I believe that strategically battles must be waged from positions of strength, not weakness. The targets of the dual assault of neoliberalism and communal fascism are the poor and the minority communities. As neoliberalism drives its wedge between the rich and the poor, between India shining and India, it becomes increasingly absurd for any mainstream political party to pretend to represent the interests of both the rich and the poor, because the interests of one can only be represented at the cost of the other. My interests as a wealthy Indian, were I to pursue them, would hardly coincide with the interests of a poor farmer in Andhra Pradesh. A political party that represents the poor will be a poor party. A party with very meager funds. Today it isn't possible to fight an election without funds. Putting a couple of well-known social activists into parliament is interesting but not really politically meaningful. Not a process worth channeling all our energies into. Individual charisma, personality politics, cannot effect radical change. However, being poor is not the same as being weak. The strength of the poor is not indoors in office buildings and courtrooms. It's outdoors, in the fields, the mountains, the river valleys, the city streets, and university campuses of this country. That's where negotiations must be held. That's where the battle must be waged. Right now, those spaces have been ceded to the Hindu right. Whatever anyone might think of their politics, it cannot be denied that they're out there, working extremely hard. As the state abrogates its responsibilities and withdraws funds from health, education, and essential public services, the foot soldiers of the San Parivar have moved in. Alongside their tens of thousands of shakas disseminating deadly propaganda, they run schools, hospitals, clinics, ambulance services, disaster management cells. They understand powerlessness. They also understand that people, and particularly powerless people, have needs and desires that are not only practical, humdrum day-to-day needs but emotional, spiritual, recreational. They have fashioned a hideous crucible into which the anger, the frustration, the indignity of daily life and dreams of a different future can be decanted and directed to deadly purpose. Meanwhile, the traditional, mainstream left still dreams of seizing power but remains strangely unbending, unwilling to address the times. It has laid siege to itself and retreated into an inaccessible intellectual space, where ancient arguments are proffered in an archaic language that few can understand. The only ones who present some semblance of a challenge to the onslaught of the San Parivar are the grassroots resistance movements scattered across the country, fighting the dispossession and violation of fundamental rights caused by our current model of development. Most of these movements are isolated and, despite the relentless accusation that they are foreign-funded agents, work with almost no money or resources at all. They're magnificent firefighters. They have their backs to the wall. But they have their ears to the ground, and they are in touch with grim reality. If they got together, if they were supported and strengthened, they could grow into a force to reckon with. Their battle, when it is fought, will have to be an idealistic one, not a rigidly ideological one. At a time when opportunism is everything, when hope seems lost, when everything boils down to a cynical business deal, we must find the courage to dream. To reclaim romance. The romance of believing in justice, in freedom, and in dignity. For everybody. We have to make common cause, and to do this we need to understand how this big old machine works, who it works for and who it works against. Who pays, who profits. Many nonviolent resistance movements fighting isolated, single-issue battles across the country have realized that their kind of special interest politics, which had its time and place, is no longer enough. That they feel cornered and ineffectual is not good enough reason to abandon nonviolent resistance as a strategy. It is, however, good enough reason to do some serious introspection. We need vision. We need to make sure that those of us who say we want to reclaim democracy are egalitarian and democratic in our own methods of functioning. If our struggle is to be an idealistic one, we cannot really make caveats for the internal injustices that we perpetrate on one another, on women, on children. For example, those fighting communalism cannot turn a blind eye to economic injustices. Those fighting dams or development projects cannot elide issues of communalism or caste politics in their spheres of influence, even at the cost of short-term success in their immediate campaign. If opportunism and expediency come at the cost of our beliefs, then there is nothing to separate us from mainstream politicians. If it is justice that we want, it must be justice and equal rights for all, not only for special interest groups with special interest prejudices. That is non-negotiable. We have allowed nonviolent resistance to atrophy into feel-good political theater, which at its most successful is a photo opportunity for the media, and at its least successful is simply ignored. We need to look up and urgently discuss strategies of resistance, wage real battles, and inflict real damage. We must remember that the Dandi March was not just fine political theatre. It was a strike at the economic underpinning of the British Empire. We need to redefine the meaning of politics. The NGOization of civil society initiatives is taking us in exactly the opposite direction. It's depoliticizing us, making us dependent on aid and handouts. We need to reimagine the meaning of civil disobedience. Perhaps we need an elected shadow parliament outside the Lok Sabha, without whose support an affirmation parliament cannot easily function. A shadow parliament that keeps up an underground drumbeat, that shares intelligence and information, all of which is increasingly unavailable in the mainstream media. Fearlessly, but non-violently, we must disable the working parts of this machine that is consuming us. We're running out of time. Even as we speak, the circle of violence is closing in. Either way, change will come. It could be bloody, or it could be beautiful. It depends on us. Part 2. 6. The Greater Common Good. First published in Outlook and Frontline, June 4, 1999. If you are to suffer, you should suffer in the interest of the country. Jawaharlal Nehru, speaking to villagers who were to be displaced by the Hirakud Dam, 19,481. I stood on a hill and laughed out loud. I had crossed the Narmada by boat from Jalsindi and climbed the headland on the opposite bank, from where I could see, ranged across the crowns of low bald hills, the Adivasi hamlets of Sikha, Surung, Neemgavan, and Damkadai. I could see their airy, fragile homes. I could see their fields and the forests behind them. I could see little children with littler goats scuttling across the landscape like motorized peanuts. I knew I was looking at a civilization older than Hinduism, slated sanctioned, by the highest court in the land, to be drowned this monsoon 1999, when the waters of the Sardar Sarovar reservoir will rise to submerge it. Why did I laugh? Because I suddenly remembered the tender concern with which the Supreme Court judges in Delhi, before vacating the legal stay on further construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam, had inquired whether Adivasi children in the resettlement colonies would have children's parks to play in. The lawyers representing the government had hastened to assure them that indeed they would, and what's more, that there were seesaws and slides and swings in every park. I looked up at the endless sky and down at the river rushing past, and for a brief moment the absurdity of it all reversed my rage and I laughed. I meant no disrespect. Let me say at the outset that I'm not a city basher. I've done my time in a village. I've had first-hand experience of the isolation, the inequity, and the potential savagery of it. I'm not an anti-development junkie, nor a proselytizer for the eternal upholding of custom and tradition. What I am, however, is curious. Curiosity took me to the Narmada Valley. Instinct told me that this was the big one. The one in which the battle lines were clearly drawn, the warring armies massed along them. The one in which it would be possible to wade through the congealed morass of hope, anger, information, disinformation, political artifice, engineering ambition, disingenuous socialism, radical activism, bureaucratic subterfuge, misinformed emotionalism, and, of course, the pervasive, invariably dubious, politics of international aid. Instinct led me to set aside Joyce and Nabokov, to postpone reading Don DeLillo's big book and substitute for it reports on drainage and irrigation, with journals and books and documentary films about dams and why they're built and what they do. My first tentative questions revealed that few people know what is really going on in the Narmada Valley. Those who know a lot. Most know nothing at all. And yet almost everyone has a passionate opinion. Nobody's neutral. I realized very quickly that I was straying into mined territory. In India over the last 10 years the fight against the Sardar Sarovar Dam has come to represent far more than the fight for one river. This has been its strength as well as its weakness. Some years ago it became a debate that captured the popular imagination. That's what raised the stakes and changed the complexion of the battle. From being a fight over the fate of a river valley it began to raise doubts about an entire political system. What is at issue now is the very nature of our democracy. Who owns this land? Who owns its rivers? Its forests? Its fish? These are huge questions. They are being taken hugely seriously by the state. They are being answered in one voice by every institution at its command: the army, the police, the bureaucracy, the courts. And not just answered, but answered unambiguously, in bitter, brutal ways. For the people of the valley, the fact that the stakes were raised to this degree has meant that their most effective weapon, specific facts about specific issues in this specific valley, has been blunted by the debate on the big issues. The basic premise of the argument has been inflated until it has burst into bits that have, over time, bobbed away. Occasionally a disconnected piece of the puzzle floats by, an emotionally charged account of the government's callous treatment of displaced people, an outburst at how the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, a handful of activists, is holding the nation to ransom, a legal correspondent reporting on the progress of the NBA's writ petition in the Supreme Court. Though there has been a fair amount of writing on the subject, most of it is for a special interest readership. News reports tend to be about isolated aspects of the project. Government documents are classified as secret. I think it's fair to say that public perception of the issue is pretty crude and is divided crudely into two categories. On the one hand, it is seen as a war between modern, rational, progressive forces of development via a sort of neo-Luddite impulse and irrational, emotional anti-development resistance, fueled by an Arcadian, pre-industrial dream. On the other, as a Nehru v. Gandhi contest. This lifts the whole sorry business out of the bog of deceit, lies, false promises, and increasingly successful propaganda, which is what it's really about, and confers on it a false legitimacy. It makes out that both sides have the greater good of the nation in mind but merely disagree about the means by which to achieve it. Both interpretations put a tired spin on the dispute. Both stir up emotions that cloud the particular facts of this particular story. Both are indications of how urgently we need new heroes, new kinds of heroes, and how we've overused our old ones, like we overbowl our bowlers. The Nehru v. Gandhi argument pushes this very contemporary issue back into an old bottle. Nehru and Gandhi were generous men. Their paradigms for development are based on assumptions of inherent morality. Nehru's on the paternal, protective morality of the Soviet-style centralized state. Gandhi's on the nurturing, maternal morality of romanticized village republics. Both would probably work, if only we were better human beings. If we all wore homespun khadi and suppressed our base urges. 50 years down the line, it's safe to say that we haven't made the grade. We haven't even come close. We need an updated insurance plan against our own basic natures. It's possible that as a nation we've exhausted our quota of heroes for this century, but while we wait for shiny new ones to come along, we have to limit the damage. We have to support our small heroes. Of these we have many. Many. We have to fight specific wars in specific ways. Who knows, perhaps that's what the 21st century has in store for us. The dismantling of the big bombs, big dams, big ideologies, big contradictions, big countries, big wars, big heroes, big mistakes. Perhaps it will be the century of the small. Perhaps right now, this very minute, there's a small God up in heaven readying herself for us. Could it be? Could it possibly be? It sounds finger-licking good to me. I was drawn to the valley because I sensed that the fight for the Narmada had entered a newer, sadder phase. I went because writers are drawn to stories the way vultures are drawn to kills. My motive was not compassion. It was sheer greed. I was right. I found a story there. And what a story it is! People say that the Sardar Sarovar Dam is an expensive project. But it is bringing drinking water to millions. This is our lifeline. Can you put a price on this? Does the air we breathe have a price? We will live. We will drink. We will bring glory to the state of Gujarat. Urmila Patel, wife of Gujarat Chief Minister Chimanbhai Patel, speaking at a public rally in Delhi in 1993. We will request you to move from your houses after the dam comes up. If you move, it will be good. Otherwise we shall release the waters and drown you all. Morarji Desai, speaking at a public meeting in the submergence zone of the Pong Dam, Indiana, 19612. Why didn't they just poison us? Then we wouldn't have to live in this shithole and the government could have survived alone with its precious dam all to itself. Rambai, whose village was submerged when the Barji Dam was built on the Narmada, she now lives in a slum in Jabalpur 3. In the 50 years since independence, after Nehru's famous dams are the temples of modern India speech, one that he grew to regret in his own lifetime, for his foot soldiers threw themselves into the business of building dams with unnatural fervor. Dam building grew to be equated with nation building. Their enthusiasm alone should have been reason enough to make one suspicious. Not only did they build new dams and new irrigation systems, they took control of small traditional systems that had been managed by village communities for thousands of years, and allowed them to atrophy. 5 To compensate the loss, the government built more and more dams. Big ones, little ones, tall ones, short ones. The result of its exertions is that India now boasts of being the world's third largest dam builder. According to the Central Water Commission, we have 3,600 dams that qualify as big dams, 3,300 of them built after independence. 1,000 more are under construction. 6 Yet 1/5 of our population, 200 million people, does not have safe drinking water, and 2/3 600 million lack basic sanitation. 7 Big dams started well but have ended badly. There was a time when everybody loved them, everybody had them: the communists, capitalists, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists. There was a time when big dams moved men to poetry. Not any longer. All over the world there is a movement growing against big dams. In the first world they're being decommissioned, blown up. 8 The fact that they do more harm than good is no longer just conjecture. Big dams are obsolete. They're uncool. They're undemocratic. They're a government's way of accumulating authority, deciding who will get how much water and who will grow what where. They're a guaranteed way of taking a farmer's wisdom away from him. They're a brazen means of taking water, land, and irrigation away from the poor and gifting it to the rich. Their reservoirs displace huge populations of people, leaving them homeless and destitute. Ecologically, too, they're in the doghouse. 9 They lay the earth to waste. They cause floods, waterlogging, salinity, they spread disease. There is mounting evidence that links big dams to earthquakes. Big dams haven't really lived up to their role as the monuments of modern civilization, emblems of man's ascendancy over nature. Monuments are supposed to be timeless, but dams have an all too finite lifetime. They last only as long as it takes nature to fill them with silt. 10 It's common knowledge now that big dams do the opposite of what their publicity people say they do. The local pain for national gain myth has been blown wide open. For all these reasons, the dam building industry in the first world is in trouble and out of work. So it's exported to the third world in the name of development aid, along with their other waste, like old weapons, superannuated aircraft carriers, and banned pesticides. 11 On the one hand, the Indian government, every Indian government, rails self-righteously against the first world, and on the other, it actually pays to receive their gift-wrapped garbage. Aid is just another Praetorian business enterprise. Like colonialism was. It has destroyed most of Africa. Bangladesh is reeling from its ministrations. We know all this, in numbing detail. Yet in India our leaders welcome it with slavish smiles, and make nuclear bombs to shore up their flagging self-esteem. Over the last 50 years India has spent Rs 87,000 crore on the irrigation sector alone. 13 Yet there are more drought-prone areas and more flood-prone areas today than there were in 1947. Despite the disturbing evidence of irrigation disasters, dam-induced floods, and rapid disenchantment with the Green Revolution. 14, declining yields, degraded land, the government has not commissioned a post-project evaluation of a single one of its 3,600 dams to gauge whether or not it has achieved what it set out to achieve, whether or not the, always phenomenal, costs were justified, or even what the costs actually were. The Government of India has detailed figures for how many million tons of food grain or edible oils the country produces and how much more we produce now than we did in 1947. It can tell you how much bauxite is mined in a year or what the total surface area of the national highways adds up to. It's possible to access minute-by-minute information about the stock exchange or the value of the rupee in the world market. We know how many cricket matches we've lost on a Friday in Sharjah. It's not hard to find out how many graduates India produces, or how many men had vasectomies in any given year. But the Government of India does not have a figure for the number of people who have been displaced by dams or sacrificed in other ways at the altars of national progress. Isn't this astounding? How can you measure progress if you don't know what it costs and who has paid for it? How can the market put a price on things, food, clothes, electricity, running water, when it doesn't take into account the real cost of production? According to a detailed study of 54 big dams done by the Indian Institute of Public Administration 15, the average number of people displaced by a big dam in India is 44,182. Admittedly, 54 dams out of 3,300 is not a big enough sample. But since it's all we have, let's try and do some rough arithmetic. A first draft. To err on the side of caution, let's have the number of people. Or let's err on the side of abundant caution and take an average of just 10,000 people per big dam. It's an improbably low figure, I know, but never mind. Whip out your calculators. 3,300 times 10,000 equals 33 million. That's what it works out to. 33 million people displaced by big dams alone in the last 50 years. What about those who have been displaced by the thousands of other development projects? In a private lecture, N.C. Saxena, secretary to the Planning Commission, said he thought the number was in the region of 50 million, of whom 40 million were displaced by dams. 16 We daren't say so, because it isn't official. It isn't official because we daren't say so. You have to murmur it, for fear of being accused of hyperbole. You have to whisper it to yourself, because it really does sound unbelievable. It can't be, I've been telling myself. I must have got the zeros muddled. It can't be true. I barely have the courage to say it aloud. To run the risk of sounding like a 60s hippie dropping acid, it's the system, man, or a paranoid schizophrenic with a persecution complex. But it is the system, man. What else can it be? 50 million people. Go on, government, quibble. Bargain. Beat it down. Say something. I feel like someone who's just stumbled on a mass grave. 50 million is more than the population of Gujarat. Almost 3 times the population of Australia. More than 3 times the number of refugees that partition created in India. 10 times the number of Palestinian refugees. The Western world today is convulsed over the future of 1 million people who have fled from Kosovo. A huge percentage of the displaced are Adivasis, 57.6% in the case of the Sardar Sarovar Dam, 0.17 include Dalits, and the figure becomes obscene. According to the Commissioner for Scheduled Castes and Tribes, it's about 60%. 0.18 if you consider that Adivasis account for only 8%, and Dalits another 15%, of India's population. It opens up a whole other dimension to the story. The ethnic otherness of their victims takes some of the pressure off the nation builders. It's like having an expense account. Someone else pays the bills. People from another country. Another world. India's poorest people are subsidizing the lifestyles of her richest. Did I hear someone say something about the world's biggest democracy? What has happened to all these millions of people? Where are they now? How do they earn a living? Nobody really knows. Recently the Indian Express had an account of how Adivasis displaced from the Nagarjunasagar Dam project are selling their babies to foreign adoption agencies. 19 The government intervened and put the babies in 2 public hospitals, where 6 infants died of neglect. When it comes to rehabilitation, the government's priorities are clear. India does not have a national rehabilitation policy. According to the Land Acquisition Act of 1894, amended in 1984, the government is not legally bound to provide a displaced person anything but a cash compensation. Imagine that! A cash compensation, to be paid by an Indian government official to an illiterate male Adivasi. The women get nothing, in a land where even the postman demands a tip for a delivery. Most Adivasis have no formal title to their land and therefore cannot claim compensation anyway. Most Adivasis, or let's say most small farmers, have as much use for money as a Supreme Court judge has for a bag of fertilizer. The millions of displaced people don't exist anymore. When history is written they won't be in it. Not even as statistics. Some of them have subsequently been displaced 3 and 4 times: a dam, an artillery-proof range, another dam, a uranium mine, a power project. Once they start rolling there's no resting place. The great majority is eventually absorbed into slums on the periphery of our great cities, where it coalesces into an immense pool of cheap construction labor, that builds more projects that displace more people. True, they're not being annihilated or taken to gas chambers, but I can warrant that the quality of their accommodation is worse than in any concentration camp of the Third Reich. They're not captive, but they redefine the meaning of liberty. And still the nightmare doesn't end. They continue to be uprooted even from their hellish hovels by government bulldozers that fan out on clean-up missions whenever elections are comfortingly far away and the urban rich get twitchy about hygiene. In cities like Delhi, they run the risk of being shot by the police for shitting in public places, like 3 slum dwellers were not more than 2 years ago. In the French-Canadian Wars of the 1770s, Lord Amherst exterminated most of Canada's native Indians by offering them blankets infested with the smallpox virus. 2 centuries on, we of the real India have found less obvious ways of achieving similar ends. The millions of displaced people in India are nothing but refugees of an unacknowledged war. And we, like the citizens of white America and French Canada and Hitler's Germany, are condoning it by looking away. Why? Because we're told that it's being done for the sake of the greater common good. That it's being done in the name of progress, in the name of the national interest, which, of course, is paramount. Therefore gladly, unquestioningly, almost gratefully, we believe what we're told. We believe what it benefits us to believe. Allow me to shake your faith. Put your hand in mine and let me lead you through the maze. Do this because it's important that you understand. If you find reason to disagree, by all means take the other side. But please don't ignore it, don't look away. It isn't an easy tale to tell. It's full of numbers and explanations. Numbers used to make my eyes glaze over. Not anymore. Not since I began to follow the direction in which they point. Trust me. There's a story here. It's true that India has progressed. It's true that in 1947, when colonialism formally ended, India was food deficient. In 1950 we produced 51 million tons of food grain. Today we produce close to 200 million tons. 20. It's true that in 1995 the state granaries were overflowing with 30 million tons of unsold grain. It's also true that at the same time, 40% of India's population, more than 350 million people, were living below the poverty line. 21. That's more than the country's population in 1947. Indians are too poor to buy the food their country produces. Indians are being forced to grow the kinds of food they can't afford to eat themselves. Look at what happened in Kalahandi district in western Orissa, best known for its starvation deaths. In the drought of 1996, people died of starvation, 16 according to the state, over 100 according to the press. 22 Yet that same year rice production in Kalahandi was higher than the national average. Rice was exported from Kalahandi district to the centre. Certainly India has progressed, but most of its people haven't. Our leaders say that we must have nuclear missiles to protect us from the threat of China and Pakistan. But who will protect us from ourselves? What kind of country is this? Who owns it? Who runs it? What's going on? It's time to spill a few state secrets. To puncture the myth about the inefficient, bumbling, corrupt, but ultimately genial, essentially democratic Indian state. Carelessness cannot account for 50 million disappeared people. Nor can karma. Let's not delude ourselves. There is method here, precise, relentless, and 100% man-made. The Indian state is not a state that has failed. It is a state that has succeeded impressively in what it set out to do. It has been ruthlessly efficient in the way it has appropriated India's resources, its land, its water, its forests, its fish, its meat, its eggs, its air, and redistributed them to a favoured few, in return, no doubt, for a few favours. It is superbly accomplished in the art of protecting its cadres of paid-up elite, consummate in its methods of pulverizing those who inconvenience its intentions. But its finest feat of all is the way it achieves all this and emerges smelling sweet. The way it manages to keep its secrets, to contain information that vitally concerns the daily lives of 1 billion people in government files, accessible only to the keepers of the flame, ministers, bureaucrats, state engineers, defense strategists. Of course we make it easy for them, we its beneficiaries. We take care not to dig too deep. We don't really want to know the grisly details. Thanks to us, independence came, and went, elections come and go, but there has been no shuffling of the deck. On the contrary, the old order has been consecrated, the rift fortified. We, the rulers, won't pause to look up from our groaning table. We don't seem to know that the resources we're feasting on are finite and rapidly depleting. There's cash in the bank, but soon there'll be nothing left to buy with it. The food's running out in the kitchen. And the servants haven't eaten yet. Actually, the servants stopped eating a long time ago. India lives in her villages, we're told, in every other sanctimonious public speech. That's bullshit. It's just another fig leaf from the government's bulging wardrobe. India doesn't live in her villages. India dies in her villages. India gets kicked around in her villages. India lives in her cities. India's villages live only to serve her cities. Her villagers are her citizens' vassals and for that reason must be controlled and kept alive, but only just. This impression we have of an overstretched state, struggling to cope with the sheer weight and scale of its problems, is a dangerous one. The fact is that it's creating the problems. It's a giant poverty-producing machine, masterful in its methods of pitting the poor against the very poor, of flinging crumbs to the wretched so that they dissipate their energies fighting each other, while peace, and advertising, reigns in the master's lodgings. Until this process is recognized for what it is, until it is addressed and attacked, elections however fiercely they're contested will continue to be mock battles that serve only to further entrench unspeakable inequity. Democracy, our version of it, will continue to be the benevolent mask behind which a pestilence flourishes unchallenged. On a scale that will make old wars and past misfortunes look like controlled laboratory experiments. Already 50 million people have been fed into the development mill and have emerged as air conditioners and popcorn and rayon suits, subsidized air conditioners and popcorn and rayon suits. If we must have these nice things and they are nice, at least we should be made to pay for them. There's a hole in the flag that needs mending. It's a sad thing to have to say, but as long as we have faith, we have no hope. To hope, we have to break the faith. We have to fight specific wars in specific ways and we have to fight to win. Listen, then, to the story of the Narmada Valley. Understand it. And, if you wish, enlist. Who knows, it may lead to magic. The Narmada wells up on the plateau of Amarkantak in the Shahdol district of Madhya Pradesh, then winds its way through 1,300 kilometers of beautiful, broad-leaved forest and perhaps the most fertile agricultural land in India. 25 million people live in the river valley, linked to the ecosystem and to each other by an ancient intricate web of interdependence, and, no doubt, exploitation. Though the Narmada has been targeted for water resource development for more than 50 years now, the reason it has, until recently, evaded being captured and dismembered is that it flows through three states: Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Gujarat. 90% of the river flows through Madhya Pradesh. It merely skirts the northern border of Maharashtra, then flows through Gujarat for about 180 kilometers before emptying into the Arabian Sea at Bharuch. As early as 1946, plans had been afoot to dam the river at Gora in Gujarat. In 1961, Nehru laid the foundation stone for a 49.8-meter-high dam, the midget progenitor of the Sardar Sarovar. Around the same time, the Survey of India drew up new topographical maps of the river basin. The dam planners in Gujarat studied the new maps and decided that it would be more profitable to build a much bigger dam. But this meant hammering out an agreement with neighbouring states. For years the three states bickered and balked but failed to agree on a water-sharing formula. Eventually, in 1969, the central government set up the Narmada Water Disputes Tribunal. It took the tribunal another 10 years to announce its award. The people whose lives were going to be devastated were neither informed nor consulted nor heard. To apportion shares in the waters, the first, most basic thing the tribunal had to do was to find out how much water there was in the river. Usually this can only be reliably estimated if there is at least 40 years of recorded data on the volume of actual flow in the river. Since this was not available, they decided to extrapolate from rainfall data. They arrived at a figure of 27.22 million acre-feet, MAF, 0.23. This figure is the statistical bedrock of the Narmada Valley projects. We are still living with its legacy. It more or less determines the overall design of the projects, the height, location, and number of dams. By inference, it determines the cost of the projects, how much area will be submerged, how many people will be displaced, and what the benefits will be. In 1992, actual observed flow data for the Narmada, which was now available for 45 years, from 1948 to 1992, showed that the yield from the river was only 22.69 MAF, 18% less. 24 The Central Water Commission admits that there is less water in the Narmada than had previously been assumed. 25 The Government of India says, it may be noted that Clause 2 of the decision of the tribunal relating to determination of dependable flow as 28 MAF is non-reviewable. 26. Never mind the data, the Narmada is legally bound by human decree to produce as much water as the Government of India commands. Its proponents boast that the Narmada Valley projects are the most ambitious river valley development scheme ever conceived in human history. They plan to build 3,200 dams that will reconstitute the Narmada and her 41 tributaries into a series of step reservoirs, an immense staircase of amenable water. Of these, 30 will be major dams, 135 medium, and the rest small. 2 of the major dams will be multipurpose mega dams. The Sardar Sarovar in Gujarat and the Narmada Sagar in Madhya Pradesh will, between them, hold more water than any other reservoir on the Indian subcontinent. Whichever way you look at it, the Narmada Valley development projects are big. They will alter the ecology of the entire river basin of one of India's biggest rivers. For better or for worse, they will affect the lives of 25 million people who live in the valley. They will submerge and destroy 4,000 square kilometers of natural deciduous forest. 27 Yet even before the Ministry of Environment cleared the projects, the World Bank offered to finance the linchpin of the project, the Sardar Sarovar Dam, whose reservoir displaces people in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra but whose benefits go to Gujarat. The bank was ready with its checkbook before any costs were computed, before any studies had been done, before anybody had any idea of what the human cost or the environmental impact of the dam would be. The $450 million loan for the Sardar Sarovar projects was sanctioned and in place in 1985. The Ministry of Environment clearance for the project came only in 1987. Talk about enthusiasm! It fairly borders on evangelism. Can anybody care so much? Why were they so keen? Between 1947 and 1994, the World Bank's management had submitted 6,000 projects to the executive board. The board hadn't turned down a single one. Not a single one. Terms like moving money and meeting loan targets suddenly begin to make sense. India is in a situation today where it pays back more money to the bank in interest and repayment installments than it receives from it. We are forced to incur new debts in order to be able to repay our old ones. According to the World Bank Annual Report, last year, 1998, after the arithmetic, India paid the bank $478 million more than it borrowed. Over the last 5 years, 1993 to 1998, India paid the bank $1.475 billion more than it received. 28. The relationship between us is exactly like the relationship between a landless laborer steeped in debt and the village moneylender. It is an affectionate relationship. The poor man loves his moneylender because he's always there when he's needed. It's not for nothing that we call the world a global village. The only difference between the landless laborer and the government of India is that one uses the money to survive, the other just funnels it into the private coffers of its officers and agents, pushing the country into an economic bondage that it may never overcome. The international dam industry is worth $20 billion a year. 29. If you follow the trails of big dams the world over, wherever you go, China, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Brazil, Guatemala, you'll rub up against the same story, encounter the same actors, the iron triangle, dam jargon for the nexus comprising politicians, bureaucrats, and dam construction companies, the racketeers who call themselves international environmental consultants, who are usually directly employed by dam builders or their subsidiaries, and, more often than not, the friendly neighborhood World Bank. You'll grow to recognize the same inflated rhetoric, the same noble people's dam slogans, the same swift, brutal repression that follows the first sign of civil insubordination. Of late, especially after its experience in the Narmada Valley, the bank is more cautious about choosing the countries in which it finances projects that involve mass displacement. At present, China is its most favored client. It's the great irony of our times. American citizens protest the massacre in Tiananmen Square, but the bank has used their money to fund studies for the Three Gorges Dam in China, which is going to displace 1.3 million people. The bank is today the biggest foreign financier of large dams in China. 30. It's a skillful circus, and the acrobats know each other well. Occasionally they'll swap parts. A bureaucrat will join the bank, a banker will surface as a project consultant. At the end of play, a huge percentage of what's called development aid is rechanneled back to the countries it came from, masquerading as equipment cost or consultants' fees or salaries to the agency's own staff. Often aid is openly tied, as in the case of the Japanese loan for the Sardar Sarovar Dam, to a contract for purchasing turbines from the Sumitomo Corporation. 31. Sometimes the connections are more murky. In 1993, Britain financed the Perga Dam in Malaysia with a subsidised loan of £234 million, despite an Overseas Development Administration report that said that the dam would be a bad buy for Malaysia. It later emerged that the loan was offered to encourage Malaysia to sign a £1.3 billion contract to buy British arms. 32. In 1994, British consultants earned $2.5 billion on overseas contracts. 33. The second biggest sector of the market after project management was writing what are called EIAs, environmental impact assessments. In the development racket, the rules are pretty simple. If you get invited by a government to write an EIA for a big dam project and you point out a problem, say, you quibble about the amount of water available in a river, or, God forbid, you suggest that the human costs are perhaps too high, then you're history. You're an OOWC. An out-of-work consultant. And oops. There goes your Range Rover. There goes your holiday in Tuscany. There goes your children's private boarding school. There's good money in poverty. Plus perks. In keeping with big dam tradition, concurrent with the construction of the 138.68-meter-high Sardar Sarovar Dam, began the elaborate government pantomime of conducting studies to estimate the actual project costs and the impact it would have on people and the environment. The World Bank participated wholeheartedly in the charade. Occasionally it beetled its brows and raised feeble requests for more information on issues like the resettlement and rehabilitation of what it calls PAPS, project-affected persons. They help, these acronyms, they manage to mutate muscle and blood into cold statistics. PAPS soon ceased to be people. The merest crumbs of information satisfied the bank, and it proceeded with the project. The implicit, unwritten, but fairly obvious understanding between the concerned agencies was that whatever the costs, economic, environmental, or human, the project would go ahead. They would justify it as they went along. They knew full well that eventually, in a courtroom or to a committee, no argument works as well as a fait accompli. "Milord, the country is losing 2 crore a day due to the delay." The government refers to the Sardar Sarovar projects as the most studied project in India, yet the game goes something like this: when the tribunal first announced its award and the Gujarat government announced its plan of how it was going to use its share of water, there was no mention of drinking water for villages in Kutch and Saurashtra, the arid areas of Gujarat. When the project ran into political trouble, the government suddenly discovered the emotive power of thirst. Suddenly, quenching the thirst of parched throats in Kutch and Saurashtra became the whole point of the Sardar Sarovar projects. Never mind that water from 2 rivers, the Sabarmati and the Mehi, both of which are miles closer to Kutch and Saurashtra than the Narmada, have been dammed and diverted to Ahmedabad, Mersana, and Quetta. Neither Kutch nor Saurashtra has seen a drop of it. Officially, the number of people who will be provided drinking water by the Sardar Sarovar Canal fluctuates from 28 million, 1983, to 32.5 million, 1989, nice touch, the decimal point, to 40 million, 1992, and down to 25 million, 1993, 34. In 1979, the number of villages that would receive drinking water was 0. In the early 1980s it was 4,719. In 1990 it was 7,234. In 1991 it was 8,215.35. When pressed, the government admitted that the figures for 1991 included 236 uninhabited villages, 36. Every aspect of the project is approached in this almost playful manner, as if it's a family board game. Even when it concerns the lives and futures of vast numbers of people. In 1979 the number of families that would be displaced by the Sardar Sarovar reservoir was estimated to be a little over 6,000. In 1987 it grew to 12,000. In 1991 it surged to 27,000. In 1992 the government acknowledged that 40,000 families would be affected. Today, the official figure hovers between 40,000 and 41,500.37. Of course even this is an absurd figure, because the reservoir isn't the only thing that displaces people. According to the NBA the actual figure is about 85,000 families, that's 500,000 people. The estimated cost of the project bounced up from under Rs 5,000 crore38 to Rs 20,000 crore, officially. The NBA says that it will cost Rs 44,000 crore. 39. The government claims the Sardar Sarovar projects will produce 1,450 megawatts of power. 40 The thing about multipurpose dams like the Sardar Sarovar is that their purposes, irrigation, power production, and flood control, conflict with one another. Irrigation uses up the water you need to produce power. Flood control requires you to keep the reservoir empty during the monsoon months to deal with an anticipated surfeit of water. And if there's no surfeit, you're left with an empty dam. And this defeats the purpose of irrigation, which is to store the monsoon water. It's like the conundrum of trying to ford a river with a fox, a chicken, and a bag of grain. The result of these mutually conflicting aims, studies say, is that when the Sardar Sarovar projects are completed and the scheme is fully functional, it will end up producing only 3% of the power that its planners say it will. About 50 megawatts. And if you take into account the power needed to pump water through its vast network of canals, the Sardar Sarovar projects will end up consuming more electricity than they produce. 41. In an old war, everybody has an axe to grind. So how do you pick your way through these claims and counterclaims? How do you decide whose estimate is more reliable? One way is to take a look at the track record of Indian dams. The Barji Dam near Jabalpur was the first dam on the Narmada to be completed, in 1990. It cost 10 times more than was budgeted and submerged 3 times more land than the engineers said it would. About 70,000 people from 101 villages were supposed to be displaced, but when they filled the reservoir, without warning anybody, 162 villages were submerged. Some of the resettlement sites built by the government were submerged as well. People were flushed out like rats from the land they had lived on for centuries. They salvaged what they could and watched their houses being washed away. 114,000 people were displaced. 42 There was no rehabilitation policy. Some were given meager cash compensation. Many got absolutely nothing. A few were moved to government rehabilitation sites. The site at Gorakhpur is, according to government publicity, an ideal village. Between 1990 and 1992, 5 people died of starvation there. The rest either returned to live illegally in the forests near the reservoir or moved to slums in Jabalpur. The Barji Dam irrigates only as much land as it submerged in the first place and only 5% of the area that its planners claimed it would irrigate. 43 Even that is waterlogged. Time and again, it's the same story. The Andhra Pradesh Irrigation 2 scheme claimed it would displace 63,000 people. When completed, it displaced 150,000 people. 44 The Gujarat Medium Irrigation 2 scheme displaced 140,000 people instead of 63,600. 45 The revised estimate of the number of people to be displaced by the Upper Krishna irrigation project in Karnataka is 240,000, against its initial claims of displacing only 20,000. 46 These are World Bank figures, not the NBA's. Imagine what this does to our conservative estimate of 33 million. Construction work on the Sardar Sarovar Dam site, which had continued sporadically since 1961, began in earnest in 1988. At the time, nobody, not the government, nor the World Bank, was aware that a woman called Medha Patkar had been wandering through the villages slated to be submerged, asking people whether they had any idea of the plans that the government had in store for them. When she arrived in the valley all those years ago, opposing the construction of the dam was the farthest thing from her mind. Her chief concern was that displaced villagers should be resettled in an equitable, humane way. It gradually became clear to her that the government's intentions toward them were far from honorable. By 1986 word had spread, and each state had a people's organization that questioned the promises about resettlement and rehabilitation that were being bandied about by government officials. It was only some years later that the full extent of the horror, the impact that the dams would have, both on the people who were to be displaced and the people who were supposed to benefit, began to surface. The Narmada Valley development projects came to be known as India's greatest planned environmental disaster. The various people's organizations massed into a single organization, and the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the extraordinary NBA, was born. In 1988 the NBA formally called for all work on the Narmada Valley development projects to be stopped. People declared that they would drown if they had to but would not move from their homes. Within 2 years the struggle had burgeoned and had support from other resistance movements. In September 1989, more than 50,000 people gathered in the valley from all over India to pledge to fight destructive development. The dam site and its adjacent areas, already under the Indian Official Secrets Act, were clamped under Section 144, which prohibits the gathering of groups of more than 5 people. The whole area was turned into a police camp. Despite the barricades, 1 year later, on September 28, 1990, thousands of villagers made their way on foot and by boat to a little town called Badwani, in Madhya Pradesh, to reiterate their pledge to drown rather than agree to move from their homes. News of the people's opposition to the projects spread to other countries. The Japanese arm of Friends of the Earth mounted a campaign in Japan that succeeded in getting the government of Japan to withdraw its 27 billion yen loan to finance the Sardar Sarovar projects. The contract for the turbines still holds. Once the Japanese withdrew, international pressure from various environmental activist groups who supported the struggle began to mount on the World Bank. This, of course, led to an escalation of repression in the valley. Government policy, described by a particularly articulate minister, was to flood the valley with kaki. On Christmas Day 1990, 6,000 men and women walked more than 100 kilometers, carrying their provisions and their bedding, accompanying a 7-member sacrificial squad that had resolved to lay down its lives for the river. They were stopped at Firkiwa on the Gujarat border by battalions of armed police and crowds of people from the city of Baroda, many of whom were hired, some of whom perhaps genuinely believed that the Sardar Sarovar was Gujarat's lifeline. It was a telling confrontation. Middle-class urban India versus a rural, predominantly Adivasi army. The marching people demanded they be allowed to cross the border and walk to the dam site. The police refused them passage. To stress their commitment to non-violence, each villager had his or her hands bound together. One by one, they defied the battalions of police. They were beaten, arrested, and dragged into waiting trucks in which they were driven off and dumped some miles away, in the wilderness. They just walked back and began all over again. The face-off continued for almost 2 weeks. Finally, on January 7, 1991, the 7 members of the sacrificial squad announced that they were going on an indefinite hunger strike. Tension rose to dangerous levels. The Indian and international press, TV camera crews, and documentary filmmakers were present in force. Reports appeared in the papers almost every day. Environmental activists stepped up the pressure in Washington. Eventually, acutely embarrassed by the glare of unfavorable media, the World Bank announced that it would commission an independent review of the Sardar Sarovar projects unprecedented in the history of bank behavior. When the news reached the valley, it was received with distrust and uncertainty. The people had no reason to trust the World Bank. But still, it was a victory of sorts. The villagers, understandably upset by the frightening deterioration in the condition of their comrades, who had not eaten for 22 days, pleaded with them to call off the fast. On January 28 the fast at Firkiwa was called off and the brave, ragged army returned to their homes shouting Hamara Jai on Main Hamara Raj. Our rule in our villages. There has been no army quite like this one anywhere else in the world. In other countries, China, Chairman Mao got a big dam for his 77th birthday, Malaysia, Guatemala, Paraguay, every sign of revolt has been snuffed out almost before it began. Here in India, it goes on and on. Of course, the state would like to take credit for this too. It would like us to be grateful to it for not crushing the movement completely, for allowing it to exist. After all, what is all this, if not a sign of a healthy, functioning democracy in which the state has to intervene when its people have differences of opinion? I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Is this my cue to cringe and say thank you, for allowing me to write the things I write? We don't need to be grateful to the state for permitting us to protest. We can thank ourselves for that. It is we who have insisted on these rights. It is we who have refused to surrender them. If we have anything to be truly proud of as a people, it is this. The struggle in the Narmada Valley lives, despite the state. The Indian state makes war in devious ways. Apart from its apparent benevolence, its other big weapon is its ability to wait. To roll with the punches. To wear out the opposition. The state never tires, never ages, never needs a rest. It runs an endless relay. But fighting people tire. They fall ill, they grow old. Even the young age prematurely. For 20 years now, since the tribunal's award, the ragged army in the valley has lived with the fear of eviction. For 20 years, in most areas there has been no sign of development, no roads, no schools, no wells, no medical help. For 20 years, it has borne the stigma slated for submergence, so it's isolated from the rest of society, no marriage proposals, no land transactions. They're a bit like the Hibakusha in Japan, the victims and their descendants of the bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The fruits of modern development, when they finally came, brought only horror. Roads brought surveyors. Surveyors brought trucks. Trucks brought policemen. Policemen brought bullets and beatings and rape and arrest, and in one case murder. The only genuine fruit of modern development that reached them inadvertently, the right to raise their voices, the right to be heard. But they have fought for 20 years now. How much longer will they last? The struggle in the valley is tiring. It's no longer as fashionable as it used to be. The international camera crews and the radical reporters have moved, like the World Bank, to newer pastures. The documentary films have been screened and appreciated. Everybody's sympathy is all used up. But the dam goes on. It's getting higher and higher. Now, more than ever before, the ragged army needs reinforcements. If we let it die, if we allow the struggle to be crushed, if we allow the people to be brutalized, we will lose the most precious thing we have, our spirit, or what's left of it. India will go on, they'll tell you, the sage philosophers who don't want to be troubled by piddling current affairs. As though India is somehow more valuable than her people. Old Nazis probably soothe themselves in similar ways. It's too late, some people say. Too much time and money has gone into the project to revoke it now. So far, the Sardar Sarovar Reservoir has submerged only a fourth of the area that it will win, if the dam reaches its full height. If we stop it now, we would save 325,000 people from certain destitution. As for the economics of it, it's true that the government has already spent Rs 7,500 crore, but continuing with the project would mean throwing good money after bad. We would save something like Rs 35,000 crore of public money, probably enough to fund local water harvesting projects in every village in all of Gujarat. What could possibly be a more worthwhile war? The war for the Narmada Valley is not just some exotic tribal war, or a remote rural war, or even an exclusively Indian war. It's a war for the rivers and the mountains and the forests of the world. All sorts of warriors from all over the world, anyone who wishes to enlist, will be honored and welcomed. Every kind of warrior will be needed. Doctors, lawyers, teachers, judges, journalists, students, sportsmen, painters, actors, singers, lovers. The borders are open, folks. Come on in. Anyway, back to the story. In June 1991, the World Bank appointed Bradford Morse, a former head of the United Nations Development Programme, as chairman of the Independent Review. His brief was to make a thorough assessment of the Sardar Sarovar projects. He was guaranteed free access to all secret World Bank documents relating to the projects. Morse and his team arrived in India in September 1991. The NBA, convinced that this was yet another setup, at first refused to meet them. The Gujarat government welcomed the team with a red carpet, and a nod and a wink, as covered allies. A year later, in June 1992, the historic Independent Review, known also as the Morse Report, was published. The Independent Review unpeels the project delicately, layer by layer, like an onion. Nothing was too big and nothing too small for the members of the Morse Committee to inquire into. They met ministers and bureaucrats, they met NGOs working in the area, went from village to village, from resettlement site to resettlement site. They visited the good ones, the bad ones, the temporary ones, the permanent ones. They spoke to hundreds of people. They traveled extensively in the submergence area and the command area. They went to Kutch and other drought-hit areas in Gujarat. They commissioned their own studies. They examined every aspect of the project: hydrology and water management, the upstream environment, sedimentation, catchment area treatment, the downstream environment, the anticipation of likely problems in the command area: water logging, salinity, drainage, health, the impact on wildlife. What the Independent Review reveals, in temperate, measured tones, which I admire but cannot achieve, is scandalous. It is the most balanced, unbiased, yet damning indictment of the relationship between the Indian state and the World Bank. Without appearing to, perhaps even without intending to, the report cuts through to the cozy core, to the space where they live together and love each other, somewhere between what they say and what they do. The core recommendation of the 357-page independent review was unequivocal and wholly unexpected. We think the Sardar Sarovar projects as they stand are flawed, that resettlement and rehabilitation of all those displaced by the projects is not possible under prevailing circumstances, and that environmental impacts of the projects have not been properly considered or adequately addressed. Moreover, we believe that the bank shares responsibility with the borrower for the situation that has developed. It seems clear that engineering and economic imperatives have driven the projects to the exclusion of human and environmental concerns. India and the states involved have spent a great deal of money. No one wants to see this money wasted. But we caution that it may be more wasteful to proceed without full knowledge of the human and environmental costs. As a result, we think that the wisest course would be for the bank to step back from the projects and consider them afresh. Point 47. For committed, knowledgeable, truly independent men, they do a lot to make up for the faith eroded by hundreds of other venal ones who are paid to do similar jobs. The World Bank, however, was still not prepared to give up. It continued to fund the project. 2 months after the independent review, it sent out the Pamela Cox Committee, which did exactly what the Morse Review had cautioned against. It would be irresponsible for us to patch together a series of recommendations on implementation when the flaws in the projects are as obvious as they seem to us. 48 and suggested a sort of patchwork remedy to try and salvage the operation. In October 1992, on the recommendation of the Pamela Cox Committee, the bank asked the Indian government to meet some minimum primary conditions within a period of 6 months. 49 Even that much the government couldn't do. Finally, on March 30, 1993, the World Bank pulled out of the Sardar Sarovar projects. Actually, technically, on March 29, 1 day before the deadline, the Government of India asked the World Bank to withdraw 50 details. No one has ever managed to make the World Bank step back from a project before. Least of all a ragtag army of the poorest people in one of the world's poorest countries. A group of people whom Louis Preston, then president of the bank, never managed to fit into his busy schedule when he visited India. 51 Sacking the bank was and is a huge moral victory for the people in the valley. The euphoria didn't last. The government of Gujarat announced that it was going to raise the $200 million shortfall on its own and push ahead with the project. During the period of the independent review and after it was published, confrontation between people and the authorities continued unabated in the valley. Humiliation, arrests, baton charges. Indefinite fasts terminated by temporary promises and permanent betrayals. People who had agreed to leave the valley and be resettled had begun returning to their villages from their resettlement sites. In Manibeli, a village in Maharashtra and one of the nerve centers of the resistance, hundreds of villagers participated in a monsoon satyagraha. In 1993, families in Manibeli remained in their homes as the waters rose. They clung to wooden posts with their children in their arms and refused to move. Eventually policemen prized them loose and dragged them away. The NBA declared that if the government did not agree to review the project, on August 6, 1993, a band of activists would drown themselves in the rising waters of the reservoir. On August 5 the Union government constituted yet another committee called the Five-Member Group, FMG, to review the Sardar Sarovar projects. The government of Gujarat refused it entry into Gujarat. 52. The FMG Report 53, a desk report, was submitted the following year. It tacitly endorsed the grave concerns of the independent review. But it made no difference. Nothing changed. This is another of the state's tested strategies. It kills you with committees. In February 1994 the government of Gujarat ordered the permanent closure of the sluice gates of the dam. In May 1994, the NBA filed a writ petition in the Supreme Court questioning the whole basis of the Sardar Sarovar Dam and seeking a stay on its construction. 54. During the monsoon of that year, when the level in the reservoir rose and water smashed down on the other side of the dam, 65,000 cubic meters of concrete and 35,000 cubic meters of rock were torn out of a stilling basin, leaving a crater 65 meters wide. The riverbed powerhouse was flooded. The damage was kept secret for months. 55 reports started appearing about it in the press only in January 1995. In early 1995, on the grounds that the rehabilitation of displaced people had not been adequate, the Supreme Court ordered work on the dam to be suspended until further notice. 56 The height of the dam was 80 meters above mean sea level. Meanwhile, work had begun on two more dams in Madhya Pradesh, the massive Narmada Sagar, without which the Sardar Sarovar loses 17 to 30% of its efficiency, 57, and the Maheshwar Dam. The Maheshwar Dam is next in line, upstream from the Sardar Sarovar. The government of Madhya Pradesh has signed a power purchase contract with a private company S. Kumars, one of India's leading textile magnates. Tension in the Sardar Sarovar area abated temporarily, and the battle moved upstream, to Maheshwar, in the fertile plains of Nimad. The case pending in the Supreme Court led to a palpable easing of repression in the valley. Construction work had stopped on the dam, but the rehabilitation charade continued. Forests, slated for submergence, continued to be cut and carted away in trucks, forcing people who depended on them for a livelihood to move out. Even though the dam is nowhere near its eventual projected height, its impact on the environment and the people living along the river is already severe. Around the dam site and the nearby villages, the number of cases of malaria has increased six-fold. 58. Several kilometers upstream from the Sardar Sarovar Dam, huge deposits of silt, hip-deep and over 200 meters wide, have cut off access to the river. Women carrying water pots now have to walk miles, literally miles, to find a negotiable entry point. Cows and goats get stranded in the mud and die. The little single log boats that the Adivasis use have become unsafe on the irrational circular currents caused by the barricade downstream. Farther upstream, where the silt deposits have not yet become a problem, there's another tragedy. Landless people, predominantly Adivasis and Dalits, have traditionally cultivated rice, melons, cucumbers, and gourds on the rich, shallow silt banks the river leaves when it recedes in the dry months. Every now and then, the engineers manning the Barji Dam, way upstream, near Jabalpur, release water from the reservoir without warning. Downstream, the water level in the river suddenly rises. Hundreds of families have had their crops washed away several times, leaving them with no livelihood. Suddenly they can't trust their river anymore. It's like a loved one who has developed symptoms of psychosis. Anyone who has loved a river can tell you that the loss of a river is a terrible, aching thing. But I'll be rapped on the knuckles if I continue in this vein. When we're discussing the greater common good, there's no place for sentiment. One must stick to facts. Forgive me for letting my heart wander. The state governments of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra continue to be completely cavalier in their dealings with displaced people. The government of Gujarat has a rehabilitation policy, on paper, that makes the other two states look medieval. It boasts of having the best rehabilitation package in the world. 59 The program offers land for land to displaced people from Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh and recognizes the claims of encroachers, usually Adivasis with no papers. The deception, however, lies in its definition of who qualifies as project affected. In point of fact, the government of Gujarat hasn't even managed to rehabilitate people from its own 19 villages slated for submergence, let alone the rest of the 226 villages in the other two states. The inhabitants of these 19 villages have been scattered to 175 separate rehabilitation sites. Social links have been smashed, communities broken up. In practice, the resettlement story, with a few ideal village exceptions, continues to be one of callousness and broken promises. Some people have been given land, others haven't. Some have land that is stony and uncultivable. Some have land that is irredeemably waterlogged. Some have been driven out by landowners who had sold their land to the government but hadn't been paid. 60. Some who were resettled on the periphery of other villages have been robbed, beaten, and chased away by their host villagers. There have been instances when displaced people from 2 different dam projects have been allotted contiguous lands. In one case, displaced people from 3 dams, the Yukai Dam, the Sardar Saravar Dam, and the Karjan Dam, were resettled in the same area. 61. In addition to fighting among themselves for resources, water, grazing land, jobs, they had to fight a group of landless laborers who had been sharecropping the land for absentee landlords who had subsequently sold it to the government. There's another category of displaced people whose lands have been acquired by the government for resettlement sites. There's a pecking order even among the wretched Sardar Saravar ousties are more glamorous than other ousties because they're occasionally in the news and have a case in court. In other development projects where there's no press, no NBA, no court case, there are no records. The displaced leave no trail at all. In several resettlement sites, people have been dumped in rows of corrugated tin sheds that are furnaces in summer and fridges in winter. Some of them are located in dry riverbeds that during the monsoon turn into fast-flowing drifts. I've been to some of these sites. I've seen film footage 62 of others, shivering children, perched like birds on the edges of cots, while swirling waters enter their tin homes. Frightened, fevered eyes watch pots and pans carried through the doorway by the current, floating out into the flooded fields, thin fathers swimming after them to retrieve what they can. When the waters recede, they leave ruin. Malaria, diarrhea, sick cattle stranded in the slush. The ancient teak beams dismantled from their previous homes, carefully stacked away like postponed dreams, now spongy, rotten, and unusable. 40 households were moved from Manibeli to a resettlement site in Gujarat. In the first year, 38 children died. 63 In today's paper, Indian Express, April 26, 1999, there's a report about 9 deaths in a single rehabilitation site in Gujarat. In the course of a single week. That's 1.2875 paps a day, if you're counting. Many of those who have been resettled are people who have lived all their lives deep in the forest with virtually no contact with money and the modern world. Suddenly they find themselves left with the option of starving to death or walking several kilometers to the nearest town, sitting in the marketplace, both men and women, offering themselves as wage laborers like goods on sale. Instead of a forest from which they gathered everything they needed: food, fuel, fodder, rope, gum, tobacco, tooth powder, medicinal herbs, housing materials, they earn between 10 and 20 rupees a day with which to feed and keep their families. Instead of a river, they have a hand pump. In their old villages they had no money, but they were insured. If the rains failed, they had the forests to turn to, the river to fish in. Their livestock was their fixed deposit. Without all this, they're a heartbeat away from destitution. In Vadaj, a resettlement site I visited near Baroda, the man who was talking to me rocked his sick baby in his arms, clumps of flies gathered on its sleeping eyelids. Children collected around us, taking care not to burn their bare skin on the scorching tin walls of the shed they call a home. The man's mind was far away from the troubles of his sick baby. He was making me a list of the fruits he used to pick in the forest. He counted 48 kinds. He told me that he didn't think he or his children would ever be able to afford to eat any fruit again. Not unless he stole it. I asked him what was wrong with his baby. He said it would be better for the baby to die than live like this. I asked what the baby's mother thought about that. She didn't reply. She just stared. For the people who've been resettled, everything has to be relearned. Every little thing, every big thing, from shitting and pissing, where do you do it when there's no jungle to hide you, to buying a bus ticket, to learning a new language, to understanding money. And worst of all, learning to be supplicants. Learning to take orders. Learning to have masters. Learning to answer only when you're addressed. In addition to all this, they have to learn how to make written representations, in triplicate, to the Grievance Redressal Committee or the Sardar Saravar Narmada Nigam for any particular problems they might have. Recently 3,000 people came to Delhi to protest their situation travelling overnight by train, living on the blazing streets. 64 The president wouldn't meet them because he had an eye infection. Maneka Gandhi, the Minister for Social Justice and Empowerment, wouldn't meet them but asked for a written representation. Dear Maneka, please don't build the dam, love the people. When the representation was handed to her, she scolded the little delegation for not having written it in English. From being self-sufficient and free to being impoverished and yoked to the whims of a world you know nothing about, what do you suppose it must feel like? Would you like to trade your beach house in Goa for a hovel in Paharganj? No? Not even for the sake of the nation? Truly, it is just not possible for a state administration, any state administration, to carry out the rehabilitation of a people as fragile as this, on such an immense scale. It's like using a pair of hedge clippers to trim an infant's fingernails. You can't do it without clipping its fingers off. Land for land sounds like a reasonable swap, but how do you implement it? How do you uproot 200,000 people, the official blinkered estimate, of whom 117,000 are Adivasi, and relocate them in a humane fashion? How do you keep their communities intact in a country where every inch of land is fought over, where almost all litigation pending in courts has to do with land disputes? Where is all this fine, unoccupied, but arable land that is waiting to receive these intact communities? The simple answer is that there isn't any. Not even for the officially displaced of this one dam. What about the rest of the 3,199 dams? What about the remaining thousands of paps earmarked for annihilation? Shall we just put the Star of David on their doors and get it over with? The reservoir of the Maheshwar Dam will wholly or partially submerge 60 villages in the Nimad plains of Madhya Pradesh. A significant section of the population in these villages, roughly a third, are Kavats and Kehars, ancient communities of ferrymen, fisherfolk, sand quarriers, and cultivators of the riverbank when the waters recede in the dry season. Most of them own no land, but the river sustains them and means more to them than to anyone else. When the dam is built, thousands of Kavats and Kehars will lose their only source of livelihood. Yet simply because they are landless, they do not qualify as project affected and will not be eligible for rehabilitation. Jalad is the first of 60 villages that will be submerged by the reservoir of the Maheshwar Dam. Jalad is not an Adivasi village and is therefore riven with the shameful caste divisions that are the scourge of every ordinary Hindu village. A majority of the landowning farmers, the ones who qualify as paps, are Rajputs. They farm some of the most fertile soil in India. Their houses are piled with sacks of wheat and lentils and rice. They boast so much about the things they grow on their land that if it weren't so tragic, it could get on your nerves. Their houses have already begun to crack with the impact of the dynamiting on the dam site. 12 families who had small holdings in the vicinity of the dam site had their land acquired. They told me how, when they objected, cement was poured into their water pipes, their standing crops were bulldozed, and the police occupied the land by force. All 12 families are now landless and work as wage labourers. The area that the Rajputs of Jalad are going to be moved to is a few kilometres inland, away from the river, adjoining a predominantly Dalit and Adivasi precinct in a village called Samraj. I saw the huge tract of land that had been marked off for them. It was a hard, stony hillock with stubbly grass and scrub, on which truckloads of silt were being unloaded and spread out in a thin layer to make it look like rich black humus. The story goes like this: on behalf of the S. Kumars, textile tycoons turned nation builders, the district magistrate acquired the hillock, which was actually village common grazing land that belonged to the people of Samraj. In addition to this, the land of 84 Dalit and Adivasi villagers was acquired. No compensation was paid. The villagers, whose main source of income was their livestock, had to sell their goats and buffalo because they no longer had anywhere to graze them. Their only remaining source of income lay, on the banks of a small lake on the edge of the village. In summer, when the water level recedes, it leaves a shallow ring of rich silt on which the villagers grew, rice and melons and cucumber. The Kumars have excavated this silt to cosmetically cover the stony grazing ground, which the Rajputs of Jalad don't want. The banks of the lake are now steep and uncultivable. The already impoverished people of Samraj have been left to starve, while this photo opportunity is being readied for German and Swiss funders, Indian courts, and anybody else who cares to pass that way. This is how India works. This is the genesis of the Maheshwar Dam. The story of the first village. What will happen to the other 59? May bad luck pursue this dam. May bulldozers turn upon the textile tycoons. Nothing can justify this kind of behavior. In circumstances like these, to even entertain a debate about rehabilitation is to take the first step toward setting aside the principles of justice. Resettling 200,000 people in order to take, or pretend to take, drinking water to 40 million. There's something very wrong with the scale of operations here. This is fascist math. It strangles stories, bludgeons detail, and manages to blind perfectly reasonable people with its spurious, shining vision. When I arrived on the banks of the Narmada in late March 1999, it was a month after the Supreme Court had suddenly vacated the stay on construction work of the Sardar Sarovar Dam. I had read pretty much everything I could lay my hands on, all those secret government documents. I had a clear idea of the lay of the land, of what had happened where and when and to whom. The story played itself out before my eyes like a tragic film whose actors I'd already met. Had I not known its history, nothing would have made sense. Because in the valley there are stories within stories, and it's easy to lose the clarity of rage in the sludge of other people's sorrow. I ended my journey in Kevadia colony, where it all began. 38 years ago, this is where the government of Gujarat decided to locate the infrastructure it would need for starting work on the dam: guest houses, office blocks, accommodation for engineers and their staff, roads leading to the dam site, warehouses for construction material. It is located on the cusp of what is now the Sardar Sarovar Reservoir and the Wonder Canal, Gujarat's lifeline, that is going to quench the thirst of millions. Nobody knows this, but Kevadia colony is the key to the world. Go there, and secrets will be revealed to you. In the winter of 1961, a government officer arrived in a village called Kothi and told the villagers that some of their land would be needed to construct a helipad because someone terribly important was going to come visiting. In a few days a bulldozer arrived and flattened standing crops. The villagers were made to sign papers and were paid a sum of money, which they assumed was payment for their destroyed crops. When the helipad was ready, a helicopter landed on it, and out came Prime Minister Nehru. Most of the villagers couldn't see him because he was surrounded by policemen. Nehru made a speech. Then he pressed a button and there was an explosion on the other side of the river. After the explosion he flew away. 65 That was the genesis of what was to become the Sardar Sarovar Dam. Could Nehru have known when he pressed that button that he had unleashed an incubus? After Nehru left, the government of Gujarat arrived in strength. It acquired 1,600 acres of land from 950 families from 6 villages. 66 The people were Tadvi Adivasis who, because of their proximity to the city of Baroda, were not entirely unversed in the ways of a market economy. They were sent notices and told that they would be paid cash compensation and given jobs on the dam site. Then the nightmare began. Trucks and bulldozers rolled in. Forests were felled, standing crops destroyed. Everything turned into a whirl of jeeps and engineers and cement and steel. Mohan Bhai Tadvi watched 8 acres of his land with standing crops of sorghum, lentils, and cotton being leveled. Overnight he became a landless labourer. 3 years later he received his cash compensation of Rs 250 an acre in 3 separate installments. Dursukh Bhai Vesa Bhai's father was given Rs 3,500 for his house and 5 acres of land with its standing crops and all the trees on it. He remembers walking all the way to Rajpipla, the district headquarters, as a little boy, holding his father's hand. He remembers how terrified they were when they were called into the Tehsildar's office. They were made to surrender their compensation notices and sign a receipt. They were illiterate, so they didn't know how much the receipt was made out for. Everybody had to go to Rajpipla, but they were always summoned on different days, one by one. So they couldn't exchange information or compare stories. Gradually, out of the dust and bulldozers, an offensive, diffuse configuration emerged. Kevadia Colony. Row upon row of ugly cement flats, offices, ghost houses, roads. All the graceless infrastructure of big dam construction. The villagers' houses were dismantled and the villagers moved to the periphery of the colony where they remain today, squatters on their own land. Those that caused trouble were intimidated by the police and the construction company. The villagers told me that in the contractor's headquarters they have a lockup like a police lockup, where recalcitrant villagers are incarcerated and beaten. The people who were evicted to build Kevadia Colony do not qualify as project affected in Gujarat's rehabilitation package. Some of them work as servants in the officers' bungalows and waiters in the guest house built on the land where their own houses once stood. Can there be anything more poignant? Those who had some land left tried to cultivate it, but Kevadia municipality introduced a scheme in which they brought in pigs to eat uncollected refuse on the streets. The pigs stray into the villagers' fields and destroy their crops. In 1992, 30 years later, each family has been offered a sum of Rs 12,000 per acre, up to a maximum of Rs 36,000, provided they agree to leave their homes and go away. Yet 40% of the land that was acquired is lying unused. The government refuses to return it. 11 acres acquired from Devi Ben, who is a widow now, has been given over to the Swami Narayan Trust, a big religious sect. On a small portion of it, the trust runs a little school. The rest it cultivates, while Devi Ben watches through the barbed wire fence. On 200 acres acquired in the village of Gora, villagers were evicted and blocks of flats were built. They lay empty for years. Eventually the government rented them for a nominal fee to Jay Prakash Associates, the dam contractors, who, the villagers say, sublet them privately for Rs 32,000 a month. Jay Prakash Associates, the biggest dam contractors in the country, the real nation builders, owns the Siddharth Continental and the Vasant Continental hotels in Delhi. On an area of about 30 acres there is an absurd cement public works department replica of the ancient Shulpanchwar temple that was submerged in the reservoir. The same political formation that plunged a whole nation into a bloody, medieval nightmare because it insisted on destroying an old mosque to dig up a non-existent temple thinks nothing of submerging a hallowed pilgrimage route and hundreds of temples that have been worshipped in for centuries. It thinks nothing of destroying the sacred hills and groves, the places of worship, the ancient homes of the gods and demons of the Adivasis. It thinks nothing of submerging a valley that has yielded fossils, microliths, and rock paintings, the only valley in India, according to archaeologists, that contains an uninterrupted record of human occupation from the Old Stone Age. What can one say? In Kevadia Colony, the most barbaric joke of all is the Wildlife Museum. The Shulpanchwar Sanctuary Interpretation Center gives you quick, comprehensive evidence of the government's sincere commitment to conservation. The Sardar Sarovar Reservoir, when the dam reaches its full height, is going to submerge about 13,000 hectares of prime forest land. In anticipation of submergence, the forest began to be felled many greedy years ago. Between the Narmada Sagar Dam and the Sardar Sarovar Dam, 50,000 hectares of old-growth, broad-leaved forest will be submerged. Madhya Pradesh has the highest rate of forest cover loss in the whole of India. This is partly responsible for the reduced flow in the Narmada and the increase in siltation. Have engineers made the connection between forest, rivers, and rain? Unlikely. It isn't part of their brief. Environmentalists and conservationists were quite rightly alarmed at the extent of loss of biodiversity and wildlife habitat that the submergence would cause. To mitigate this loss, the government decided to expand the Shulpanchwar Wildlife Sanctuary near the dam, south of the river. There is a harebrained scheme that envisages drowning animals from the submerged forests swimming their way to wildlife corridors that will be created for them, and setting up home in the new, improved Shulpanchwar Sanctuary. Presumably wildlife and biodiversity can be protected and maintained only if human activity is restricted and traditional rights to use forest resources curtailed. 40,000 Adivasis from 101 villages within the boundaries of the Shoal-Panchwar sanctuary depend on the forest for a livelihood. They will be persuaded to leave. They are not included in the definition of project affected. Where will they go? I imagine you know by now. Whatever their troubles in the real world, in the Shoal-Panchwar Sanctuary Interpretation Center, where an old stuffed leopard and a moldy sloth bear have to make do with a shared corner, the Adivasis have a whole room to themselves. On the walls there are clumsy wooden carvings, government-approved Adivasi art, with signs that say tribal art. In the center there is a life-sized thatched hut with the door open. The pot's on the fire, the dog is asleep on the floor, and all's well with the world. Outside, to welcome you, are Mr. and Mrs. Adivasi. A lumpy papier-mâché couple, smiling. Smiling. They're not even permitted the grace of rage. That's what I can't get over. Oh, but have I got it wrong? What if they're smiling with national pride? Brimming with the joy of having sacrificed their lives to bring drinking water to thirsty millions in Gujarat? For 20 years now, the people of Gujarat have waited for the water they believe the Wonder Canal will bring them. For years the government of Gujarat has invested 85% of the state's irrigation budget into the Sardar Sarovar projects. Every smaller, quicker, local, more feasible scheme has been set aside for the sake of this. Election after election has been contested and won on the water ticket. Everyone's hopes are pinned to the Wonder Canal. Will she fulfill Gujarat's dreams? From the Sardar Sarovar Dam, the Narmada flows through 180 kilometers of rich lowland into the Arabian Sea in Bharuch. What the Wonder Canal does, more or less, is to reroute most of the river, bending it almost 90 degrees northward. It's a pretty drastic thing to do to a river. The Narmada estuary in Bharuch is one of the last known breeding places of the Hilsa, probably the hottest contender for India's favourite fish. The Stanley Dam wiped out Hilsa from the Kaveri River in South India, and Pakistan's Ghulam Mohammed Dam destroyed its spawning area on the Indus. Hilsa, like the salmon, is an anadromous fish born in fresh water, migrating to the ocean as a smolt, and returning to the river to spawn. The drastic reduction in water flow, the change in the chemistry of the water because of all the sediment trapped behind the dam, will radically alter the ecology of the estuary and modify the delicate balance of fresh water and seawater, which is bound to affect the spawning. At present, the Narmada estuary produces 13,000 metric tons of hilsa and freshwater prawn, which also breeds in brackish water. 10,000 fisher families depend on it for a living. 67. The Morse Committee was appalled to discover that no studies had been done of the downstream environment. 68. No documentation of the River Rhine ecosystem, its seasonal changes, its biological species, or the pattern of how its resources are used. The dam builders had no idea what the impact of the dam would be on the people and the environment downstream, let alone any ideas on what steps to take to mitigate it. The government simply says that it will alleviate the loss of Hilsa fisheries by stocking the reservoir with hatchery-bred fish. Who'll control the reservoir? Who'll grant the commercial fishing to its favorite paying customers? The only hitch is that, so far, scientists have not managed to breed Hilsa artificially. The rearing of Hilsa depends on getting spawn from wild adults, which will in all likelihood be eliminated by the dam. Dams have either eliminated or endangered 1/5 of the world's freshwater fish. 69. So, quiz question: where will the 40,000 fisherfolk go? Email your answers to thegovernmentthatcares.com. At the risk of losing readers, I've been warned several times. How can you write about irrigation? Who the hell is interested? Let me tell you what the Wonder Canal is and what she's meant to achieve. Be interested, if you want to snatch your future back from the sweaty palms of the Iron Triangle. Most rivers in India are monsoon-fed. 80 to 85% of the flow takes place during the rainy months, usually between June and September. The purpose of a dam, an irrigation dam, is to store monsoon water in its reservoir and then use it judiciously for the rest of the year, distributing it across dry land through a system of canals. The area of land irrigated by the canal network is called the command area. How will the command area, accustomed only to seasonal irrigation, its entire ecology designed for that single pulse of monsoon rain, react to being irrigated the whole year round? Perennial irrigation does to soil roughly what anabolic steroids do to the human body. Steroids can turn an ordinary athlete into an Olympic medal winner. Perennial irrigation can convert soil that produced only a single crop a year into soil that yields several crops a year. Land on which farmers traditionally grew crops that don't need a great deal of water, maize, millet, barley, and a whole range of pulses, suddenly yield water-guzzling cash crops cotton, rice, soybeans, and the biggest guzzler of all, like those finned 50s cars, sugarcane. This completely alters traditional crop patterns in the command area. People stop growing things that they can afford to eat and start growing things that they can only afford to sell. By linking themselves to the market, they lose control over their lives. Ecologically too, this is a poisonous payoff. Even if the markets hold out, the soil doesn't. Over time it becomes too poor to support the extra demands made on it. Gradually, in the way a steroid-using athlete becomes an invalid, the soil becomes depleted and degraded, and agricultural yields begin to decrease. 70. In India, land irrigated by well water is today almost twice as productive as land irrigated by canals. 71. Certain kinds of soil are less suitable for perennial irrigation than others. Perennial canal irrigation raises the level of the water table. As the water moves up through the soil, it absorbs salts. Saline water is drawn to the surface by capillary action, and the land becomes waterlogged. The logged water, to coin a phrase, is then breathed into the atmosphere by plants, causing an even greater concentration of salts in the soil. When the concentration of salts in the soil reaches 1%, that soil becomes toxic to plant life. This is what's called salinization. ASTUDY 72 by the Centre for Resource and Environmental Studies at the Australian National University says that 1/5 of the world's irrigated land is salt-affected. By the mid-1980s, 25 million of the 37 million hectares under irrigation in Pakistan were estimated to be either salinized or waterlogged or both. 73 In India the estimates vary between 6 and 10 million hectares. 74 According to secret government studies, 75 more than 52% of the Sardar Sarovar command area is prone to waterlogging and salinization. And that's not the end of the bad news. The 460-kilometer-long, concrete-lined Sardar Sarovar Wonder Canal and its 75,000 km network of branch canals and sub-branch canals is designed to irrigate a total of 2 million hectares of land spread over 12 districts. The districts of Kutch and Saurashtra, the billboards of Gujarat's Thirst campaign, are at the very tail end of this network. The system of canals superimposes an arbitrary concrete grid on the existing pattern of natural drainage in the command area. It's a little like reorganizing the pattern of reticulate veins on the surface of a leaf. When a canal cuts across the path of a natural drain, it blocks the flow of the natural, seasonal water and leads to waterlogging. The engineering solution to this is to map the pattern of natural drainage in the area and replace it with an alternate artificial drainage system that is built in conjunction with the canals. The problem, as you can imagine, is that doing this is enormously expensive. The cost of drainage is not included as part of the Sardar Sarovar projects. It usually isn't, in most irrigation projects. David Hopper, the World Bank's Vice President for South Asia, has admitted 76 that the bank does not usually include the cost of drainage in its irrigation projects in South Asia because irrigation projects with adequate drainage are just too expensive. It costs 5 times as much to provide adequate drainage as it does to irrigate the same amount of land. It makes the cost of a complete project appear unviable. The bank's solution to the problem is to put in the irrigation system and wait for salinity and waterlogging to set in. When all the money's spent and the land is devastated and the people are in despair, who should pop by? Why, the friendly neighborhood banker. And what's that bulge in his pocket? Could it be a loan for a drainage project? In Pakistan, the World Bank financed the Tarbala, 1977, and Mangla Dam, 1967, projects on the Indus. The command areas are waterlogged. 77 Now the bank has given Pakistan a $785 million loan for a drainage project. In India, in Punjab, and in Haryana, it's doing the same. Irrigation without drainage is like having a system of arteries and no veins. Pretty damn pointless. Since the World Bank stepped back from the Sardar Sarovar projects, it's a little unclear where the money for the drainage is going to come from. This hasn't deterred the government from going ahead with the canal work. The result is that even before the dam is ready, before the Wonder Canal has been commissioned, before a single drop of irrigation water has been delivered, waterlogging has set in. Among the worst affected areas are the resettlement colonies. There is a difference between the planners of the Sardar Sarovar irrigation scheme and the planners of previous projects. At least they acknowledge that waterlogging and salinization are real problems and need to be addressed. Their solutions, however, are corny enough to send a Holok Gibbon to a hooting hospital. They plan to have a series of electronic groundwater sensors placed in every 100 square kilometers of the command area. That works out to about 1,800 ground sensors. These will be linked to a central computer that will analyze the data and send out commands to the canal heads to stop water flowing into areas that show signs of waterlogging. A network of only irrigation, only drainage, and irrigation-cum-drainage tube wells will be sunk, and electronically synchronized by the central computer. The saline water will be pumped out, mixed with mathematically computed quantities of fresh water, and then recirculated into a network of surface and subsurface drains, for which more land will be acquired. 78. To achieve the irrigation efficiency that they claim they'll achieve, according to a study done by Dr. Rahul Ram for Kalpavrik Share 79-82% of the water that goes into the Wonder Canal network will have to be pumped out again. They've never implemented an electronic irrigation scheme before, not even as a pilot project. It hasn't occurred to them to experiment with some already degraded land, just to see if it works. No, they'll use our money to install it over the whole of the 2 million hectares and then see if it works. What if it doesn't? If it doesn't, it won't matter to the planners. They'll still draw the same salaries. They'll still get their pensions and their bonuses and whatever else you get when you retire from a career of inflicting mayhem on a people. How can it possibly work? It's like sending in a rocket scientist to milk a troublesome cow. How can they manage a gigantic electronic irrigation system when they can't even line the walls of the canals without having them collapse and cause untold damage to crops and people? When they can't even prevent the big dam itself from breaking off in bits when it rains? To quote from one of their own studies, the design, the implementation, and management of the integration of groundwater and surface water in the above circumstance is complex. 80. Agreed. To say the least. Their recommendation of how to deal with the complexity: it will only be possible to implement such a system if all groundwater and surface water supplies are managed by a single authority. 81. Aha! It's beginning to make sense now. Who will own the water? The single authority. Who will sell the water? The single authority. Who will profit from the sales? The single authority. The single authority has a scheme whereby it will sell water by the liter, not to individuals but to farmers' cooperatives, which don't exist just yet, but no doubt the single authority can create cooperatives and force farmers to cooperate. Computer water, unlike ordinary river water, is expensive. Only those who can afford it will get it. Gradually, small farmers will get edged out by big farmers, and the whole cycle of uprootment will begin all over again. The single authority, because it owns the computer water, will also decide who will grow what. It says that farmers getting computer water will not be allowed to grow sugarcane because they'll use up the share of the thirsty millions who live at the tail end of the canal. But the single authority has already given licenses to 10 large sugar mills right near the head of the canal. 82 The chief promoter of one of them is Sanat Mehta, who was chairman of the Sardar Sarovar Narmada Nigam for several years. The chief promoter of another sugar mill was Chimanbhai Patel, former chief minister of Gujarat. He, along with his wife, was the most vocal, ardent proponent of the Sardar Sarovar Dam. When he died, his ashes were scattered over the dam site. In Maharashtra, thanks to a different branch of the single authority, the politically powerful sugar lobby that occupies 1/10 of the state's irrigated land uses half the state's irrigation water. In addition to the sugar growers, the single authority has recently announced a Scheme 83 that envisages a series of 5-star hotels, golf courses, and water parks that will come up along the Wonder Canal. What earthly reason could possibly justify this? The single authority says it's the only way to raise money to complete the project. I really worry about those millions of good people in Kutch and Saurashtra. Will the water ever reach them? First of all, we know that there's a lot less water in the river than the single authority claims there is. Second of all, in the absence of the Narmada Sagar Dam, the irrigation benefits of the Sardar Sarovar drop by a further 17 to 30%. Third of all, the irrigation efficiency of the Wonder Canal, the actual amount of water delivered by the system, has been arbitrarily fixed at 60%. The highest irrigation efficiency in India, taking into account system leaks and surface evaporation, is 35%.84. This means it's likely that only half of the command area will be irrigated. Which half? The first half. Fourth, to get to Kutch and Saurashtra, the Wonder Canal has to negotiate its way past the 10 sugar mills, the golf courses, the 5-star hotels, the water parks, and the cash crop growing, politically powerful, Patel-rich districts of Baroda, Kheda, Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and Mersana. Already, in complete contravention of its own directives, the single authority has allotted the city of Baroda a sizable quantity of water. 85 When Baroda gets it, can Ahmedabad be left behind? The political clout of powerful urban centers in Gujarat will ensure that they secure their share. Fifth, even in the 100% unlikely event that water gets there, it has to be piped and distributed to those 8,000 waiting villages. It's worth knowing that of the 1 billion people in the world who have no access to safe drinking water, 855 million live in rural areas. 86 This is because the cost of installing an energy-intensive network of thousands of kilometers of pipelines, aqueducts, pumps, and treatment plants that would be needed to provide drinking water to scattered rural populations is prohibitive. Nobody builds big dams to provide drinking water to rural people. Nobody can afford to. When the Morse Committee first arrived in Gujarat, it was impressed by the Gujarat government's commitment to taking drinking water to such distant rural districts. 87 The members of the committee asked to see the detailed drinking water plans. There weren't any. There still aren't any. They asked if any costs had been worked out. A few thousand crores was the breezy answer. 88 billion is an expert's calculated guess. It's not included as part of the project cost. So where is the money going to come from? Never mind. Use a skin. It's interesting that the Farakka barrage that diverts water from the Ganga to Calcutta port has reduced the drinking water availability for 40 million people who live downstream in Bangladesh. 89. At times there's something so precise and mathematically chilling about nationalism. Build a dam to take water away from 40 million people. Build a dam to pretend to bring water to 40 million people. Who are these gods that govern us? Is there no limit to their powers? The last person I met in the valley was Baiji Bai. He is a Tadvi Adivasi from Mandava, one of the first villages where the government began to acquire land for the Wonder Canal and its 75,000 km network. Baiji Bai lost 17 of his 19 acres to the Wonder Canal. It crashes through his land, 700 feet wide including its walkways and steep, sloping embankments, like a velodrome for giant bicyclists. The canal network affects more than 200,000 families. People have lost wells and trees. People have had their houses separated from their farms by the canal, forcing them to walk 2 or 3 kilometers to the nearest bridge and then 2 or 3 kilometers back along the other side. 23,000 families, let's say 100,000 people, will be, like Baiji Bai, seriously affected. They don't count as project affected and are not entitled to rehabilitation. Like his neighbors in Kevadiya colony, Baiji Bai became a pauper overnight. Baiji Bai and his people, forced to smile for photographs on government calendars. Baiji Bai and his people, denied the grace of rage. Baiji Bai and his people, squashed like bugs by this country they're supposed to call their own. It was late evening when I arrived at his house. We sat down on the floor and drank over sweet tea in the dying light. As he spoke, a memory stirred in me, a sense of déjà vu. I couldn't imagine why. I knew I hadn't met him before. Then I realized what it was. I didn't recognize him, but I remembered his story. I'd seen him in an old documentary film, shot more than 10 years ago in the valley. He was frielier now, his beard softened with age. But his story hadn't aged. It was still young and full of passion. It broke my heart, the patience with which he told it. I could tell he had told it over and over and over again, hoping, praying, that one day, one of the strangers passing through Undava would turn out to be good luck. Or God. Baiji Bai, when will you get angry? When will you stop waiting? When will you say that's enough, and reach for your weapons, whatever they may be? When will you show us the whole of your resonant, terrifying, invincible strength? When will you break the faith? Will you break the faith? Or will you let it break you? To slow a beast, you break its limbs. To slow a nation, you break its people. You rob them of volition. You demonstrate your absolute command over their destiny. You make it clear that ultimately it falls to you to decide who lives, who dies, who prospers, who doesn't. To exhibit your capability you show off all that you can do, and how easily you can do it. How easily you could press a button and annihilate the earth. How you can start a war or sue for peace. How you can snatch a river away from one and gift it to another. How you can green a desert, or fell a forest and plant one somewhere else. You use caprice to fracture a people's faith in ancient things: earth, forest, water, air. Once that's done, what do they have left? Only you. They will turn to you because you're all they have. They will love you even while they despise you. They will trust you even though they know you well. They will vote for you even as you squeeze the very breath from their bodies. They will drink what you give them to drink. They will breathe what you give them to breathe. They will live where you dump their belongings. They have to. What else can they do? There's no higher court of redress. You are their mother and their father. You are the judge and the jury. You are the world. You are God. Power is fortified not just by what it destroys but also by what it creates. Not just by what it takes but also by what it gives. And powerlessness reaffirmed not just by the helplessness of those who have lost but also by the gratitude of those who have, or think they have, gained. This cold contemporary cast of power is couched between the lines of noble-sounding clauses in democratic-sounding constitutions. It's wielded by the elected representatives of an ostensibly free people. Yet no monarch, no despot, no dictator in any other century in the history of human civilization has had access to weapons like these. Day by day, river by river, forest by forest, mountain by mountain, missile by missile, bomb by bomb, almost without our knowing it, we are being broken. Big dams are to a nation's development what nuclear bombs are to its military arsenal. They're both weapons of mass destruction. They're both weapons governments use to control their own people. Both 20th century emblems that mark a point in time when human intelligence has outstripped its own instinct for survival. They're both malignant indications of a civilization turning upon itself. They represent the severing of the link, not just the link, the understanding between human beings and the planet they live on. They scramble the intelligence that connects eggs to hens, milk to cows, food to forests, water to rivers, air to life, and the earth to human existence. Can we unscramble it? Maybe. Inch by inch. Bomb by bomb. Dam by dam. Maybe by fighting specific wars in specific ways. We could begin in the Narmada Valley. This July will bring the last monsoon of the 20th century. The ragged army in the Narmada Valley has declared that it will not move when the waters of the Sardar Sarovar reservoir rise to claim its lands and homes. Whether you love the dam or hate it, whether you want it or you don't, it is in the fitness of things that you understand the price that's being paid for it. That you have the courage to watch while the dues are cleared and the books are squared. Our dues. Our books. Not theirs. Be there. 7. Power Politics. The Reincarnation of Rumpelstiltskin. First published in Outlook, November 27, 2000. Remember him? The gnome who could turn straw into gold? Well, he's back now, but you wouldn't recognize him. To begin with, he's not an individual gnome anymore. I'm not sure how best to describe him. Let's just say he's metamorphosed into an accretion, a cabal, an assemblage, a malevolent, incorporeal, transnational multi-gnome. Rumpelstiltskin is a notion, a piece of deviant, insidious white logic that will eventually self-annihilate. But for now, he's more than okay. He's cock of the walk. King of all that really counts, cash. He's decimated the competition, killed all the other kings, the other kinds of kings. He's persuaded us that he's all we have left. Our only salvation. What kind of potentate is Rumpelstiltskin? Powerful, pitiless, and armed to the teeth. He's a kind of king the world has never known before. His realm is raw capital, his conquests emerging markets, his prayers prophets, his borders limitless, his weapons nuclear. To even try and imagine him, to hold the whole of him in your field of vision, is to situate yourself at the very edge of sanity, to offer yourself up for ridicule. King Rumpel reveals only part of himself at a time. He has a bank account heart. He has television eyes and a newspaper nose in which you see only what he wants you to see and read only what he wants you to read. See what I mean about the edge of sanity? There's more, a surround sound stereo mouth that amplifies his voice and filters out the sound of the rest of the world, so that you can't hear it even when it's shouting, or starving, or dying, and King Rumpel is only whispering, rolling his Rs in his North American way. Listen carefully. This is most of the rest of his story. It hasn't ended yet, but it will. It must. It ranges across seas and continents, sometimes majestic and universal, sometimes confining and local. Now and then I'll peg it down with disparate bits of history and geography that could mar the gentle art of storytelling. So please bear with me. In March this year, AD 2000, the President of the United States, H.E., the most exalted plenipotentiary of Rumpeldom, visited India. He brought his own bed, the feather pillow he hugs at night, and a merry band of businessmen. He was courted and fawned over by the genuflecting representatives of this ancient civilization with a fervor that can only be described as indecent. Whole cities were superficially spruced up. The poor were herded away, hidden from the presidential gaze. Streets were soaped and scrubbed and festooned with balloons and welcome banners. In Delhi's dirty sky, vindicated nuclear hawks banked and whistled, "Dekh ho ji dekh ho. Bill is here because we have the bomb." Those Indian citizens with even a modicum of self-respect were so ashamed they stayed in bed for days. Some of us had puzzled furrows on our brows. Since everybody behaved like a craven, happy slave when master visited, we wondered why we hadn't gone the whole distance. Why hadn't we just crawled under master's nuclear umbrella in the first place? Then we could spend our pocket money on other things, instead of bombs, and still be all safe and slavey. No? Just before the visit, the government of India lifted import restrictions on 1,400 commodities, including milk, grain, sugar, and cotton, even though there was a glut of sugar and cotton in the market, even though 42 million tons of grain were rotting in government storehouses. During the visit, contracts worth about 3, some say 4, billion US dollars were signed. 1. For reasons of my own, I was particularly interested in a memorandum of intent signed by the Ogden Energy Group, a company that specializes in operating garbage incinerators in the United States, and S. Kumars, an Indian textile company that manufactures what it calls suiting blends too. Now what might garbage incineration and sooting blends possibly have in common? Soot incineration? Guess again. Garbage blends? Nope. A big hydroelectric dam on the river Narmada in central India. Neither Ogden nor S. Kumars has ever built or operated a large dam before. The 400 megawatt Sri Maheshwar Hydel project being promoted by S. Kumars is part of the Narmada Valley Development Project, which boasts of being the most ambitious river valley project in the world. It envisages building 3,200 dams, 30 big dams, 135 medium dams, and the rest small, that will reconstitute the Narmada and her 41 tributaries into a series of step reservoirs. It will alter the ecology of an entire river basin, affect the lives of about 25 million people who live in the valley, and submerge 4,000 square kilometers of old-growth deciduous forest and hundreds of temples, as well as archaeological sites dating back to the Lower Paleolithic Age. 3. The dams that have been built on the river so far are all government projects. The Maheshwar Dam is slated to be India's first major private hydel power project. What is interesting about this is not only that it's part of the most bitterly opposed river valley project in India, but also that it is a strand in the skein of a mammoth global enterprise. Understanding what is happening in Maheshwar, decoding the nature of the deals that are being struck between two of the world's great democracies, will go a long way toward gaining a rudimentary grasp of what is being done to us, while we, poor fools, stand by and clap and cheer and hasten things along. When I say us, I mean people, human beings. Not countries, not governments. Personally, I took the first step toward arriving at this understanding when, over a few days in March this year, AD 2000, I lived through a writer's bad dream. I witnessed the ritualistic slaughter of language as I know and understand it. Let me explain. On the very days that President Clinton was in India, in faraway Holland the World Water Forum was convened. 4,500 bankers, businessmen, government ministers, policy writers, engineers, economists and, in order to pretend that the other side was also represented, a handful of activists, indigenous dance troupes, impoverished street theater groups, and half a dozen young girls dressed as inflatable silver faucets gathered at The Hague to discuss the future of the world's water. Every speech was generously peppered with phrases like women's empowerment, people's participation, and deepening democracy. Yet it turned out that the whole purpose of the forum was to press for the privatization of the world's water. There was pious talk of having access to drinking water declared a basic human right. How would this be implemented, you might ask? Simple. By putting a market value on water. By selling it at its true price. It's common knowledge that water is becoming a scarce resource. 1 billion people in the world have no access to safe drinking water. 5. The market decrees that the scarcer something is, the more expensive it becomes. But there is a difference between valuing water and putting a market value on water. No one values water more than a village woman who has to walk miles to fetch it. No one values it less than urban folk who pay for it to flow endlessly at the turn of a tap. So the talk of connecting human rights to a true price was more than a little baffling. At first I didn't quite get their drift. Did they believe in human rights for the rich, that only the rich are human, or that all humans are rich? But I see it now. A shiny, climate-controlled human rights supermarket with a clearance sale on Christmas Day. One marrowy American panelist put it rather nicely, God gave us the rivers, he drawled, but he didn't put in the delivery systems. That's why we need private enterprise. No doubt with a little structural adjustment to the rest of the things God gave us, we could all live in a simpler world. If all the seas were one sea, what a big sea it would be. Evian could own the water, ran the earth, Enron the air. Old Rumpelstiltskin could be the handsomely paid supreme CEO. When all the rivers and valleys and forests and hills of the world have been priced, packaged, barcoded, and stacked in the local supermarket, when all the hay and coal and earth and wood and water have been turned to gold, what then shall we do with all the gold? Make nuclear bombs to obliterate what's left of the ravaged landscapes and the notional nations in our ruined world? As a writer, one spends a lifetime journeying into the heart of language, trying to minimize, if not eliminate, the distance between language and thought. Language is the skin on my thought, I remember saying to someone who once asked what language meant to me. At The Hague I stumbled on a denomination, a subworld, whose life's endeavor was entirely the opposite of mine. For them the whole purpose of language is to mask intent. They earn their abundant livings by converting bar graphs that plot their company's profits into consummately written, politically exemplary, socially just policy documents that are impossible to implement and designed to remain forever on paper, secret even, especially, from the people they're written for. They breed and prosper in the space that lies between what they say and what they sell. What they're lobbying for is not simply the privatization of natural resources and essential infrastructure, but the privatization of policy making itself. Dam builders want to control public water policies. Power utility companies want to draft power policies, and financial institutions want to supervise government disinvestment. Let's begin at the beginning. What does privatization really mean? Essentially, it is the transfer of productive public assets from the state to private companies. Productive assets include natural resources: earth, forest, water, air. These are assets that the state holds in trust for the people it represents. In a country like India, 70% of the population lives in rural areas. 6 That's 700 million people. Their lives depend directly on access to natural resources. To snatch these away and sell them as stock to private companies is a process of barbaric dispossession on a scale that has no parallel in history. What happens when you privatize something as essential to human survival as water? What happens when you commodify water and say that only those who can come up with the cash to pay the market price can have it? In 1999, the government of Bolivia privatized the public water supply system in the city of Cochabamba and signed a 40-year lease with a consortium headed by Bechtel, a giant U.S. engineering firm. The first thing Bechtel did was to raise the price of water. Hundreds of thousands of people simply couldn't afford it anymore. Citizens came out on the streets to protest. A transport strike brought the entire city to a standstill. Hugo Banzer, the former Bolivian dictator, then the president, ordered the police to confront the crowds. One person was killed, and many more were injured. The protest continued because people had no options. What's the option to thirst? In April 2000, Banzer declared martial law. The protest continued. Eventually Bechtel was forced to flee its offices. Many people expect Bechtel will try to extort a $12 million exit payment from the Bolivian government for loss of future profits. 7. Cochabamba has a population of 600,000 people. Think of what would happen in an Indian city. Even a small one. Rumpelstiltskin thinks big. Today he's stocking mega game, dams, mines, armaments, power plants, public water supply, telecommunications, the management and dissemination of knowledge, biodiversity, seeds. He wants to own life and the very process of reproduction, and the industrial infrastructure that supports all this. His minions arrive in third world countries masquerading as missionaries come to redeem the wretched. They have a completely different dossier in their briefcases. To understand what they're really saying, selling, you have to teach yourself to unscramble their vernacular. Recently Jack Welch, the CEO of General Electric, GE, was on TV in India. I beg and pray to the Indian government to improve infrastructure, he said, and added touchingly, don't do it for GE's sake, do it for yourselves. He went on to say that privatizing the power sector was the only way to bring India's 1 billion people into the digital network. You can talk about information and intellectual capital, but without the power to drive it, you will miss the next revolution. 8. What he meant, of course, was you are a market of 1 billion customers. If you don't buy our equipment, we will miss the next revolution. Will someone please tell Jack Welch that of his 1 billion customers, 300 million are illiterate and live without even one square meal a day, and 200 million have no access to safe drinking water? 9. Being brought into the digital framework is hardly what's uppermost on their minds. The story behind the story is as follows: there are 4 corporations that dominate the production of power generation equipment in the world. GE is one of them. Together, each year they manufacture, and therefore need to sell, equipment that can generate at least 20,000 megawatts of power. 10 For a variety of reasons, there is little, read, almost zero, additional demand for power equipment in the first world. This leaves these mammoth multinationals with a redundant capacity that they desperately need to offload. India and China are their big target markets because, between these two countries, the demand for power generating equipment is 10,000 megawatts per year. 11. The first world needs to sell, the third world needs to buy. It ought to be a reasonable business proposition. But it isn't. For many years, India has been more or less self-sufficient in power equipment. The Indian public sector company Bharat Heavy Electricals, BHEL, manufactured and even exported world-class power equipment. All that's changed now. Over the years, our own government has starved it of orders, cut off funds for research and development, and more or less edged it out of a dignified existence. Today BHEL is no more than a sweatshop. It is being forced into joint ventures, one with GE and one with Siemens, in which its only role is to provide cheap, unskilled labor while they Siemens and GE provide the equipment and the technology. 12. Why? Why does more expensive imported equipment suit our bureaucrats and politicians better? We all know why. Because graft is factored into the deal. Buying equipment from your local store is just not the same thing. It's not surprising that almost half the officials named in the major corruption scandal that came to be known as the Jane Hawala case were officials from the power sector involved with the selection and purchase of power equipment. 13. The privatization of power, felicitous phrase, is at the top of the Indian government's agenda. The United States is the single largest foreign investor in the power sector, which, to some extent, explains the visit. 14 The argument being advanced, both by the government and by the private sector, in favor of privatization is that over the last 50 years the government has bungled its brief. It has failed to deliver. The state electricity boards, SEBs, are insolvent. Inefficiency, corruption, theft, and heavy subsidies have run them into the ground. In the push for privatization, the customary depiction of the corrupt, oily third world government official selling his country's interests for personal profit fits perfectly into the scheme of things. The private sector bristles accusingly. The government coyly acknowledges the accusation and pleads its inability to reform itself. In fact, it goes out of its way to exaggerate its own inefficiencies. This is meant to come across as refreshing candor. In a speech he made just before he died, Minister for Power P.R. Kumar Mangalam said that the overall figure of loss and deficit in the power sector was $7.86 billion. He went on to say that India's transmission and distribution, T&D, losses are between 35 and 40%. Of the remaining 60%, according to the minister, billing is restricted to only 40%. His conclusion, that only about a quarter of the electricity that is produced in India is metered. 15 Official sources say that this is a somewhat exaggerated account. The situation is bad enough. It doesn't need to be exaggerated. According to figures put out by the Power Ministry, the national average T&D losses are 23%. In 1947 they were 14.39%. Even without the minister's hyperbole, this puts India in the same league as countries with the worst T&D losses in the world, like the Dominican Republic, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. 16. The solution to this malaise, we discover, is not to improve our housekeeping skills, not to try and minimize our losses, not to force the state to be more accountable, but to permit it to abdicate its responsibility altogether and privatize the power sector. Then magic will happen. Economic viability and Swiss-style efficiency will kick in like clockwork. But there's a subplot missing in this narrative. Over the years, the SEBs have been bankrupted by massive power thefts. Who's stealing the power? Some of it no doubt is stolen by the poor slum dwellers, people who live in unauthorized colonies on the fringes of big cities. But they don't have the electrical gadgetry to consume the quantum of electricity we're talking about. The big stuff, the megawatt thievery, is orchestrated by the industrial sector in connivance with politicians and government officers. Consider as an example the state of Madhya Pradesh, in which the Maheshwar Dam is being built. 7 years ago it was a power surplus state. Today it finds itself in an intriguing situation. Industrial demand has declined by 30%. Power production has increased from 3,813 megawatts to 4,025 megawatts. And the State Electricity Board is showing a loss of $255 million. An inspection drive solved the puzzle. It found that 70% of the industrialists in the state steal electricity, 17% the theft adds up to a loss of nearly $106 million. That's 41% of the total deficit. Madhya Pradesh is by no means an unusual example. States like Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, and Delhi have T&D losses of between 30 and 50%, way over the national average, which indicates massive power theft. 18. No one talks very much about this. It's so much nicer to blame the poor. The average economist, planner, or drawing room intellectual will tell you that the SEBs have gone belly up for 2 reasons: A. Because political compulsions ensure that domestic power tariffs are kept unviably low, and B. Because subsidies given to the farm sector result in enormous hidden losses. The first step that a reformed privatized power sector is expected to take is to cut agricultural subsidies and put a realistic tariff, market value, on power. What are political compulsions? Why are they considered such a bad thing? Basically, it seems to me, political compulsions is a phrase that describes the fancy footwork that governments have to perform in order to strike a balance between redeeming a sinking economy and serving an impoverished electorate. Striking a balance between what the market demands and what people can afford is, or certainly ought to be, the primary, fundamental responsibility of any democratic government. Privatization seeks to disengage politics from the market. To do that would be to blunt the very last weapon that India's poor still have: their vote. Once that's gone, elections will become even more of a charade than they already are, and democracy will just become the name of a new rock band. The poor will be absent from the negotiating table. They will simply cease to matter. But the cry has already gone up. The demand to cut subsidies has almost become a blood sport. It's a small world. Bolivia is only a short walk down the road from here. When it recommends privatizing the power sector, does the government mean that it is going to permit just anybody who wishes to generate power to come in and compete in a free market? Of course not. There's nothing free about the market in the power sector. Reforming the power sector in India means that the concerned state government underwrites preposterously one-sided power purchase agreements with select companies, preferably huge multinationals. Essentially, it is the transfer of assets and infrastructure from bribe taker to bribe giver, which involves more bribery than ever. Once the agreements are signed, the companies are free to produce power at exorbitant rates that no one can afford. Not even, ironically enough, the Indian industrialists who have been rooting for them all along. They, poor chaps, end up like vultures on a carcass that get chased off by a visiting hyena. The fishbowl of the drive to privatize power, its truly star turn, is the story of Enron, the Houston-based natural gas company. 19 The Enron project was the first private power project in India. The power purchase agreement between Enron and the Congress Party-ruled state government of Maharashtra for a 695-megawatt power plant was signed in 1993. The opposition parties, the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, and the Shiv Sena, set up a howl of Swadeshi, nationalist, protest and filed legal proceedings against Enron and the state government. They alleged malfeasance and corruption at the highest level. A year later, when state elections were announced, it was the only campaign issue of the BJP-Shiv Sena alliance. In February 1995, this combo won the elections. True to their word, they scrapped the project. In a savage, fiery statement, the opposition leader L.K. Advani attacked the phenomenon he called loot through liberalization. He more or less directly accused the Congress Party government of having taken a $13 million bribe from Enron. Enron had made no secret of the fact that, in order to secure the deal, it had paid out millions of dollars to educate the politicians and bureaucrats involved in the deal. 21. Following the annulment of the contract, the U.S. government began to pressure the Maharashtra government. U.S. Ambassador Frank Wisner made several statements deploring the cancellation. Soon after he completed his term as ambassador, he joined Enron as a director. 22. In November 1995, the BJP Shiv Sena government in Maharashtra announced a renegotiation committee. In May 1996, a minority federal government headed by the BJP was sworn in at New Delhi. It lasted for exactly 13 days and then resigned before facing a vote of no confidence in Parliament. On its last day in office, even as the motion of no confidence was in progress, the cabinet met for a hurried lunch and re-ratified the national government's counter-guarantee, which had become void because of the earlier cancelled contract with Enron. In August 1996, the government of Maharashtra signed a fresh contract with Enron on terms that would astound the most hard-boiled cynic. 23. The impugned contract had involved annual payments to Enron of $430 million for Phase I, 695 megawatts, of the project, with Phase II, 2015 megawatts, being optional. The renegotiated power purchase agreement makes Phase II of the project mandatory and legally binds the Maharashtra State Electricity Board, MSEB, to pay Enron a sum of $30 billion. It constitutes the largest contract ever signed in the history of India. In India, experts who have studied the project have called it the most massive fraud in the country's history. The project's gross profits work out to between $12 and $14 billion. The official return on equity is more than 30%. 24. That's almost double what Indian law and statutes permit in power projects. In effect, for an increase in installed capacity of 18%, the MSEB has to set aside 70% of its revenue to be able to pay Enron. There is, of course, no record of what mathematical formula was used to re-educate the new government. Nor any trace of how much trickled up or down or sideways and to whom. But there's more. In one of the most extraordinary decisions in its not entirely pristine history, in May 1997 the Supreme Court of India refused to entertain an appeal against Enron. 25. Today, 4 years later, everything that critics of the project predicted has come true with an eerie vengeance. The power that the Enron plant produces is twice as expensive as that of its nearest competitor and 7 times as expensive as the cheapest electricity available in Maharashtra. 26. In May 2000, the Maharashtra Electricity Regulatory Committee, MERC, ruled that temporarily, until as long as was absolutely necessary, no power should be bought from Enron. 27. It was based on a calculation that it would be cheaper to just pay Enron the mandatory fixed charges for the maintenance and administration of the plant that they are contractually obliged to pay than to actually buy any of its exorbitant power. The fixed charges alone work out to around $220 million a year for Phase I of the project. Phase II will be nearly twice the size. $220 million a year for the next 20 years. Meanwhile, industrialists in Maharashtra have begun to generate their own power at a much cheaper rate, with private generators. The demand for power from the industrial sector has begun to decline rapidly. The SEB, strapped for cash, with Enron hanging like an albatross around its neck, will now have no choice but to make private generators illegal. That's the only way that industrialists can be coerced into buying Enron's exorbitantly priced electricity. According to the MSEB's calculations, from January 2002 onward, even if it were to buy 90% of Enron's output, its losses will amount to $1.2 billion a year. That's more than 60% of India's annual rural development budget. 28. In contravention of the MERC ruling, the MSEB is cutting back production from its own cheaper plants in order to buy electricity from Enron. Hundreds of small industrial units have closed down because they cannot afford such expensive electricity. In January 2001, the Maharashtra government, the Congress party is back in power with a new chief minister, announced that it did not have the money to pay Enron's bills. On January 31, only 5 days after the earthquake in the neighbouring state of Gujarat, at a time when the country was still reeling from the disaster, the newspapers announced that Enron had decided to invoke the counter-guarantee and that if the government did not come up with the cash, it would have to auction the government properties named as collateral security in the contract. 29. At the time that this book Power Politics is going to press, Enron and the government of Maharashtra are locked in a legal battle in the High Court of the state of Maharashtra. But Enron has friends in high places. 30. It was one of the biggest corporate contributors to President George W. Bush's election campaign. President Bush has helped Enron with its global business from as far back as 1998. So the old circus has started up all over again. The former U.S. ambassador, Richard Celeste, this time, publicly chastised the Maharashtra chief minister for reneging on payments. 31 U.S. government officials have warned India about vitiating the investment climate and running the risk of frightening away future investors. In other words, allow us to rob you blind, or else we'll go away. The pressure is on for renegotiation. Who knows, perhaps Phase 3 is on the anvil. In business circles, the Enron contract is called the sweetheart deal, a euphemism for rape without redress. There are plenty of Enron clones in the pipeline. Indian citizens have a lot to look forward to. Here's to the free market. Having said all this, there's no doubt that there is a power shortage crisis in India. But there's another, more serious crisis on hand. Planners in India boast that India consumes 20 times more electricity today than it did 50 years ago. They use it as an index of progress. They omit to mention that 70% of rural households still have no electricity. 32 In the poorest states, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Orissa, more than 85% of the poorest people, mostly Dalit and Adivasi households, have no electricity. What a shameful, shocking record for the world's biggest democracy. Unless this crisis is acknowledged and honestly addressed, generating lots and lots of power, as Mr. Welch put it, will only mean that it will be siphoned off by the rich with their endless appetites. It will require a very imaginative, very radical form of structural adjustment to right this. Privatization is presented as being the only alternative to an inefficient, corrupt state. In fact, it's not a choice at all. It's only made to look like one. Essentially, privatization is a mutually profitable business contract between the private, preferably foreign, company or financial institution and the ruling elite of the Third World. One of the fallouts is that even corruption becomes an elitist affair. Your average small fry government official is in grave danger of losing his or her bit on the side. India's politicians have virtually mortgaged their country to the World Bank. Today, India pays back more money in interest and repayment installments than it receives. It is forced to incur new debts in order to repay old ones. 33 In other words, it's exporting capital. Of late, however, institutions like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which have bled the Third World all these years, look like benevolent saints compared to the new mutants in the market. These are known as ECAs, export credit agencies. If the World Bank is a colonizing army hamstrung by red tape and bureaucracy, the ECAs are freewheeling, marauding mercenaries. Basically, ECAs insure private companies operating in foreign countries against commercial and political risks. The device is called an export credit guarantee. It's quite simple, really. No first world private company wants to export capital or goods or services to a politically and/or economically unstable country without insuring itself against unforeseen contingencies. So the private company covers itself with an export credit guarantee. The ECA, in turn, has an agreement with the government of its own country. The government of its own country has an agreement with the government of the importing country. The upshot of this fine imbrication is that if a situation does arise in which the ECA has to pay its client, its own government pays the ECA and recovers its money by adding it to the bilateral debt owed by the importing country. So the real guarantors are actually, once again, the poorest people in the poorest countries. Complicated, but cool. And foolproof. The quadrangular private company ECA government formation neatly circumvents political accountability. Though they're all actually business associates, flack from noisy, tiresome non-governmental organizations and activist groups can be diverted and funneled to the ECA, where, like noxious industrial effluent, it lies in cooling ponds before being disposed of. The attraction of the ECAs, for both governments and private companies, is that they are secretive and don't bother with tedious details like human rights violations and environmental guidelines. The rare ones that do, like the U.S. Export-Import Bank, are under pressure to change. It short-circuits lumbering World Bank-style bureaucracy. It makes projects like big dams, which involve the displacement and impoverishment of large numbers of people, which in turn is politically risky, that much easier to finance. With an ECA guarantee, developers can go ahead and dig and quarry and mine and dam the hell out of people's lives without having to even address, never mind answer, embarrassing questions. Now, coming back to Maheshwar. In order to place India's first private big dam in perspective, I need to briefly set out the short, vulgar history of big dams in India in general and on the Narmada in particular. The international dam industry alone is worth $32.46 billion a year. 34 In the first world, dams are being decommissioned, blown up. That leaves us with another industry threatened with redundancy, desperately in search of dumping grounds. Fortunately, for the industry, most third world countries, India especially, are deeply committed to big dams. India has the third largest number of big dams in the world. 3,600 Indian dams qualify as big dams under the ICOLD, International Commission on Large Dams, definition. 695 more are under construction. This means that 40% of all the big dams being built in the world are being built in India. 35 For reasons more cynical than honorable, politicians and planners have successfully portrayed big dams to an unquestioning public as symbols of nationalism, huge, wet cement flags. Jawaharlal Nehru's famous speech about big dams being the temples of modern India has made its way into primary school textbooks in every Indian language. 36 Every school child is taught that big dams will deliver the people of India from hunger and poverty. Will they? Have they? To merely ask these questions is to invite accusations of sedition, of being anti-national, of being a spy, and, most ludicrous of all, of receiving foreign funds. The distinguished Home Minister Mr. Advani, while speaking at the inauguration of construction at the Sardar Sarovar Dam site on October 31, 2000, said that the three greatest achievements of his government were the nuclear tests in 1998, the war with Pakistan in 1999, and the Supreme Court verdict in favor of the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam in 2000. He called it a victory for developmental nationalism, a twisted variation of cultural nationalism. For the Home Minister to call a Supreme Court verdict a victory for his government doesn't say much for the Supreme Court. I have no quarrel with Mr. Advani clubbing together nuclear bombs, big dams, and wars. However, calling them achievements is sinister. Mr. Advani then went on to make farcical allegations about how those of us who were against the dam were working at the behest of outsiders and those who do not wish to see India becoming strong in security and socio-economic development. 37 Unfortunately, this is not imbecilic paranoia. It's a deliberate, dangerous attempt to suppress outrageous facts by whipping up mindless mob frenzy. He did it in the run-up to the destruction of the Babri Masjid. He's doing it again. He has given notice that he will stop at nothing. Those who come in his way will be dealt with by any methods he deems necessary. Nevertheless, there is too much at stake to remain silent. After all, we don't want to be like good middle-class Germans in the 1930s, who drove their children to piano classes and never noticed the concentration camps springing up around them, or do we? There are questions that must be asked and answered. There is space here for no more than a brief summary of the costs and benefits of big dams. A brief summary is all we need. 90% of the big dams in India are irrigation dams. 38 They are the key, according to planners, to India's food security. So how much food do big dams produce? The extraordinary thing is that there is no official government figure for this. The India Country Study section in the World Commission on Dams report was prepared by a team of experts: the former Secretary of Water Resources, the former Director of the Madras Institute of Development Studies, a former Secretary of the Central Water Commission, and 2 members of the faculty of the Indian Institute of Public Administration. 39 One of the chapters in the study deduces that the contribution of large dams to India's food grain produce is less than 10%. 40 less than 10%. 10% of the total produce currently works out to 20 million tons. This year, more than double that amount is rotting in government storehouses, while at the same time 350 million Indian citizens live below the poverty line. 41 The Ministry of Food and Civil Supplies says that 10% of India's total food grain produce every year is spoiled or eaten by rats. 42 India must be the only country in the world that builds dams, uproots millions of people, and submerges thousands of acres of forest in order to feed rats. It's hard to believe that things can go so grievously, so perilously wrong. But they have. It's understandable that those who are responsible find it hard to own up to their mistakes, because big dams did not start out as a cynical enterprise. They began as a dream. They have ended as grisly nightmare. It's time to wake up. So much for the benefits of India's big dams. Let's take a look at the costs. How many people have been displaced by big dams? Once again, there is no official record. In fact, there's no record at all. This is unpardonable on the part of the Indian state. And unpardonable on the part of planners, economists, funding agencies, and the rest of the urban intellectual community who are so quick to rise up in defense of big dams. Last year, just in order to do a sanity check, I extrapolated an average from a study of 54 dams done by the Indian Institute of Public Administration. After quartering the average, they arrived at my very conservative estimate of the number of people displaced by big dams in India over the last 50 years was 33 million people. This was jeered at by some economists and planners as being a preposterously exaggerated figure. India's Secretary for Rural Development put the figure at 40 million. Today, a chapter in the India Country Study says the figure could be as high as 56 million people. 43. That's almost twice the population of Canada. More than 3 times the population of Australia. Think about it, 56 million people displaced by big dams in the last 50 years. And India still does not have a national rehabilitation policy. When the history of India's miraculous leap to the forefront of the information revolution is written, let it be said that 56 million Indians, and their children and their children's children, paid for it with everything they ever had. Their homes, their lands, their languages, their histories. You can see them from your car window when you drive home every night. Try not to look away. Try to meet their eyes. 56 million displaced, impoverished, pulverized people. Almost half of them are Dalit and Adivasi. 44. There is devastating meaning couched in this figure. There's a saying in the villages of the Narmada Valley, you can wake someone who's sleeping. But you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. When it comes to the politics of forced, involuntary displacement, there's a deafening silence in this country. People's eyes glaze over. They behave as though it's just a blip in the democratic process. The nicer ones say, "Oh, but it's such a pity. People must be resettled." Where? I want to scream. Where's the land? Has someone invented a land manufacturing machine? The nasties say, someone has to pay the price for national development. The point is that 56 million is more than a blip, folks. It's civil war. Quite apart from the human costs of big dams, there are the staggering environmental costs. More than 3 million acres of submerged forest, ravaged ecosystems, destroyed rivers, defunct, silted-up reservoirs, endangered wildlife, disappearing biodiversity, and 24 million acres of agricultural land that is now waterlogged and saline. Today there are more drought-prone and flood-prone areas in India than there were in 1947. Not a single river in the plains has potable water. Remember, 200 million Indians have no access to safe drinking water. 45. Planners, when confronted with past mistakes, say sagely, yes, it's true that mistakes have been made. But we're on a learning curve. The lives and livelihoods of 56 million people and all this environmental mayhem serve only to extend the majestic arc of their learning curve. Will they ever get off the curve and actually learn? The evidence against big dams is mounting alarmingly. None of it appears on the balance sheet. There is no balance sheet. There has not been an official audit, a comprehensive post-project evaluation, of a single big dam in India to see whether or not it has achieved what it set out to achieve. This is what is hardest to believe. That the Indian government's unshakable faith in big dams is based on nothing. No studies. No system of checks and balances. Nothing at all. And of course, those of us who question it are spies. Is it unreasonable to call for a moratorium on the construction of big dams until past mistakes have been rectified and the millions of uprooted people have been truly recompensed and rehabilitated? It is the only way an industry that has so far been based on lies and false promises can redeem itself. Of the series of 30 big dams proposed on the main stem of the Narmada River, 4 are mega dams. Of these, only one, the Barji Dam, has been completed. 3 are under construction. The Barji Dam was completed in 1990. It cost 10 times more than was budgeted and submerged 3 times more land than engineers said it would. 46 To save the cost and effort of doing a detailed survey, in order to mark the full reservoir level, the government closed the sluice gates one monsoon and filled the reservoir without warning. Water entered villagers' homes at night. They had to take their children, their cattle, their pots and pans, and flee up the hillside. The Narmada Control Authority had estimated that 70,000 people from 101 villages would be displaced. Instead, when they filled the reservoir, 114,000 people from 162 villages were displaced. In addition, 26 government resettlement colonies, which consisted of house plots but no agricultural land, were submerged. 47 Eventually there was no rehabilitation. Some oustees got a meager cash compensation. Most got nothing. Some died of starvation. Others moved to slums in Jabalpur, where they now work as rickshaw pullers and construction labor. Today, 10 years after it was completed, the Barji Dam irrigates only as much land as it submerged. Only 5% of the land its planners claimed it would irrigate. The government says it has no money to make the canals. Yet work has begun downstream, on the mammoth Narmada Sagar Dam, which will submerge 251 villages, on the Maheshwar Dam, and, of course, on the most controversial dam in history, the Sardar Sarovar. 48. The Sardar Sarovar Dam is currently 90 meters high. Its final projected height is 138 meters. It is located in Gujarat, but most of the villages that will be submerged by its gigantic reservoir are in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. The Sardar Sarovar Dam has become the showcase of India's violation of human rights initiative. It has ripped away the genial mask of dams as development and revealed its brutish innards. I have written about Sardar Sarovar extensively in a previous essay, The Greater Common Good, so I'll be brief. The Sardar Sarovar Dam will displace close to 500,000 people. More than half of them do not officially qualify as project affected and are not entitled to rehabilitation. It will submerge 32,000 acres of deciduous forest. 49. In 1985, before a single study had been done, before anyone had any idea what the human cost or environmental impact of the dam would be, the World Bank sanctioned a $450 million loan for the dam. The Ministry of Environment's conditional clearance, without any studies being done, came in 1987. At no point in the decision-making process were the people to be affected consulted or even informed about the project. In 1993, after a spectacular struggle by the NBA, the people of the valley forced the bank to withdraw from the project. 50 The Gujarat government decided to go ahead with the project. In 1994 the NBA filed a petition in the Supreme Court. For 6 years, the court put a legal injunction on further construction of the dam. On October 18, 2000, in a shocking 2-1 majority judgment, the Supreme Court lifted the injunction. 51 After having seen fit to hold up the construction for 6 years, the court chastised, using unseemly, insulting language, the people of the Narmada Valley for approaching it too late and said that on these grounds alone their petition should be dismissed. It permitted construction to continue according to the guidelines laid down by the Narmada Water Disputes Tribunal. It did this despite the fact that it was aware that the tribunal guidelines have been consistently violated for 13 years. Despite the fact that none of the conditions of the Environment Ministry's clearance have been met. Despite the fact that 13 years have passed and the government hasn't even produced a resettlement plan. Despite the fact that not a single village has been resettled according to the directives of the tribunal. Despite the fact that the Madhya Pradesh government has stated on oath that it has no land on which to resettle ousties, 80% of them live in Madhya Pradesh. 52 Despite the fact that since construction began, the Madhya Pradesh government has not given a single acre of agricultural land to displaced families. Despite the fact that the court was fully aware that even families displaced by the dam at its current height have not been rehabilitated. In other words, the Supreme Court has actually ordered and sanctioned the violation of the Narmada Water Disputes Tribunal award. But this is the problem with the government, Mr. and Mrs. Well-meaning say. It's so inefficient. These things wouldn't happen with a private company. Things like resettlement and rehabilitation of poor people will be so much better managed. The Maheshwar experience teaches you otherwise. In a private project, the only things that are better managed are the corruption, the lies, and the swiftness and brutality of repression. And, of course, the escalating costs. In 1994, the project cost of the Maheshwar Dam was estimated at $99 million. In 1996, following the contract with S. Kumars, it rose to $333 million. Today it stands at $467 million. 53 Initially, 80% of this money was to be raised from foreign investors. There has been a procession of them Packen of the United States and Bayern Werk, View, Siemens, and the Hypovereinsbank of Germany. And now, the latest in the line of ardent suitors, Ogden of the United States. According to the NBA's calculations, the cost of the electricity at the factory gate will be 13.9 cents per kilowatt-hour, which is 26 times more expensive than existing hydel power in the state, 5.5 times more expensive than thermal power, and 4 times more expensive than power from the central grid. It's worth mentioning here that Madhya Pradesh today generates 1,500 megawatts more power than it can transmit and distribute. Though the installed capacity of the Maheshwar project is supposed to be 400 megawatts, studies using 28 years of actual river flow data show that 80% of the electricity will be generated only during the monsoon months, when the river is full. What this means is that most of the supply will be generated when it's least needed. 54. S. Kumars has no worries on this count. They have Enron as a precedent. They have an escrow clause in their contract, which guarantees them first call on government funds. This means that however much, or however little, electricity they produce, whether anybody buys it or not, for the next 35 years they are guaranteed a minimum payment from the government of approximately $127 million a year. This money will be paid to them even before employees of the bankrupt State Electricity Board get their salaries. What did S. Kumars do to deserve this largesse? It isn't hard to guess. So who's actually paying for this dam that nobody needs? According to government surveys, the reservoir of the Maheshwar Dam will submerge 61 villages. 13 will be wholly submerged, the rest will lose their farmlands. 55 As usual, none of the villagers were informed about the dam or their impending eviction. Of course, if they go to court now they'll be told it's too late, since construction has already begun. The first surveys were done under a ruse that a railway line was being constructed. It was only in 1997, when blasting began at the dam site, that realization dawned on people and the NBA became active in Maheshwar. The agency in charge of the survey is the same one that was in charge of the surveys for the Barji Reservoir. We know what happened there. People in the submergence zone of the Maheshwar Dam say that the surveys are completely wrong. Some villages marked for submergence are at a higher level than villages that are not counted as project affected. Since the Maheshwar Dam is located in the broad plains of Nimad, even a small miscalculation in the surveys will lead to huge discrepancies between what is marked for submergence and what is actually submerged. The consequences of these errors will be far worse than what happened at Barji. There are other egregious assumptions in the survey. Annexure 6 of the resettlement plan states that there are 176 trees and 38 wells in all the affected 61 villages combined. The villagers point out that in just a single village Pathrad there are 40 wells and more than 4,000 trees. As with trees and wells, so with people. There is no accurate estimate of how many people will be affected by the dam. Even the project authorities admit that new surveys must be done. So far they've managed to survey only 1 out of the 61 villages. The number of affected households rose from 190, in the preliminary survey, to 300, in the new one. In circumstances such as these, it's impossible for even the NBA to have an accurate idea of the number of project-affected people. Their rough guess is about 50,000. More than half of them are Dalits, Kavats, and Kahar's ancient communities of ferrymen, fisherfolk, sand quarriers, and cultivators of the riverbed. Most of them own no land, but the river sustains them and means more to them than to anyone else. If the dam is built, thousands of them will lose their only source of livelihood. Yet simply because they are landless, they do not qualify as project affected and will not be eligible for rehabilitation. Jalad is the first of the 61 villages slated for submergence in the reservoir of the dam. 56 As early as 1985, 12 families, mostly Dalit, who had small holdings near the dam site had their land acquired. When they protested, cement was poured into their water pipes, their standing crops were bulldozed, and the police occupied the land by force. All 12 families are now landless and work as wage laborers. The new private initiative has made no effort to help them. According to the environmental clearance from the central government, the people affected by the project ought to have been resettled in 1997. To date, S. Kumars hasn't even managed to produce a list of project-affected people, let alone land on which they are to be resettled. Yet construction continues. S. Kumars is so well entrenched with the state government that they don't even need to pretend to cover their tracks. This is how India works. This is the genesis of the Maheshwar Dam. This is the legacy that the Ogden Energy Group of the United States was so keen to inherit. What they don't realize is that the fight is on. Over the last 3 years, the struggle against the Maheshwar Dam has grown into a veritable civil disobedience movement, though you wouldn't know it if you read the papers. The mainstream media is hugely dependent on revenue from advertising. S. Kumars sponsors massive advertisements for their blended suitings. After their James Bond campaign with Pierce Brosnan, they've signed India's biggest film star Hrithik Roshan as their star campaigner. 57 It's extraordinary how much silent admiration and support a hunk in a blended suit can evoke. Over the last 2 years, tens of thousands of villagers have captured the dam site several times and halted construction work. 58 Protests in the region forced 2 companies, Bayern Work and View of Germany, to withdraw from the project. 59 The German company Siemens remained in the fray, angling for an export credit guarantee from Hermes, the German ECA. In the summer of 2000, the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development sent in a team of experts headed by Richard Bissell, former chairman of the inspection panel of the World Bank, to undertake an independent review of the resettlement and rehabilitation aspects of the project. 60 The report, published on June 15, 2000, was unambiguous that resettlement and rehabilitation of people displaced by the Maheshwar Dam was simply not possible. At the end of August, Siemens withdrew its application for a Hermes guarantee. 61 The people of the valley don't get much time to recover between bouts of fighting. In September, S. Kumars was part of the Indian Prime Minister's business entourage when he visited the United States. 62 Desperate to replace Siemens, they were hoping to convert their Memorandum of Understanding with Ogden into a final contract. That, fortunately, didn't happen, and now Ogden has withdrawn from the Maheshwar project. 63. The only time I have ever felt anything close to what most people would describe as national pride was when I walked one night with 4,000 people toward the Maheshwar Dam site, where we knew hundreds of armed policemen were waiting for us. Since the previous evening, people from all over the valley had begun to gather in a village called Suljiaon. They came in tractors, in bullock carts, and on foot. They came prepared to be beaten, humiliated, and taken to prison. We set out at 3 in the morning. We walked for 3 hours. Farmers, fisher folk, sand quarriers, writers, painters, filmmakers, lawyers, journalists. All of India was represented. Urban, rural, touchable, untouchable. This alliance is what gives the movement its raw power, its intellectual rigor, and its phenomenal tenacity. As we crossed fields and forded streams, I remember thinking, this is my land, this is the dream to which the whole of me belongs, this is worth more to me than anything else in the world. We were not just fighting against a dam. We were fighting for a philosophy. For a worldview. We walked in utter silence. Not a throat was cleared. Not a beady lit. We arrived at the dam site at dawn. Though the police were expecting us, they didn't know exactly where we would come from. We captured the dam site. People were beaten, humiliated, and arrested. I was arrested and pushed into a private car that belonged to S. Kumars. I remember feeling a hot stab of shame as quick and sharp as my earlier sense of pride. This was my land, too. My feudal land. Where even the police have been privatized. On the way to the police station, they complained that S. Kumars had given them nothing to eat all day. That evening there were so many arrests, the jail could not contain the people. The administration broke down and abandoned the jail. The people locked themselves in and demanded answers to their questions. So far, none have been forthcoming. A Dutch documentary filmmaker recently asked me a very simple question: what can India teach the world? A documentary filmmaker needs to see to understand. I thought of 3 places I could take him to. First, to a call center college in Gurgaon, on the outskirts of Delhi. I thought it would be interesting for a filmmaker to see how easily an ancient civilization can be made to abase itself completely. In a call center college, hundreds of young English-speaking Indians are being groomed to staff the backroom operations of giant transnational companies. 64 They are trained to answer telephone queries from the United States and the United Kingdom, on subjects ranging from a credit card inquiry to advice about a malfunctioning washing machine or the availability of cinema tickets. On no account must the caller know that his or her inquiry is being attended to by an Indian sitting at a desk on the outskirts of Delhi. The call center colleges train their students to speak in American and British accents. They have to read foreign papers so they can chit-chat about the news or the weather. On duty they have to change their given names. Sushma becomes Susie, Govind becomes Jerry, Advani becomes Andy. Hi. I'm Andy. Gee, hot day, innit? Shoot, how can I help you? Actually it's worse, Sushma becomes Mary. Govind becomes David. Perhaps Advani becomes Ulysses. Call center workers are paid 1/10 of the salaries of their counterparts abroad. From all accounts, call centers are billed to become a multi-billion-dollar industry. 65 Recently the giant Tata Industrial Group announced its plans to redeploy 20,000 of its retrenched workers in call centers after a brief period of training for the business, such as picking up the American accent and slang. 66 The news report said that the older employees may find it difficult to work at night, a requirement for US-based companies, given the time difference between India and the United States. The second place I thought I'd take the filmmaker was another kind of training center, a Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, Shaka, where the terrible backlash to this enforced abasement is being nurtured and groomed. where ordinary people march around in khaki shorts and learn that amassing nuclear weapons, religious bigotry, misogyny, homophobia, book burning, and outright hatred are the ways in which to retrieve a nation's lost dignity. Here he might see for himself how the two arms of government work in synergy. How they have evolved and pretty near perfected an extraordinary pincer action while one arm is busy selling the nation off in chunks, the other, to divert attention, is orchestrating a baying, howling, deranged chorus of cultural nationalism. It would be fascinating to actually see how the inexorable ruthlessness of one process results in the naked, vulgar terrorism perpetrated by the other. They're Siamese twins Advani and Andy. They share organs. They have the ability to say two entirely contradictory things simultaneously, to hold all positions at all times. There's no separating them. The third place I thought I'd take him was the Narmada Valley. To witness the ferocious, magical, magnificent, tenacious, and above all non-violent resistance that has grown on the banks of that beautiful river. What is happening to our world is almost too colossal for human comprehension to contain. But it is a terrible, terrible thing. To contemplate its girth and circumference, to attempt to define it, to try and fight it all at once, is impossible. The only way to combat it is by fighting specific wars in specific ways. A good place to begin would be the Narmada Valley. The borders are open. Come on in. Let's bury Rumpelstiltskin. 8. The ladies have feelings, so. Shall we leave it to the experts? Based on a talk given as the 3rd Annual Iqbal Ahmed Lecture, Amherst, Massachusetts, February 15, 2001. India lives in several centuries at the same time. Somehow we manage to progress and regress simultaneously. As a nation we age by pushing outward from the middle, adding a few centuries onto either end of our extraordinary CV. We greaten like the maturing head of a hammerhead shark with eyes looking in diametrically opposite directions. I have no doubt that even here in North America you have heard that Germany is considering changing its immigration laws in order to import Indian software engineers. 1. I have even less doubt that you've heard of the Naga Sadhu at the Kumbh Mela who towed the district commissioner's car with his penis while the commissioner sat in it solemnly with his wife and children. 2. As Indian citizens we subsist on a regular diet of caste massacres and nuclear tests, mosque break-ins and fashion shows, church burnings and expanding cell phone networks, bonded labor and the digital revolution, female infanticide and the Nasdaq crash, husbands who continue to burn their wives for dowry and our delectable stockpile of Miss Worlds. I don't mean to put a simplistic value judgment on this peculiar form of progress by suggesting that modern is good and traditional is bad or vice versa. What's hard to reconcile oneself to, both personally and politically, is the schizophrenic nature of it. That applies not just to the ancient/modern conundrum, but to the utter illogic of what appears to be the current national enterprise. In the lane behind my house, every night I walk past road gangs of emaciated laborers digging a trench to lay fiber optic cables to speed up our digital revolution. In the bitter winter cold, they work by the light of a few candles. It's as though the people of India have been rounded up and loaded onto two convoys of trucks, a huge big one and a tiny little one, that have set off resolutely in opposite directions. The tiny convoy is on its way to a glittering destination somewhere near the top of the world. The other convoy just melts into the darkness and disappears. A cursory survey that tallies the caste, class, and religion of who gets to be on which convoy would make a good lazy person's concise guide to the history of India. For some of us, life in India is like being suspended between two of the trucks, one in each convoy, and being neatly dismembered as they move apart, not bodily, but emotionally and intellectually. Of course India is a microcosm of the world. Of course versions of what happens there happen everywhere. Of course, if you're willing to look, the parallels are easy to find. The difference in India is only in the scale, the magnitude, and the sheer proximity of the disparity. In India your face is slammed right up against it. To address it, to deal with it, to not deal with it, to try and understand it, to insist on not understanding it, to simply survive it on a daily, hourly basis is a fine art in itself. Either an art or a form of insular, inward-looking insanity. Or both. To be a writer, a supposedly famous writer in a country where 300 million people are illiterate, is a dubious honor. Point 3. To be a writer in a country that gave the world Mahatma Gandhi, that invented the concept of nonviolent resistance, and then, half a century later, followed that up with nuclear tests, is a ferocious burden. Though no more ferocious a burden, it has to be said, than being a writer in a country that has enough nuclear weapons to destroy the earth several times over. To be a writer in a country where something akin to an undeclared civil war is being waged on its subjects in the name of development is an onerous responsibility. When it comes to writers and writing, I use words like onerous and responsibility with a heavy heart and not a small degree of sadness. This is what I'm here to talk to you, to think aloud with you, about. What is the role of writers and artists in society? Do they have a definable role? Can it be fixed, described, characterized in any definite way? Should it be? Personally, I can think of few things more terrifying than if writers and artists were charged with an immutable charter of duties and responsibilities that they had to live and work by. Imagine if there was this little black book, a sort of approved guide to good writing, that said, all writers shall be politically conscious and sexually moral, or, all writers should believe in God, globalization, and the joys of family life. Rule 1 for a writer, as far as I'm concerned, is there are no rules. And Rule 2, since Rule 1 was made to be broken, is there are no excuses for bad art. Painters, writers, singers, actors, dancers, filmmakers, musicians are meant to fly, to push at the frontiers, to worry the edges of the human imagination, to conjure beauty from the most unexpected things, to find magic in places where others never thought to look. If you limit the trajectory of their flight, if you weight their wings with society's existing notions of morality and responsibility, if you truss them up with preconceived values, you subvert their endeavor. A good or great writer may refuse to accept any responsibility or morality that society wishes to impose on her. Yet the best and greatest of them know that if they abuse this hard-won freedom, it can only lead to bad art. There is an intricate web of morality, rigor, and responsibility that art, that writing itself, imposes on a writer. It's singular, it's individual, but nevertheless it's there. At its best, it's an exquisite bond between the artist and the medium. At its acceptable end, it's a sort of sensible cooperation. At its worst, it's a relationship of disrespect and exploitation. The absence of external rules complicates things. There's a very thin line that separates the strong, true, bright bird of the imagination from the synthetic, noisy bauble. Where is that line? How do you recognize it? How do you know you've crossed it? At the risk of sounding esoteric and arcane, I'm tempted to say that you just know. The fact is that nobody, no reader, no reviewer, agent, publisher, colleague, friend, or enemy can tell for sure. A writer just has to ask herself that question and answer it as honestly as possible. The thing about this line is that once you learn to recognize it, once you see it, it's impossible to ignore. You have no choice but to live with it, to follow it through. You have to bear with all its complexities, contradictions, and demands. And that's not always easy. It doesn't always lead to compliments and standing ovations. It can lead you to the strangest, wildest places. In the midst of a bloody military coup, for instance, you could find yourself fascinated by the mating rituals of a purple sunbird, or the secret life of captive goldfish, or an old ant's descent into madness. And nobody can say that there isn't truth and art and beauty in that. Or, on the contrary, in the midst of putative peace, you could, like me, be unfortunate enough to stumble on a silent war. The trouble is that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And once you've seen it, keeping quiet, saying nothing, becomes as political an act as speaking out. There's no innocence. Either way, you're accountable. Today, perhaps more so than in any other era in history, the writer's right to free speech is guarded and defended by the civil societies and state establishments of the most powerful countries in the world. Any overt attempt to silence or muffle a voice is met with furious opposition. The writer is embraced and protected. This is a wonderful thing. The writer, the actor, the musician, the filmmaker, they have become radiant jewels in the crown of modern civilization. The artist, I imagine, is finally as free as he or she will ever be. Never before have so many writers had their books published. And now, of course, we have the internet. Never before have we been more commercially viable. We live and prosper in the heart of the marketplace. True, for every so-called success there are hundreds who fail. True, there are myriad art forms, both folk and classical, myriad languages, myriad cultural and artistic traditions that are being crushed and cast aside in the stampede to the big bumper sale in Wonderland. Still, there have never been more writers, singers, actors, or painters who have become influential, wealthy superstars. And they, the successful ones, spawn a million imitators, they become the torchbearers, their work becomes the benchmark for what art is, or ought to be. Nowadays in India the scene is almost farcical. Following the recent commercial success of some Indian authors, Western publishers are desperately prospecting for the next big Indo-Anglian work of fiction. They're doing everything short of interviewing English-speaking Indians for the post of writer. Ambitious middle-class parents who, a few years ago, would only settle for a future in engineering, medicine, or management for their children, now hopefully send them to creative writing schools. People like myself are constantly petitioned by computer companies, watch manufacturers, even media magnates to endorse their products. A boutique owner in Bombay once asked me if he could display my book The God of Small Things, as if it were an accessory, a bracelet or a pair of earrings, while he filmed me shopping for clothes. Yahumpa Lahiri, the American writer of Indian origin who won the Pulitzer Prize, came to India recently to have a traditional Bengali wedding. The wedding was reported on the front page of national newspapers. Now where does all this lead us? Is it just harmless nonsense that's best ignored? How does all this ardent wooing affect our art? What kind of lenses does it put in our spectacles? How far does it remove us from the world around us? There is very real danger that this neoteric seduction can shut us up far more effectively than violence and repression ever could. We have free speech. Maybe. But do we have really free speech? If what we have to say doesn't sell, will we still say it? Can we? Or is everybody looking for things that sell to say? Could writers end up playing the role of palace entertainers? Or the subtle 21st century version of court eunuchs attending to the pleasures of our incumbent CEOs? You know, naughty, but nice. Risque perhaps, but not risky. It has been nearly 4 years now since my first, and so far only, novel, The God of Small Things, was published. In the early days, I used to be introduced as the author of an almost freakishly successful, if I may use so vulgar a term, first book. Nowadays I'm introduced as something of a freak myself. I am, apparently, what is known in 21st century vernacular as a writer activist. Like a sofa bed. Why am I called a writer activist, and why, even when it's used approvingly, admiringly, does that term make me flinch? I'm called a writer activist because after writing The God of Small Things I wrote 3 political essays, The End of Imagination, about India's nuclear tests, The Greater Common Good, about big dams and the development debate, and Power Politics, The Reincarnation of Rumpelstiltskin, about the privatization and corporatization of essential infrastructure like water and electricity. Apart from the building of the temple in Ayodhya, these currently also happen to be the top priorities of the Indian government. Point 4. Now, I've been wondering why it should be that the person who wrote The God of Small Things is called a writer, and the person who wrote the political essays is called an activist. True, The God of Small Things is a work of fiction, but it's no less political than any of my essays. True, the essays are works of non-fiction, but since when did writers forego the right to write non-fiction? My thesis, my humble theory, as we say in India, is that I've been saddled with this double-barreled appellation, this awful professional label, not because my work is political but because in my essays, which are about very contentious issues, I take sides. I take a position. I have a point of view. What's worse, I make it clear that I think it's right and moral to take that position, and what's even worse, I use everything in my power to flagrantly solicit support for that position. Now, for a writer of the 21st century, that's considered a pretty uncool, unsophisticated thing to do. It skates uncomfortably close to the territory occupied by political party ideologues, a breed of people that the world has learned, quite rightly, to mistrust. I'm aware of this. I'm all for being circumspect. I'm all for discretion, prudence, tentativeness, subtlety, ambiguity, complexity. I love the unanswered question, the unresolved story, the unclimbed mountain, the tender shard of an incomplete dream. Most of the time. But is it mandatory for a writer to be ambiguous about everything? Isn't it true that there have been fearful episodes in human history when prudence and discretion would have just been euphemisms for pusillanimity? When caution was actually cowardice? When sophistication was disguised decadence? When circumspection was really a kind of espousal? Isn't it true, or at least theoretically possible, that there are times in the life of a people or a nation when the political climate demands that we, even the most sophisticated of us, overtly take sides? I believe that such times are upon us. And I believe that in the coming years intellectuals and artists in India will be called upon to take sides. And this time, unlike the struggle for independence, we won't have the luxury of fighting a colonizing enemy. We'll be fighting ourselves. We will be forced to ask ourselves some very uncomfortable questions about our values and traditions, our vision for the future, our responsibilities as citizens, the legitimacy of our democratic institutions, the role of the state, the police, the army, the judiciary, and the intellectual community. 50 years after independence, India is still struggling with the legacy of colonialism, still flinching from the cultural insult. As citizens, we're still caught up in the business of disproving the white world's definition of us. Intellectually and emotionally, we have just begun to grapple with communal and caste politics that threaten to tear our society apart. But in the meanwhile, something new looms on our horizon. It's not war, it's not genocide, it's not ethnic cleansing, it's not a famine or an epidemic. On the face of it, it's just ordinary, day-to-day business. It lacks the drama, the large format, epic magnificence, of war or genocide or famine. It's dull in comparison. It makes bad TV. It has to do with boring things like jobs, money, water supply, electricity, irrigation. But it also has to do with a process of barbaric dispossession on a scale that has few parallels in history. You may have guessed by now that I'm talking about the modern version of globalization. What is globalization? Who is it for? What is it going to do to a country like India, in which social inequality has been institutionalized in the caste system for centuries? A country in which 700 million people live in rural areas, 0.5 in which 80% of the land holdings are small farms. In which 300 million people are illiterate. Is the corporatization and globalization of agriculture, water supply, electricity, and essential commodities going to pull India out of the stagnant morass of poverty, illiteracy, and religious bigotry? Is the dismantling and auctioning off of elaborate public sector infrastructure, developed with public money over the last 50 years, really the way forward? Is globalization going to close the gap between the privileged and the underprivileged, between the upper castes and the lower castes, between the educated and the illiterate? Or is it going to give those who already have a centuries-old head start a friendly helping hand? Is globalization about eradication of world poverty, or is it a mutant variety of colonialism, remote-controlled and digitally operated? These are huge, contentious questions. The answers vary depending on whether they come from the villages and fields of rural India, from the slums and shanty towns of urban India, from the living rooms of the burgeoning middle class, or from the boardrooms of the big business houses. Today India produces more milk, more sugar, more food grain than ever before. This year government warehouses are overflowing with 42 million tons of food grain. 6 That's almost a quarter of the total annual food grain produce. Farmers with too much grain on their hands were driven to despair. In regions that wielded enough political clout, the government went on a buying spree, purchasing more grain than it could possibly store or use. While the grain rots in government warehouses, 350 million Indian citizens live below the poverty line and do not have the means to eat a square meal a day. 7 And yet in March 2000, just before President Clinton's visit to India, the Indian government lifted import restrictions on 1,400 commodities, including milk, grain, sugar, cotton, tea, coffee, and palm oil. 8 This despite the fact that there was a glut of these products in the market. From April 1 April Fool's Day 2001, according to the terms of its agreement with the World Trade Organization, WTO, the Indian government will have to drop its quantitative import restrictions. The Indian market is already flooded with cheap imports. Though India is technically free to export its agricultural produce, in practice most of it cannot be exported because it doesn't meet the first world's environmental standards. You don't eat bruised mangoes, or bananas with mosquito bites, or rice with a few weevils in it. Whereas we don't mind the odd mosquito and the occasional weevil. Developed countries like the United States, whose hugely subsidized farm industry engages only 2–3% of its total population, are using the WTO to pressure countries like India to drop agricultural subsidies in order to make the market competitive. Huge, mechanized corporate enterprises working thousands of acres of farmland want to compete with impoverished subsistence farmers who own a couple of acres of land. In effect, India's rural economy, which supports 700 million people, is being garroted. Farmers who produce too much are in distress, farmers who produce too little are in distress, and landless agricultural laborers are out of work as big estates and farms lay off their workers. They're all flocking to the cities in search of employment. Trade not aid is the rallying cry of the headmen of the new global village headquartered in the shining offices of the WTO. Our British colonizers stepped onto our shores a few centuries ago disguised as traders. We all remember the East India Company. This time around, the colonizer doesn't even need a token white presence in the colonies. The CEOs and their men don't need to go to the trouble of tramping through the tropics, risking malaria, diarrhea, sunstroke, and an early death. They don't have to maintain an army or a police force, or worry about insurrections and mutinies. They can have their colonies and an easy conscience. Creating a good investment climate is the new euphemism for third world repression. Besides, the responsibility for implementation rests with the local administration. In India, in order to clear the way for development projects, the government is in the process of amending the present Land Acquisition Act, which, ironically, was drafted by the British in the 19th century, and making it more draconian than it already is. 9 State governments are preparing to ratify anti-terrorist laws so that those who oppose development projects, in Madhya Pradesh, for example, will be counted as terrorists. They can be held without trial for 3 years. They can have their lands and cattle seized. Recently, globalization has come in for some criticism. The protests in Seattle and Prague will go down in history. Each time the WTO or the World Economic Forum wants to have a meeting, ministers have to barricade themselves with thousands of heavily armed police. Still, all its admirers, from Bill Clinton, Kofi Annan, and A.B. Vajpayee, the Indian Prime Minister, to the cheering brokers in the stalls, continue to say the same lofty things. If we have the right institutions of governance in place, effective courts, good laws, honest politicians, participatory democracy, a transparent administration that respects human rights and gives people a say in decisions that affect their lives, then the globalization project will work for the poor as well. They call this globalization with a human face. The point is, if all this were in place, almost anything would succeed: socialism, capitalism, you name it. Everything works in paradise, a communist state as well as a military dictatorship. But in an imperfect world, is it globalization that's going to bring us all this bounty? Is that what's happening in India now that it's on the fast track to the free market? Does any one thing on that lofty list apply to life in India today? Are state institutions transparent? Have people had a say? Have they even been informed, let alone consulted about decisions that vitally affect their lives? And are Mr. Clinton, or now Mr. Bush, and Prime Minister Vajpayee doing everything in their power to see that the right institutions of governance are in place? Or are they involved in exactly the opposite enterprise? Do they mean something else altogether when they talk of the right institutions of governance? On October 18, 2000, in one of the most extraordinary legal decisions in post-independence India, the Supreme Court permitted the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River to proceed. 10 The court did this despite indisputable evidence placed before it that the Sardar Sarovar projects did not have the mandatory environmental clearance from the central government. Despite the fact that no comprehensive studies have ever been done on the social and ecological impact of the dam. Despite the fact that in the last 15 years not one single village has been resettled according to the project's own guidelines, and that there was no possibility of rehabilitating the 400,000 people who would be displaced by the project. 11 In effect, the Supreme Court has virtually endorsed the violation of human rights to life and livelihood. Big dams in India have displaced not hundreds, not thousands, but millions, more than 30 million people in the last 50 years. 12 Almost half of them are Dalit and Adivasi, the poorest of the poor. 13 Yet India is the only country in the world that refused permission to the World Commission on Dams to hold a public hearing. The government in Gujarat, the state in which the Sardar Sarovar Dam is being built, threatened members of the Commission with arrest. 14 The World Commission on Dams report was released by Nelson Mandela in November 2000. 15 In February 2001, the Indian government formally rejected the report. Does this sound like a transparent, accountable, participatory democracy? Recently the Supreme Court ordered the closure of 77,000 polluting and non-conforming industrial units in Delhi. The order could put 500,000 people out of work. What are these industrial units? Who are these people? They're the millions who have migrated from their villages, some voluntarily, others involuntarily, in search of work. They're the people who aren't supposed to exist, the non-citizens who survive in the folds and wrinkles, the cracks and fissures, of the official city. They exist just outside the net of the official urban infrastructure. Close to 40% of Delhi's population of 12 million, about 5 million people, live in slums and unauthorized colonies. 16 Most of them are not serviced by municipal services, no electricity, no water, no sewage systems. About 50,000 people are homeless and sleep on the streets. The non-citizens are employed in what economists rather stuffily call the informal sector, the fragile but vibrant parallel economy. That both shocks and delights the imagination. They work as hawkers, rickshaw pullers, garbage recyclers, car battery rechargers, street tailors, transistor knob makers, buttonhole stitchers, paper bag makers, dyers, printers, barbers. These are the industrial units that have been targeted as non-conforming by the Supreme Court. Fortunately, I haven't heard that knock on my door yet, though I'm as non-conforming a unit as the rest of them. The trains that leave Delhi these days carry thousands of people who simply cannot survive in the city. They're returning to the villages they fled in the first place. Millions of others, because they're illegal, have become easy meat for the rapacious, bribe-seeking police and predatory government officials. They haven't yet been driven out of the city but now must live in perpetual fear and anticipation of that happening. In India the times are full of talk of the free market, reforms, deregulation, and the dismantling of the license Raj, all in the name of encouraging entrepreneurship and discouraging corruption. Yet when the state, supported by the judiciary, curbs freedom and obliterates a flourishing market, when it breaks the backs of numerous imaginative, resourceful, small-scale entrepreneurs and delivers millions of others as fodder to the doorstep of the corruption industry, few comment on the irony. No doubt it's true that the informal sector is polluting and, according to a colonial understanding of urban land use, non-conforming. But then we don't live in a clean, perfect world. What about the fact that 67% of Delhi's pollution comes from motor vehicles? 17 Is it conceivable that the Supreme Court will come up with an act that bans private cars? The courts and the government have shown no great enthusiasm for closing down big factories run by major industrialists that have polluted rivers, denuded forests, depleted and poisoned groundwater, and destroyed the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people who depend on these resources for a living. The Grasim factory in Kerala, the Orient paper mill in Madhya Pradesh, the Sunrise Belt Industries in Gujarat, the uranium mines in Jajagota, the aluminum plants in Orissa, and hundreds of others. This is our in-house version of first world bullying in the global warming debate, i.e., we pollute, you pay. In circumstances like these, the term writer-activist as a professional description of what I do makes me flinch doubly. First, because it is strategically positioned to diminish both writers and activists. It seeks to reduce the scope, the range, the sweep of what a writer is and can be. It suggests somehow that the writer by definition is too effete a being to come up with the clarity, the explicitness, the reasoning, the passion, the grit, the audacity, and, if necessary, the vulgarity to publicly take a political position. And, conversely, it suggests that the activist occupies the coarser, cruder end of the intellectual spectrum. That the activist is by profession a position taker and therefore lacks complexity and intellectual sophistication, and is instead fueled by a crude, simple-minded, one-sided understanding of things. But the more fundamental problem I have with the term is that professionalizing the whole business of protest, putting a label on it, has the effect of containing the problem and suggesting that it's up to the professionals, activists and writer-activists to deal with. The fact is that what's happening in India today is not a problem, and the issues that some of us are raising are not causes. They are huge political and social upheavals that are convulsing the nation. One is not involved by virtue of being a writer or activist. One is involved because one is a human being. Writing about it just happens to be the most effective thing I can do. I think it's vital to deprofessionalize the public debate on matters that vitally affect the lives of ordinary people. It's time to snatch our futures back from the experts. Time to ask, in ordinary language, the public question and to demand, in ordinary language, the public answer. Frankly, however trenchantly, however angrily, however combatively one puts forward one's case, at the end of the day I'm only a citizen, one of many, who is demanding public information, asking for a public explanation. I have no axe to grind. I have no professional stakes to protect. I'm prepared to be persuaded. I'm prepared to change my mind. But instead of an argument, or an explanation, or a disputing of facts, one gets insults, invective, legal threats, and the expert's anthem, "You're too emotional. You don't understand, and it's too complicated to explain." The subtext, of course, is, "Don't worry your little head about it. Go and play with your toys. Leave the real world to us." It's the old Brahminical instinct. Colonize knowledge, build four walls around it, and use it to your advantage. The Manusmriti, the Vedic Hindu code of conduct, says that if a Dalit overhears a shloka or any part of a sacred text, he must have molten lead poured into his ear. It isn't a coincidence that while India is poised to take its place at the forefront of the information revolution, 300 million of its citizens are illiterate. It would be interesting, as an exercise, to find out how many expert scholars, professionals, consultants in India are actually Brahmins and upper castes. If you're one of the lucky people with a berth booked on the small convoy, then leaving it to the experts is, or can be, a mutually beneficial proposition for both the expert and yourself. It's a convenient way of shrugging off your own role in the circuitry. And it creates a huge professional market for all kinds of expertise. There's a whole ugly universe waiting to be explored there. This is not at all to suggest that all consultants are racketeers or that expertise is unnecessary, but you've heard the saying there's a lot of money in poverty. There are plenty of ethical questions to be asked of those who make a professional living off their expertise in poverty and despair. For instance, at what point does a scholar stop being a scholar and become a parasite who feeds off despair and dispossession? Does the source of your funding compromise your scholarship? We know, after all, that World Bank studies are among the most quoted studies in the world. Is the World Bank a dispassionate observer of the global situation? Are the studies it funds entirely devoid of self-interest? Take, for example, the international dam industry. It's worth US $32 billion to $46 billion a year. 18 It's bursting with experts and consultants. Given the number of studies, reports, books, PhDs, grants, loans, consultancies, EIAs, it's odd, wouldn't you say, that there is no really reliable estimate of how many people have been displaced by big dams in India? That there is no estimate for exactly what the contribution of big dams has been to overall food production in India? That there hasn't been an official audit, a comprehensive, honest, thoughtful, post-project evaluation of a single big dam to see whether or not it has achieved what it set out to achieve. Whether or not the costs were justified, or even what the costs actually were. What are the experts up to? If you manage to ignore the invective, shut out the din of the experts' anthem, and keep your eye on the ball, you'll find that a lot of dubious politics lurks inside the stables of expertise. Probe further, and it all precipitates in a bilious rush of abuse, intimidation, and blind anger. The intellectual equivalent of a police baton charge. The advantage of provoking this kind of unconstrained, spontaneous rage is that it allows you to get a good look at the instincts of some of these normally cautious, supposedly neutral people, the pillars of democracy: judges, planners, academics. It becomes very clear that it's not really a question of experts versus laypersons or of knowledge versus ignorance. It's the pitting of one value system against another, one kind of political instinct against another. It's interesting to watch so many supposedly rational people turn into irrational, instinctive political beings. To see how they find reasons to support their views, and how, if those reasons are argued away, they continue to cling to their views anyway. Perhaps for this alone, provocation is important. In a crisis, it helps to clarify who's on which side. A wonderful illustration of this is the Supreme Court's reaction to my essay The Greater Common Good, which was published in May 1999. In July and August of that year, the monsoon waters rose in the Narmada and submerged villages. While villagers stood in their homes for days together in chest-deep water to protest against the dam, while their crops were submerged, and while the NBA Narmada Bachao Andolan, the people's movement in the Narmada Valley, pointed out, citing specific instances, that government officials had committed perjury by signing false affidavits claiming that resettlement had been carried out when it hadn't, the three-judge bench in the Supreme Court met over 3 sessions. The only subject they discussed was whether or not the dignity of the court had been undermined. To assist them in their deliberations, they appointed what is called an amicus curiae, friend of the court, to advise them about whether or not they should initiate criminal proceedings against the NBA and me for contempt of court. The thing to keep in mind is that while the NBA was the petitioner, I was, and hopefully still am, an independent citizen. I wasn't present in court, but I was told that the three-judge bench ranted and raved and referred to me as that woman. I began to think of myself as the hooker who won the Booker. On October 15, 1999, they issued an elaborate order. 19 Here's an extract. Judicial process and institution cannot be permitted to be scandalized or subjected to contumacious violation in such a blatant manner in which it has been done by her Arundhati Roy. Vicious stultification and vulgar debunking cannot be permitted to pollute the stream of justice. We are unhappy at the way in which the leaders of NBA and Ms. Arundhati Roy have attempted to undermine the dignity of the court. We expected better behavior from them. After giving this matter thoughtful consideration, we are not inclined to initiate contempt proceedings against the petitioners, its leaders, or Arundhati Roy. After the 22nd of July 1999, nothing has come to our notice which may show that Ms. Arundhati Roy has continued with the objectionable writings insofar as the judiciary is concerned. She may have by now realized her mistake. What's dissent without a few good insults? Anyway, eventually, as you can see, they let me off. And I continued with my objectionable writings. I hope in the course of this lecture I've managed to inspire at least some of the students in this audience to embark on careers as vicious stultificators and vulgar debunkers. We could do with a few more of those. On the whole, in India, the prognosis is, to put it mildly, not good. And yet one cannot help but marvel at the fantastic range and depth and wisdom of the hundreds of people's resistance movements all over the country. They're being beaten down, but they simply refuse to lie down and die. Their political ideologies and battle strategies span the range. We have the maverick Malayala professor who petitions the president every day against the communalization of history texts, Sundar Lal Bahuguna, who risks his life on indefinite hunger strikes protesting the Tehri Dam, the Adivasis in Jajagoda protesting uranium mining on their lands, the Koil Karo Sonathan resisting a Megadam project in Jharkhand, the awe-inspiring Chhattisgarh Muddy Morcha, the relentlessly dogged Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan, the Beej Bachao Andolan in Tehri Garhwal. Fighting to save biodiversity of seeds, and of course, the Narmada Bachao Andolan, the people's movement in the Narmada Valley. India's redemption lies in the inherent anarchy and factiousness of its people, and in the legendary inefficiency of the Indian state. Even our heel-clicking, boot-stamping Hindu fascists are undisciplined to the point of being chaotic. They can't bring themselves to agree with each other for more than 5 minutes at a time. Corporatizing India is like trying to impose an iron grid on a heaving ocean and forcing it to behave. My guess is that India will not behave. It cannot. It's too old and too clever to be made to jump through the hoops all over again. It's too diverse, too grand, too feral, and eventually, I hope too democratic to be lobotomized into believing in one single idea, which is, ultimately, what globalization really is: life is profit. What is happening to the world lies, at the moment, just outside the realm of common human understanding. It is the writers, the poets, the artists, the singers, the filmmakers who can make the connections, who can find ways of bringing it into the realm of common understanding. Who can translate cash flow charts and scintillating boardroom speeches into real stories about real people with real lives. Stories about what it's like to lose your home, your land, your job, your dignity, your past, and your future to an invisible force. To someone or something you can't see. You can't hate. You can't even imagine. It's a new space that's been offered to us today. A new kind of challenge. It offers opportunities for a new kind of art. An art which can make the impalpable palpable, make the intangible tangible, and the invisible visible. An art which can draw out the incorporeal adversary and make it real. Bring it to book. Cynics say that real life is a choice between the failed revolution and the shabby deal. I don't know, maybe they're right. But even they should know that there's no limit to just how shabby that shabby deal can be. What we need to search for and find, what we need to hone and perfect into a magnificent, shining thing, is a new kind of politics. Not the politics of governance, but the politics of resistance. The politics of opposition. The politics of forcing accountability. The politics of slowing things down. The politics of joining hands across the world and preventing certain destruction. In the present circumstances, I'd say that the only thing worth globalizing is dissent. It's India's best export. 9 on citizens' rights to express dissent. Court affidavit filed April 23, 2001. First published in Arundhati Roy, Power Politics, 2nd ed. Cambridge, Ma, Southend Press, 2001. In February 2001, a criminal petition filed by 5 advocates was listed before the Supreme Court of India. The petition accused Medha Patkar, leader of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, Prashant Bhushan, legal counsel for the NBA, and Arundhati Roy of committing criminal contempt of court by organizing and participating in a demonstration outside the gates of the Supreme Court to protest the court judgment on the Sardar Sarovar Dam on the Narmada River. Based on the petition, the Supreme Court sent notices to the 3 accused, ordering them to appear personally in court on April 23, 2001. The case is still pending in court. The maximum punishment for committing contempt of court in India is 6 months imprisonment. Arundhati Roy did not have a lawyer at her trial. Reproduced here is the text of her affidavit in reply to the criminal charges. In the Supreme Court of India. Original jurisdiction. Contempt petition, Cr. No. February 2001. In the matter of J.R. Parashar and Ors versus Prashant Bhushan and Ors. Affidavit in reply filed by Respondent No. 3. The gravamen of the charges in the petition against me are contained in the first information report that the petitioners say they lodged in the Tilakmarg police station on the 14th of December 2000. The FIR is annexed to the main petition and is reproduced verbatim below. First information report dated December 14, 2000. I, Jagdish Prasar, with colleagues Shri Singh and Rajender were going out from Supreme Court at 7:00 p.m. and saw that gate No. C was closed. We came out from the Supreme Court premises from other path and inquired why the gate is closed. We were surrounded by Prasant Bhushan, Medha Patkar and Arundhati Roy along with their companion, and they told Supreme Court your father's property. On this we told them they could not sit on Dharna by closing the gate. The proper place of Dharna is Parliament. In the meantime Prasant Bhushan said, you Jagdish Prasar are the tout of judiciary. Again Medha said Sale ko John se mar do kill him. Arundhati Roy commanded the crow that Supreme Court of India is the thief and all these are this touts. Kill them. Prasant Bhushan pulled by having caught my haired sick and said that if you would be seen in the Supreme Court again he would get them killed. But they were shouting in spite of the presence of S.H.O and ACP Bhaskar Tilakmarg. We ran away with great hardship, otherwise their Gunda might have done some mischief because of their drunken state. Therefore, it is requested to you that proper action may be taken after registering our complaint in order to save on lives and property. We complainants will be highly obliged. SD. Complainants. The main petition is as shoddily drafted as the FIR. The lies, the looseness, the ludicrousness of the charges displays more contempt for the apex court than any of the offences allegedly committed by Prashant Bhushan, Medha Patkar, and myself. Its contents are patently false and malicious. The police station in Tilakmarg, where the FIR was lodged, has not registered a case. No policeman ever contacted me, there was no police investigation, no attempt to verify the charges, to find out whether the people named in the petition were present at the Dharna, and whether indeed the incident described in the FIR, on which the entire contempt petition is based, occurred at all. Under the circumstances, it is distressing that the Supreme Court has thought it fit to entertain this petition and issue notice directing me and the other respondents to appear personally in court on the 23rd of April 2001, and to continue to attend the court on all the days thereafter to which the case against you stands and until final orders are passed on the charges against you wherein fail not. For the ordinary working citizen, these enforced court appearances mean that in effect, the punishment for the uncommitted crime has already begun. The facts relating to the petition are as follows. Contrary to everything the petition says, insinuates, and implies, I am not a leader of the Narmada Bachao Andolan. I am a writer, an independent citizen with independent views who supports and admires the cause of the Andolan. I was not a petitioner in the public interest litigation petition in the case of the Sardar Sarovar project. I am not an interested party. Prashant Bhushan is not my lawyer and has never represented me. Furthermore, in all humility I aver that I do not know who the petitioners are. That I never tried to murder anybody, or incite anybody to murder anybody, in broad daylight outside the gates of the Supreme Court in full view of the Delhi police. That I did not raise any slogans against the court. That I did not see Prashant Bhushan pulled anyone by having caught their haired sick and said that if you would be seen in the Supreme Court again he would get them killed. That I did not see Medha Patkar, leader of India's most prominent non-violent resistance movement, metamorphose into a mediocre film actor and say Sale ko John se mar do. Kill the bastard. That I did not notice the presence of any gundas in a drunken state. And finally, that my name is spelled wrong. On the morning of the 13th of December 2000, I learned that people from the Narmada Valley had gathered outside the gates of the Supreme Court. When I arrived at the Supreme Court at about 11:30 am, Gate No. C was already closed. 400 to 500 people were standing outside. Most of them were Adivasi people who, as a consequence of the recent Supreme Court judgment that allowed the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam to proceed, will lose their lands and homes this monsoon to the rising waters of the reservoir. They have not been rehabilitated. In a few months they will be destitute and have nowhere to go. These people had travelled all the way from the Narmada Valley to personally convey their despair and anguish to the court. To tell the court that, in contravention of its order, no land has been offered to them for rehabilitation and that the reality of the situation in the Narmada Valley is very different from the one portrayed in the Supreme Court judgment. They asked the registrar of the court for a meeting with the Chief Justice. A number of representatives of people's movements in Delhi, and other supporters of the Andolan like myself, were also there to express their solidarity. I would like to stress that I did not see Prashant Bhushan, the main accused in the petition, at the Dharna. Medha Patkar, who was there, asked me to speak to the people for 5 minutes. My exact words were, Mujhe 5 minute bhina hi chahai aapka samne apni bait rakhne ke liye. Main aapka sath hoon. I do not even need 5 minutes to tell you why I'm here. I'm here because I support you. This is easy to verify as there were several film and television crews shooting the event. The villagers had cloth labels hung around their necks that said, Project affected at 90 meters, the current height of the dam. As time went by and it became clear that the request for a meeting with the Chief Justice was not going to be granted, people grew disheartened. Several people, who I don't know or recognize, made speeches critical of the court, its inaccessibility to common people, and its process. Others spoke about corruption in the judiciary, about the judges and how far removed they are from ground realities. I admit that I made absolutely no attempt to intervene. I am not a policeman or a public official. As a writer, I am deeply interested in people's perceptions of the functioning of one of the most important institutions in this country. However, I would like to clarify that I have never, either in my writing or in any public forum, cast aspersions on the character or integrity of the judges. I believe that the reflexive instinct of the powerful to protect the powerful is sufficient explanation for the kind of iniquitous judgment as in the case of the Sardar Sarovar project. I did not raise slogans against the court. I did not, as the petition claims, say Supreme Court Bika Hua Hai. The Supreme Court has sold out. I certainly did not command the crow that Supreme Court of India is the thief and all these are this touts. Perhaps the petitioners meant crowd. I went to the Dharna because I have been deeply distressed and angered by the Supreme Court's majority and therefore operative verdict on the Sardar Sarovar project. The verdict allowed the project to proceed even though the court was well aware that the Narmada Water Disputes Tribunal had been consistently violated for 13 years. That not a single village had been resettled according to the directives of the tribunal, and that the Madhya Pradesh government, which is responsible for 80% of the oustees, had given a written affidavit in court stating that it has no land to resettle them. In effect, the Supreme Court ordered the violation of the fundamental rights to life and livelihood of hundreds of thousands of Indian citizens, most of them Dalit and Adivasi. As a consequence of the Supreme Court judgment, it is these unfortunate citizens who stand to lose their homes, their livelihoods, their gods, and their histories. When they came calling on the Supreme Court on the morning of December 13, 2000, they were asking the court to restore their dignity. To accuse them of lowering the dignity of the court suggests that the dignity of the court and the dignity of Indian citizens are incompatible, oppositional, adversarial things. That the dignity of one can only exist at the cost of the other. If this is so, it is a sad and shameful proposition. In his Republic Day speech, President K.R. Narayanan called upon the nation, and specifically the judiciary, to take special care of these fragile communities. He said, "The developmental path we have adopted is hurting them, the marginalized, the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, and threatening their very existence. I believe that the people of the Narmada Valley have the constitutional right to protest peacefully against what they consider an unjust and unfair judgment. As for myself, I have every right to participate in any peaceful protest meeting that I choose to. Even outside the gates of the Supreme Court. As a writer I am fully entitled to put forward my views, my reasons and arguments for why I believe that the judgment in the Sardar Sarovar case is flawed and unjust and violates the human rights of Indian citizens. I have the right to use all my skills and abilities, such as they are, and all the facts and figures at my disposal, to persuade people to my point of view. The petition is a pathetic attempt to target what the petitioners perceive to be the three main fronts of the resistance movement in the Narmada Valley. The activist Medha Patkar, leader of the Narmada Bachao Andolan and representative of the people in the valley, the lawyer, Prashant Bhushan, legal counsel for the Narmada Bachao Andolan, and the writer, me, who is seen as one of those who carries the voice of the Andolan to the world outside. It is significant that this is the third time that I, as a writer, have had to face legal harassment connected with my writing. In July 1999, the three-judge bench in the Supreme Court hearing the public interest petition on the Sardar Sarovar project took offense at my essay The Greater Common Good, published in Outlook and Frontline magazines. While the waters rose in the Narmada, while villagers stood in their homes in chest-deep water for days on end, protesting the court's interim order, the Supreme Court held 3 hearings in which the main topic they discussed was whether or not the dignity of the court had been violated by my essay. On the 15th of October 1999, without giving me an opportunity to be heard, the court passed an insulting order. Here is an extract. Judicial process and institution cannot be permitted to be scandalized or subjected to contumacious violation in such a blatant manner in which it has been done by Her Arundhati Roy. Vicious stultification and vulgar debunking cannot be permitted to pollute the stream of justice. We are unhappy at the way in which the leaders of NBA and Ms. Arundhati Roy have attempted to undermine the dignity of the court. We expected better behavior from them. The order contained a veiled warning to me not to continue with my objectionable writings. In 1997, a criminal case for corrupting public morality was filed against me in a district magistrate's court in Kerala for my book The God of Small Things. It has been pending for the last 4 years. I have had to hire criminal lawyers, draft affidavits, and travel all the way to Kerala to appear in court. And now I have to defend myself on this third, ludicrous charge. As a writer I wish to state as emphatically as I can that this is a dangerous trend. If the court uses the contempt of court law, and allows citizens to abuse its process to intimidate and harass writers, it will have the chilling effect of interfering with a writer's imagination and the creative act itself. This fear of harassment will create a situation in which even before a writer puts pen to paper, she will have to anticipate what the court might think of her work. It will induce a sort of enforced, fearful self-censorship. It would be bad for law, worse for literature and sad for the world of art and beauty. I have written and published several essays and articles on the Narmada issue and the Supreme Court judgment. None of them was intended to show contempt to the court. However, I have every right to disagree with the court's views on the subject and to express my disagreement in any publication or forum that I choose to. Regardless of everything the operative Supreme Court judgment on the Sardar Sarovar says, I continue to be opposed to big dams. I continue to believe that they are economically unviable, ecologically destructive, and deeply undemocratic. I continue to believe that the judgment disregarded the evidence placed before the court. I continue to write what I believe. Not to do so would undermine the dignity of writers, their art, their very purpose. I need hardly add that I also believe that those who hold the opposite point of view to mine, those who wish to disagree with my views, criticize them, or denounce them, have the same rights to free speech and expression as I do. I left the Dharna at about 6 p.m. Until then, contrary to the lurid scenario described in the petitioner's fur, I can state on oath that no blood was spilled, no mob was drunk, no hair was pulled, no murder attempted. A little khichdi was cooked and consumed. No litter was left. There were over 100 police constables and some senior police officers present. Though I would very much like to, I cannot say in good conscience that I have never set eyes on the petitioners because I don't know who they are or what they look like. They could have been any one of the hundreds of people who were milling around on that day. But whoever they are, and whatever their motives, for the petitioners to attempt to misuse the Contempt of Court Act and the good offices of the Supreme Court to stifle criticism and stamp out dissent strikes at the very roots of the notion of democracy. In recent months, this court has issued judgments on several major public issues. For instance, the closure of polluting industries in Delhi, the conversion of public transport buses from diesel to CNG compressed natural gas, and the judgment permitting the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam to proceed. All of these have had far-reaching and often unanticipated impacts. They have materially affected, for better or for worse, the lives and livelihoods of millions of Indian citizens. Whatever the justice or injustice of these judgments, whatever their finer legal points, for the court to become intolerant of criticism or expressions of dissent would mark the beginning of the end of democracy. An activist judiciary that intervenes in public matters to provide a corrective to a corrupt, dysfunctional executive surely has to be more, not less accountable. To a society that is already convulsed by political bankruptcy, economic distress, and religious and cultural intolerance, any form of judicial intolerance will come as a crippling blow. If the judiciary removes itself from public scrutiny and accountability, and severs its links with the society that it was set up to serve in the first place, it would mean that yet another pillar of Indian democracy will crumble. A judicial dictatorship is as fearsome a prospect as a military dictatorship or any other form of totalitarian rule. The Tehelka tapes broadcast recently on a national television network show the repulsive sight of the presidents of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Samata Party, both part of the ruling coalition, accepting bribes from spurious arms dealers. 1 Though this ought to have been considered prima facie evidence of corruption, the Delhi High Court declined to entertain a petition seeking an inquiry into the defense deals that were referred to in the tapes. The bench took strong exception to the petitioner approaching the court without substantial evidence and even warned the petitioner's counsel that if he failed to substantiate its allegations, the court would impose costs on the petitioner. On the grounds that judges of the Supreme Court were too busy, the Chief Justice of India refused to allow a sitting judge to head the judicial inquiry into the Tehelka scandal, even though it involves matters of national security and corruption in the highest places. 2. Yet, when it comes to an absurd, despicable, entirely unsubstantiated petition in which all the three respondents happen to be people who have publicly, though in markedly different ways, questioned the policies of the government and severely criticized a recent judgment of the Supreme Court, the court displays a disturbing willingness to issue notice. It indicates a disquieting inclination on the part of the court to silence criticism and muzzle dissent, to harass and intimidate those who disagree with it. By entertaining a petition based on infer that even a local police station does not see fit to act upon, the Supreme Court is doing its own reputation and credibility considerable harm. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm that as a writer I have the right to state my opinions and beliefs. As a free citizen of India, I have the right to be part of any peaceful dharna, demonstration, or protest march. I have the right to criticize any judgment of any court that I believe to be unjust. I have the right to make common cause with those I agree with. I hope that each time I exercise these rights I will not be dragged to court on false charges and forced to explain my actions. The petitioners have committed civil and criminal defamation. They ought to be investigated and prosecuted for perjury. They ought to be made to pay damages for the time they have wasted of this apex court by filing these false charges. Above all, they ought to be made to apologize to all those citizens who are patiently awaiting the attention of the Supreme Court in more important matters. 10. Ahimsa. Nonviolent resistance. Based on an article published in the Christian Science Monitor, July 5, 2002. While the rest of us are mesmerized by talk of war and terrorism and wars against terror, in the state of Madhya Pradesh in central India, a little life raft has set sail into the wind. On a pavement in Bhopal, in an area called Tin Shed, a small group of people has embarked on a journey of faith and hope. There's nothing new in what they're doing. What's new is the climate in which they're doing it. Today is the 29th day of the indefinite hunger strike by 4 activists of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, NBA, the Save the Narmada movement. 1 They have fasted 2 days longer than Gandhi did on any of his fasts during the freedom struggle. Their demands are more modest than his ever were. They are protesting against the Madhya Pradesh government's forcible eviction of more than 1,000 Adivasi, indigenous, families to make way for the Mon Dam. All they're asking is that the government of Madhya Pradesh implement its own policy of providing land to those being displaced by the Mon Dam. There's no controversy here. The dam has been built. The displaced people must be resettled before the reservoir fills up in the monsoon and submerges their villages. The four activists on FAST are Vinod Patway, who was one of the 114,000 people displaced in 1990 by the Barji Dam, which now, 12 years later, irrigates less land than it submerged, Mangat Verma, who will be displaced by the Maheshwar Dam if it is ever completed, Chitaripa Palit, who has worked with the NBA for almost 15 years, and 22-year-old Ram Kunwar, the youngest and friliest of the activists. Hers is the first village that will be submerged when the waters rise in the Mon Reservoir. In the weeks since she began her fast, Ram Kunwar has lost 20 pounds, almost 1/4 of her original body weight. Unlike the other large dams such as the Sardar Sarovar, Maheshwar and Indira Sagar, where the resettlement of hundreds of thousands of displaced people is simply not possible, except on paper, in court documents, in the case of Mon the total number of displaced people is about 6,000. People have even identified land that is available and could be bought and allotted to them by the government. And yet the government refuses. Instead it's busy distributing paltry cash compensation, which is illegal and violates its own policy. It says quite openly that if it were to give in to the demands of the Mon ousties, that is, if it implemented its own policy, it would set a precedent for the hundreds of thousands of people, most of them Dalits, untouchables, and Adivasis, who are slated to be submerged, without rehabilitation, by the 29 other big dams planned in the Narmada Valley. And the state government's commitment to these projects remains absolute, regardless of the social and environmental costs. As Vinod, Mangat, Chitaripa and Ram Kunwar gradually weaken, as their systems close down and the risk of irreversible organ failure and sudden death sets in, no government official has bothered to even pay them a visit. Let me tell you a secret, it's not all unwavering resolve and steely determination on the burning pavement under the pitiless sun at Tin Shed. The jokes about slimming and weight loss are becoming a little poignant now. There are tears of anger and frustration. There is trepidation and real fear. But underneath all that, there's pure grit. What will happen to them? Will they just go down in the ledgers as the price of progress? That phrase cleverly frames the whole argument as one between those who are pro-development versus those who are anti-development and suggests the inevitability of the choice you have to make, pro-development, what else? It slyly suggests that movements like the NBA are antiquated and absurdly anti-electricity or anti-irrigation. This of course is nonsense. The NBA believes that big dams are obsolete. It believes there are more democratic, more local, more economically viable and environmentally sustainable ways of generating electricity and managing water systems. It is demanding more modernity, not less. It is demanding more democracy, not less. And look at what's happening instead. Even at the height of the war rhetoric, even as India and Pakistan threatened each other with nuclear annihilation, the question of reneging on the Indus Waters Treaty between the two countries did not arise. Yet in Madhya Pradesh, the police and administration entered Adivasi villages with bulldozers. They sealed hand pumps, demolished school buildings, and clear-felled trees in order to force people from their homes. They sealed hand pumps. And so the indefinite hunger strike. Any government's condemnation of terrorism is only credible if it shows itself to be responsive to persistent, reasonable, closely argued, nonviolent dissent. And yet what's happening is just the opposite. The world over, nonviolent resistance movements are being crushed and broken. If we do not respect and honor them, by default we privilege those who turn to violent means. Across the world, when governments and the media lavish all their time, attention, funds, research, space, sophistication, and seriousness on war talk and terrorism, then the message that goes out is disturbing and dangerous. If you seek to air and redress a public grievance, violence is more effective than non-violence. Unfortunately, if peaceful change is not given a chance, then violent change becomes inevitable. That violence will be, and already is, random, ugly, and unpredictable. What's happening in Kashmir, the northeastern states of India, and Andhra Pradesh is all part of this process. Right now the NBA is not just fighting big dams. It's fighting for the survival of India's greatest gift to the world, non-violent resistance. You could call it the Ahimsa Bachao Andolan. Ahimsa means non-violent resistance, or the Save Non-Violence movement. Over the years our government has shown nothing but contempt for the people of the Narmada Valley. Contempt for their argument. Contempt for their movement. In the 21st century the connection between religious fundamentalism, nuclear nationalism, and the pauperization of whole populations because of corporate globalization is becoming impossible to ignore. While the Madhya Pradesh government has categorically said it has no land for the rehabilitation of displaced people, reports say that it is preparing the ground, pardon the pun, to make huge tracts of land available for corporate agriculture. This in turn will set off another cycle of displacement and impoverishment. Can we prevail on Digvijay Singh, the secular Green Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, to substitute some of his public relations with a real change in policy? If he did, he would go down in history as a man of vision and true political courage. If the Congress Party wishes to be taken seriously as an alternative to the destructive right-wing religious fundamentalists who have brought us to the threshold of ruin, it will have to do more than condemn communalism and participate in empty nationalist rhetoric. It will have to do some real work and some real listening to the people it claims to represent. As for the rest of us, concerned citizens, peace activists, and the like, it's not enough to sing songs about giving peace a chance. Doing everything we can to support movements like the Narmada Bachao Andolan is how we give peace a chance. This is the real war against terror. Go to Bhopal. Just ask for THIRD Shed. Point 2. Part 3. 11. The Algebra of Infinite Justice. First published in The Guardian, September 29, 2001, and Outlook, October 8, 2001. In the aftermath of the unconscionable September 11 suicide attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center, an American newscaster said, "Good and evil rarely manifest themselves as clearly as they did last Tuesday. People who we don't know massacred people who we do. And they did so with contemptuous glee." Then he broke down and wept. Point 1. Here's the rub: America is at war against people it doesn't know, because they don't appear much on TV. Before it has properly identified or even begun to comprehend the nature of its enemy, the US government has, in a rush of publicity and embarrassing rhetoric, cobbled together an international coalition against terror, mobilized its army, its air force, its navy, and its media, and committed them to battle. The trouble is that once America goes off to war, it can't very well return without having fought one. If it doesn't find its enemy, for the sake of the enraged folks back home it will have to manufacture one. Once war begins, it will develop a momentum, a logic, and a justification of its own, and will lose sight of why it's being fought in the first place. What we're witnessing here is the spectacle of the world's most powerful country reaching reflexively, angrily, for an old instinct to fight a new kind of war. Suddenly, when it comes to defending itself, America's streamlined warships, its cruise missiles, and its F-16 jets look like obsolete, lumbering things. As deterrence, its arsenal of nuclear bombs is no longer worth its weight in scrap. Box cutters, pen knives, and cold anger are the weapons with which the wars of the new century will be waged. Anger is the lockpick. It slips through customs unnoticed. Doesn't show up in baggage checks. Who is America fighting? On September 20, the FBI said that it had doubts about the identities of some of the hijackers. On the same day, President George Bush said he knew exactly who the terrorists were and which governments were supporting them too. It sounds as though the president knows something that the FBI and the American public don't. In his September 20 address to the U.S. Congress, President George Bush called the enemies of America enemies of freedom. Americans are asking, why do they hate us? He said. They hate our freedoms, our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other. 3 people are being asked to make 2 leaps of faith here. First, to assume that the enemy is who the US government says it is, even though it has no substantial evidence to support that claim. And second, to assume that the enemy's motives are what the US government says they are, and there's nothing to support that either. For strategic, military, and economic reasons, it is vital for the US government to persuade the American public that America's commitment to freedom and democracy and the American way of life are under attack. In the current atmosphere of grief, outrage, and anger, it's an easy notion to peddle. However, if that were true, it's reasonable to wonder why the symbols of America's economic and military dominance, the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, were chosen as the targets of the attacks. Why not the Statue of Liberty? Could it be that the Stygian anger that led to the attacks has its taproot not in American freedom and democracy, but in the US government's record of commitment to and support for exactly the opposite things: military and economic terrorism, insurgency, military dictatorship, religious bigotry, and unimaginable genocide, outside America? It must be hard for ordinary Americans so recently bereaved to look up at the world with their eyes full of tears and encounter what might appear to them to be indifference. It isn't indifference. It's just augury. An absence of surprise. The tired wisdom of knowing that what goes around eventually comes around. American people ought to know that it is not them but their government's policies that are so hated. All of us have been moved by the courage and grace shown by America's firefighters, rescue workers, and ordinary office-goers in the days that followed the attacks. American people can't possibly doubt that they themselves, their extraordinary musicians, their writers, their actors, their spectacular athletes, and their cinema, are universally welcomed. America's grief at what happened has been immense and immensely public. It would be grotesque to expect it to calibrate or modulate its anguish. However, it will be a pity if, instead of using this as an opportunity to try and understand why September 11 happened, Americans use it as an opportunity to usurp the whole world's sorrow to mourn and avenge only their own. Because then it falls to the rest of us to ask the hard questions and say the harsh things. And for our pains, for our bad timing, we will be disliked, ignored, and perhaps eventually silenced. The world will probably never know what motivated those particular hijackers who flew planes into those particular American buildings. They were not glory boys. They left no suicide notes, no political messages. No organization has claimed credit for the attacks. All we know is that their belief in what they were doing outstripped the natural human instinct for survival or any desire to be remembered. It's almost as though they could not scale down the enormity of their rage to anything smaller than their deeds. And what they did has blown a hole in the world as we knew it. In the absence of information, politicians, political commentators, and writers, like myself, will invest the act with their own politics, with their own interpretations. This speculation, this analysis of the political climate in which the attacks took place, can only be a good thing. But war is looming large. Whatever remains to be said must be said quickly. Before America places itself at the helm of the international coalition against terror, before it invites, and coerces, countries to actively participate in its almost godlike mission called Operation Infinite Justice, until it was pointed out that this could be seen as an insult to Muslims, who believe that only Allah can mete out infinite justice, and was renamed Operation Enduring Freedom, it would help if some small clarifications are made. For example, infinite justice / enduring freedom for whom? Is this America's war against terror in America or against terror in general? What exactly is being avenged here? Is it the tragic loss of almost 7,000 lives, the gutting of 15 million square feet of office space Indiana Manhattan, the destruction of a section of the Pentagon, the loss of several hundreds of thousands of jobs, the potential bankruptcy of some airline companies, and the crash of the New York Stock Exchange, or is it more than that? In 1996, Madeleine Albright, then the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, was asked on national television what she felt about the fact that 500,000 Iraqi children had died as a result of US-led economic sanctions. She replied that it was a very hard choice, but that, all things considered, we think the price is worth it. 5 Albright never lost her job for saying this. She continued to travel the world representing the views and aspirations of the US government. More pertinently, the sanctions against Iraq remain in place. Children continue to die. So here we have it. The equivocating distinction between civilization and savagery, between the massacre of innocent people, or, if you like, a clash of civilizations, and collateral damage. The sophistry and fastidious algebra of infinite justice. How many dead Iraqis will it take to make the world a better place? How many dead Afghans for every dead American? How many dead children for every dead man? How many dead mujahideen for each dead investment banker? As we watch, mesmerized, Operation Enduring Freedom unfolds on television monitors across the world. A coalition of the world's superpowers is closing in on Afghanistan, one of the poorest, most ravaged, war-torn countries in the world, whose ruling Taliban government is sheltering Osama bin Laden, the man being held responsible for the September 11 attacks. The only thing in Afghanistan that could possibly count as collateral value is its citizenry. Among them, 500,000 maimed orphans. 6 There are accounts of hobbling stampedes that occur when artificial limbs are airdropped into remote, inaccessible villages. Afghanistan's economy is in a shambles. In fact, the problem for an invading army is that Afghanistan has no conventional coordinates or signposts to plot on a map, no military bases, no industrial complexes, no water treatment plants. Farms have been turned into mass graves. The countryside is littered with landmines. 10 million is the most recent estimate. 7 The American army would first have to clear the mines and build roads in order to take its soldiers in. Fearing an attack from America, 1 million citizens have fled from their homes and arrived at the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan. The United Nations estimates that there are 7.5 million Afghan citizens who will need emergency aid. 8 As supplies run out, food and aid agencies have been evacuated. The BBC reports that one of the worst humanitarian disasters of recent times has begun to unfold. 9 Witness the infinite justice of the new century. Civilians starving to death while they're waiting to be killed. In America there has been rough talk of bombing Afghanistan back to the Stone Age. 10 Someone please break the news that Afghanistan is already there. And if it's any consolation, America played no small part in helping it on its way. The American people may be a little fuzzy about where exactly Afghanistan is. We hear reports that there's a run on maps of the country, but the US government and Afghanistan are old friends. 11. In 1979, after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the CIA and Pakistan's ISI, Inter-Services Intelligence, launched the CIA's largest covert operation since the Vietnam War. 12 Their purpose was to harness the energy of Afghan resistance to the Soviets and expand it into a holy war, an Islamic jihad, which would turn Muslim countries within the Soviet Union against the communist regime and eventually destabilize it. When it began, it was meant to be the Soviet Union's Vietnam. It turned out to be much more than that. Over the years, through the ISI, the CIA funded and recruited tens of thousands of radical mujahideen from 40 Islamic countries as soldiers for America's proxy war. 13 The rank and file of the mujahideen were unaware that their jihad was actually being fought on behalf of Uncle Sam. The irony is that America was equally unaware that it was financing a future war against itself. In 1989, after being bloodied by 10 years of relentless conflict, the Russians withdrew, leaving behind a civilization reduced to rubble. Civil war in Afghanistan raged on. The jihad spread to Chechnya, Kosovo, and eventually Kashmir. The CIA continued to pour in money and military equipment, but the overheads had become immense, and more money was needed. The Mujahideen ordered farmers to plant opium as a revolutionary tax. 14 Under the protection of the ISI, hundreds of heroin processing laboratories were set up across Afghanistan. Within 2 years of the CIA's arrival, the Pakistan-Afghanistan borderland had become the biggest producer of heroin in the world, and the single biggest source on American streets. The annual profits, said to be between $100 and $200 billion, were plowed back into training and arming militants. 15. In 1996, the Taliban, then a marginal sect of dangerous hardline fundamentalists, fought its way to power in Afghanistan. It was funded by the ISI, that old cohort of the CIA, and supported by many political parties in Pakistan. 16 The Taliban unleashed a regime of terror. Its first victims were its own people, particularly women. It closed down girls' schools, dismissed women from government jobs, and enforced Sharia laws under which women deemed to be immoral are stoned to death and widows guilty of being adulterous are buried alive. 17 Given the Taliban government's human rights track record, it seems unlikely that it will in any way be intimidated or swerved from its purpose by the prospect of war or the threat to the lives of its civilians. After all that has happened, can there be anything more ironic than Russia and America joining hands to redestroy Afghanistan? The question is, can you destroy destruction? Dropping more bombs on Afghanistan will only shuffle the rubble, scramble some old graves, and disturb the dead. The desolate landscape of Afghanistan was the burial ground of Soviet communism and the springboard of a unipolar world dominated by America. It made the space for neocapitalism and corporate globalization, again dominated by America. And now Afghanistan is poised to become the graveyard for the unlikely soldiers who fought and won this war for America. And what of America's trusted ally? Pakistan, too, has suffered enormously. The US government has not been shy to support military dictators who have blocked the idea of democracy from taking root in the country. Before the CIA arrived, there was a small rural market for opium in Pakistan. Between 1979 and 1985, the number of heroin addicts grew from next to nothing to a massive number. 18 Even before September 11, there were millions of Afghan refugees living in tented camps along the border. Pakistan's economy is crumbling. 19 Sectarian violence, globalization's structural adjustment programs, and drug lords are tearing the country to pieces. Set up to fight the Soviets, the terrorist training centers and madrasas, sown like dragon's teeth across the country, produced fundamentalists with tremendous popular appeal within Pakistan itself. The Taliban, which the Pakistan government has supported, funded, and propped up for years, has material and strategic alliances with Pakistan's own political parties. 20 Now the US government is asking Pakistan to garrote the pet it has hand-reared in its backyard for so many years. President Pervez Musharraf, having pledged his support to the US, could well find he has something resembling civil war on his hands. 21 India, thanks in part to its geography and in part to the vision of its former leaders, has so far been fortunate enough to be left out of this great game. Had it been drawn in, it's more than likely that our democracy, such as it is, would not have survived. Today, as some of us watch in horror, the Indian government is furiously gyrating its hips, begging the US to set up its base in India rather than Pakistan. 22 Having had this ringside view of Pakistan's sordid fate, it isn't just odd, it's unthinkable, that India should want to do this. Any third world country with a fragile economy and a complex social base should know by now that to invite a superpower such as America in, whether it says it's staying or just passing through, would be like inviting a brick to drop through your windshield. In the media blitz that followed September 11, mainstream television stations largely ignored the story of America's involvement with Afghanistan. So to those unfamiliar with the story, the coverage of the attacks could have been moving, disturbing, and, perhaps to cynics, self-indulgent. However, to those of us who are familiar with Afghanistan's recent history, American TV coverage and the rhetoric of the International Coalition Against Terror is just plain insulting. America's free press, like its free market, has a lot to account for. Operation Enduring Freedom is ostensibly being fought to uphold the American way of life. It'll probably end up undermining it completely. It will spawn more anger and more terror across the world. For ordinary people in America, it will mean lives lived in a climate of sickening uncertainty. Will my child be safe in school? Will there be nerve gas in the subway? A bomb in the cinema hall? Will my love come home tonight? There have been warnings about the possibility of biological warfare, smallpox, bubonic plague, Anthrax, the deadly payload of an innocuous crop duster. 23 Being picked off a few at a time may end up being worse than being annihilated all at once by a nuclear bomb. The US government, and no doubt governments all over the world, will use the climate of war as an excuse to curtail civil liberties, deny free speech, lay off workers, harass ethnic and religious minorities, cut back on public spending, and divert huge amounts of money to the defense industry. To what purpose? President George Bush can no more rid the world of evildoers than he can stock it with saints. 24 It's absurd for the US government to even toy with the notion that it can stamp out terrorism with more violence and oppression. Terrorism is the symptom, not the disease. Terrorism has no country. It's transnational, as global an enterprise as Coke or Pepsi or Nike. At the first sign of trouble, terrorists can pull up stakes and move their factories from country to country in search of a better deal. Just like the multinationals. Terrorism as a phenomenon may never go away. But if it is to be contained, the first step is for America to at least acknowledge that it shares the planet with other nations, with other human beings who, even if they are not on TV, have loves and griefs and stories and songs and sorrows and, for heaven's sake, rights. Instead, when Donald Rumsfeld, the U.S. Defense Secretary, was asked what he would call a victory in America's new war, he said that if he could convince the world that Americans must be allowed to continue with their way of life, he would consider it a victory. 25 The September 11th attacks were a monstrous calling card from a world gone horribly wrong. The message may have been written by bin Laden, who knows, and delivered by his couriers, but it could well have been signed by the ghosts of the victims of America's old wars. The millions killed in Korea, Vietnam, and Cambodia, the 17,000 killed when Israel backed by the United States invaded Lebanon in 1982, the tens of thousands of Iraqis killed in Operation Desert Storm, the thousands of Palestinians who have died fighting Israel's occupation of the West Bank, and the millions who died, in Yugoslavia, Somalia, Haiti, Chile, Nicaragua, El Salvador, the Dominican Republic, Panama, at the hands of all the terrorists, dictators, and genocidists whom the American government supported, trained, bankrolled, and supplied with arms. 26 And this is far from being a comprehensive list. For a country involved in so much warfare and conflict, the American people have been extremely fortunate. The strikes on September 11 were only the second on American soil in more than a century. The first was Pearl Harbor. The reprisal for this took a long route but ended with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This time the world waits with bated breath for the horrors to come. Someone recently said that if Osama bin Laden didn't exist, America would have had to invent him. 27 But in a way, America did invent him. He was among the jihadists who moved to Afghanistan after 1979, when the CIA commenced its operations there. Bin Laden has the distinction of being created by the CIA and wanted by the FBI. In the course of a fortnight he has been promoted from suspect to prime suspect, and then, despite the lack of any real evidence, straight up the charts to being wanted dead or alive. From all accounts, it will be impossible to produce evidence, of the sort that would stand up to scrutiny in a court of law, to link bin Laden to the September 11th attacks. 28 So far, it appears that the most incriminating piece of evidence against him is the fact that he has not condemned them. From what is known about the location of bin Laden and the living conditions where he operates, it's entirely possible that he did not personally plan and carry out the attacks, that he is the inspirational figure, the CEO of the holding company. 29 The Taliban's response to U.S. demands for the extradition of bin Laden has been uncharacteristically reasonable: produce the evidence, then we'll hand him over. President Bush's response is that the demand is non-negotiable. 30 While talks are on for the extradition of CEOs, can India put in a side request for the extradition of Warren Anderson of the USA? He was the chairman of Union Carbide, responsible for the 1984 Bhopal gas leak, which killed 16,000 people. 31 We have collated the necessary evidence. It's all in the files. Could we have him, please? But who is Osama bin Laden really? Let me rephrase that. What is Osama bin Laden? He's America's family secret. He is the American president's dark doppelganger. The savage twin of all that purports to be beautiful and civilized. He has been sculpted from the spare rib of a world laid to waste by America's foreign policy, its gunboat diplomacy, its nuclear arsenal, its vulgarly stated policy of full-spectrum dominance, its chilling disregard for non-American lives, its barbarous military interventions, its support for despotic and dictatorial regimes, its merciless economic agenda that has munched through the economies of poor countries like a cloud of locusts. 32 Its marauding multinationals, which are taking over the air we breathe, the ground we stand on, the water we drink, the thoughts we think. Now that the family secret has been spilled, the twins are blurring into one another and gradually becoming interchangeable. Their guns, bombs, money, and drugs have been going around in the loop for a while. The Stinger missiles that will greet U.S. helicopters were supplied by the CIA. The heroin used by America's drug addicts comes from Afghanistan. The Bush administration recently gave Afghanistan a $43 million subsidy to its war on drugs. 33. Now they've even begun to borrow each other's rhetoric. Each refers to the other as the head of the snake. Both invoke God and use the loose millenarian currency of good and evil as their terms of reference. Both are engaged in unequivocal political crimes. Both are dangerously armed, one with the nuclear arsenal of the obscenely powerful, the other with the incandescent, destructive power of the utterly hopeless. The fireball and the ice pick. The bludgeon and the axe. The important thing to keep in mind is that neither is an acceptable alternative to the other. President Bush's ultimatum to the people of the world, either you are with us or you are with the terrorists, 34, is a piece of presumptuous arrogance. It's not a choice that people want to, need to, or should have to make. 12 War is Peace. First published in Outlook, October 29, 2001. As darkness deepened over Afghanistan on Sunday, October 7, 2001, the U.S. government, backed by the International Coalition Against Terror, the new, amenable surrogate for the United Nations, launched airstrikes against Afghanistan. TV channels lingered on computer-animated images of cruise missiles, stealth bombers, Tomahawks, bunker-busting missiles, and Mark 82 high-drag bombs. 1 All over the world, little boys watched goggle-eyed and stopped clamoring for new video games. The UN, reduced now to an ineffective acronym, wasn't even asked to mandate the airstrikes. As Madeleine Albright once said, we will behave multilaterally when we can and unilaterally when we must. 2. The evidence against the terrorists was shared among friends in the international coalition. After conferring, they announced that it didn't matter whether or not the evidence would stand up in a court of law. 3 Thus in an instant were centuries of jurisprudence carelessly trashed. Nothing can excuse or justify an act of terrorism, whether it is committed by religious fundamentalists, private militias, people's resistance movements, or whether it's dressed up as a war of retribution by a recognized government. The bombing of Afghanistan is not revenge for New York and Washington. It is yet another act of terror against the people of the world. Each innocent person that is killed must be added to, not set off against, the grisly toll of civilians who died in New York and Washington. People rarely win wars, governments rarely lose them. People get killed. Governments mold and regroup, hydra-headed. They first use flags to shrink-wrap people's minds and smother real thought, and then as ceremonial shrouds to bury the willing dead. On both sides, in Afghanistan as well as America, civilians are now hostage to the actions of their own governments. Unknowingly, ordinary people in both countries share a common bond: they have to live with the phenomenon of blind, unpredictable terror. Each batch of bombs that is dropped on Afghanistan is matched by a corresponding escalation of mass hysteria in America about anthrax, more hijackings, and other terrorist acts. There is no easy way out of the spiraling morass of terror and brutality that confronts the world today. It is time now for the human race to hold still, to delve into its wells of collective wisdom, both ancient and modern. What happened on September 11 changed the world forever. Freedom, progress, wealth, technology, war, these words have taken on new meaning. Governments have to acknowledge this transformation and approach their new tasks with a modicum of honesty and humility. Unfortunately, up to now, there has been no sign of any introspection from the leaders of the international coalition or the Taliban. When he announced the air strikes, President George Bush said, "We're a peaceful nation," for America's favorite ambassador, Tony Blair, who also holds the portfolio of Prime Minister of the UK, echoed him, "We're a peaceful people." So now we know. Pigs are horses. Girls are boys. War is peace. Speaking at the FBI's headquarters a few days later, President Bush said, "This is the calling of the United States of America, the most free nation in the world, a nation built on fundamental values, that rejects hate, rejects violence, rejects murderers, rejects evil. And we will not tire." 5. Here is a list of the countries that America has been at war with and bombed since World War II. China, 1945-46, 1950-53, Korea, 1950-53, Guatemala, 1954, 1967-69, Indonesia, 1958, Cuba, 1959-60, the Belgian Congo, 1964, Peru, 1965, Laos, 1964-73, Vietnam, 1961-73, Cambodia, 1969-70, Grenada, 1983, Libya, 1986, El Salvador, 1980s, Nicaragua, 1980s, Panama, 1989, Iraq, 1991-2001, Bosnia, 1995, Sudan, 1998, Yugoslavia, 1999. And now Afghanistan. Certainly it does not tire this, the most free nation in the world. What freedoms does it uphold? Within its borders, the freedoms of speech, religion, thought, of artistic expression, food habits, sexual preferences, well, to some extent, and many other exemplary, wonderful things. Outside its borders, the freedom to dominate, humiliate, and subjugate, usually in the service of America's real religion, the free market. So when the U.S. government christens a war Operation Infinite Justice, or Operation Enduring Freedom, we in the Third World feel more than a tremor of fear. Because we know that infinite justice for some means infinite injustice for others. And enduring freedom for some means enduring subjugation for others. The international coalition against terror is largely a cabal of the richest countries in the world. Between them, they manufacture and sell almost all of the world's weapons. They possess the largest stockpile of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, and nuclear. They have fought the most wars, account for most of the genocide, subjection, ethnic cleansing, and human rights violations in modern history, and have sponsored, armed, and financed untold numbers of dictators and despots. Between them, they have worshipped, almost deified, the cult of violence and war. For all its appalling sins, the Taliban just isn't in the same league. The Taliban was compounded in the crumbling crucible of rubble, heroin, and landmines in the backwash of the Cold War. Its oldest leaders are in their early 40s. Many of them are disfigured and handicapped, missing an eye, an arm, or a leg. They grew up in a society scarred and devastated by war. Between the Soviet Union and America, over 20 years, about $45 billion worth of arms and ammunition was poured into Afghanistan. 6. The latest weaponry was the only shard of modernity to intrude upon a thoroughly medieval society. Young boys, many of them orphans who grew up in those times, had guns for toys, never knew the security and comfort of family life, never experienced the company of women. Now, as adults and rulers, the Taliban beat, stone, rape, and brutalize women. They don't seem to know what else to do with them. Years of war has stripped them of gentleness, inured them to kindness and human compassion. They dance to the percussive rhythms of bombs raining down around them. Now they've turned their monstrosity on their own people. With all due respect to President Bush, the people of the world do not have to choose between the Taliban and the US government. All the beauty of human civilization, our art, our music, our literature, lies beyond these two fundamentalist ideological poles. There is as little chance that the people of the world can all become middle-class consumers as there is that they will all embrace any one particular religion. The issue is not about good versus evil or Islam versus Christianity as much as it is about space. About how to accommodate diversity, how to contain the impulse toward hegemony, every kind of hegemony, economic, military, linguistic, religious, and cultural. Any ecologist will tell you how dangerous and fragile a monoculture is. A hegemonic world is like having a government without a healthy opposition. It becomes a kind of dictatorship. It's like putting a plastic bag over the world and preventing it from breathing. Eventually, it will be torn open. 1.5 million Afghan people lost their lives in the 20 years of conflict that preceded this new war. 7. Afghanistan was reduced to rubble, and now the rubble is being pounded into finer dust. By the second day of the air strikes, U.S. pilots were returning to their bases without dropping their assigned payload of bombs. 8. As one senior official put it, Afghanistan is not a target-rich environment. 9. At a press briefing at the Pentagon, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was asked if America had run out of targets. "First, we're going to re-hit targets," he said, "and second, we're not running out of targets, Afghanistan is." This was greeted with gales of laughter in the briefing room. 10. By the third day of the strikes, the U.S. Defense Department boasted that it had achieved air supremacy over Afghanistan. 11. Did it mean that it had destroyed both, or maybe all 16, of Afghanistan's planes? On the ground in Afghanistan, the Northern Alliance, the Taliban's old enemy, and therefore the international coalition's newest friend, is making headway in its push to capture Kabul. For the archives, let it be said that the Northern Alliance's track record is not very different from the Taliban's. But for now, because it's inconvenient, that little detail is being glossed over. 12. The visible, moderate, acceptable leader of the alliance, Ahmed Shah Massoud, was killed in a suicide bomb attack early in September 2001. The rest of the Northern Alliance is a brittle confederation of brutal warlords, ex-communists, and unbending clerics. It is a disparate group divided along ethnic lines, some of whom have tasted power in Afghanistan in the past. Until the U.S. airstrikes, the Northern Alliance controlled about 5% of the geographical area of Afghanistan. Now, with the international coalition's help and air cover, it is poised to topple the Taliban. 14. Meanwhile, Taliban soldiers, sensing imminent defeat, have begun to defect to the alliance. So the fighting forces are busy switching sides and changing uniforms. But in an enterprise as cynical as this one, it seems to matter hardly at all. Love is hate, north is south, peace is war. Among the global powers, there is talk of putting in a representative government. Or, on the other hand, of restoring the kingdom to Afghanistan's 86-year-old former king, Mohammad Zahir Shah, who has lived in exile in Rome since 1973. 15. That's the way the game goes. Support Saddam Hussein, then take him out, finance the Mujahideen, then bomb them to smithereens, put in Zahir Shah and see if he's going to be a good boy. Is it possible to put in a representative government? Can you place an order for democracy with extra cheese and jalapeno peppers? Reports have begun to trickle in about civilian casualties, about cities emptying out as Afghan civilians flock to the borders, which have been closed. 16. Main arterial roads have been blown up or sealed off. Those who have experience of working in Afghanistan say that by early November, food convoys will not be able to reach the millions of Afghans, 7.5 million according to the UN, who run the very real risk of starving to death during the course of this winter. 17. They say that in the days that are left before winter sets in, there can be either a war or an attempt to reach food to the hungry. Not both. As a gesture of humanitarian support, the U.S. government airdropped 37,000 packets of emergency rations into Afghanistan. It says it plans to drop more than 500,000 packets. That will still only add up to a single meal for 500,000 people out of the several million in dire need of food. Aid workers have condemned this as a cynical, dangerous public relations exercise. They say that airdropping food packets is worse than futile. First, because the food will never get to those who really need it. More dangerously, because those who run out to retrieve the packets risk being blown up by landmines. 18 A tragic arms race. Nevertheless, the food packets had a photo op all to themselves. Their contents were listed in major newspapers. They were vegetarian, we're told, as per Muslim dietary law. Each yellow packet, decorated with the American flag, contained rice, peanut butter, bean salad, strawberry jam, crackers, raisins, flat bread, an apple fruit bar, seasoning, matches, a set of plastic cutlery, a napkin, and illustrated user instructions. 19. After 3 years of unremitting drought, an airdropped airline meal in Jalalabad. The level of cultural ineptitude, the failure to understand what months of relentless hunger and grinding poverty really mean, the US government's attempt to use even this abject misery to boost its self-image, beggars description. Reverse the scenario for a moment. Imagine if the Taliban government were to bomb New York City, saying all the while that its real target was the US government and its policies. And suppose, during breaks between the bombing, the Taliban dropped a few thousand packets containing naan and kebabs impaled on an Afghan flag. Would the good people of New York ever find it in themselves to forgive the Afghan government? Even if they were hungry, even if they needed the food, even if they ate it, how would they ever forget the insult, the condescension? Rudy Giuliani, mayor of New York City, returned a gift of $10 million from a Saudi prince because it came with a few words of friendly advice about American policy in the Middle East. 20 Is pride a luxury that only the rich are entitled to? Far from stamping it out, igniting this kind of rage is what creates terrorism. Hate and retribution don't go back into the box once you've let them out. For every terrorist or his supporter who is killed, hundreds of innocent people are being killed, too. And for every 100 innocent people killed, there is a good chance that several future terrorists will be created. Where will it all lead? Setting aside the rhetoric for a moment, consider the fact that the world has not yet found an acceptable definition of what terrorism is. One country's terrorist is too often another's freedom fighter. At the heart of the matter lies the world's deep-seated ambivalence toward violence. Once violence is accepted as a legitimate political instrument, then the morality and political acceptability of terrorists, insurgents or freedom fighters, become contentious, bumpy terrain. The US government itself has funded, armed, and sheltered plenty of rebels and insurgents around the world. The CIA and Pakistan's ISI trained and armed the Mujahideen who, in the 1980s, were seen as terrorists by the government in Soviet-occupied Afghanistan, while President Reagan praised them as freedom fighters. 21. Today, Pakistan, America's ally in this new war, sponsors insurgents who cross the border into Kashmir in India. Pakistan lauds them as freedom fighters, India calls them terrorists. India, for its part, denounces countries that sponsor and abet terrorism, but the Indian Army has in the past trained separatist Tamil rebels asking for a homeland in Sri Lanka, the LTTE, responsible for countless acts of bloody terrorism. Just as the CIA abandoned the Mujahideen after they had served its purpose, India abruptly turned its back on the LTTE for a host of political reasons. It was an enraged LTTE suicide bomber who assassinated former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi in 1991. It is important for governments and politicians to understand that manipulating these huge, raging human feelings for their own narrow purposes may yield instant results, but eventually and inexorably, they have disastrous consequences. Igniting and exploiting religious sentiments for reasons of political expediency is the most dangerous legacy that governments or politicians can bequeath to any people, including their own. People who live in societies ravaged by religious or communal bigotry know that every religious text, from the Bible to the Bhagavad Gita, can be mined and misinterpreted to justify anything from nuclear war to genocide to corporate globalization. This is not to suggest that the terrorists who perpetrated the outrage on September 11 should not be hunted down and brought to book. They must be. But is war the best way to track them down? Will burning the haystack find you the needle? Or will it escalate the anger and make the world a living hell for all of us? At the end of the day, how many people can you spy on? How many bank accounts can you freeze? How many conversations can you eavesdrop on? How many emails can you intercept? How many letters can you open? How many phones can you tap? Even before September 11, the CIA had accumulated more information than is humanly possible to process. Sometimes too much data can actually hinder intelligence. Small wonder the US spy satellites completely missed the preparation that preceded India's nuclear tests in 1998. The sheer scale of the surveillance will become a logistical, ethical, and civil rights nightmare. It will drive everybody clean crazy. And freedom, that precious thing, will be the first casualty. It's already hurt and hemorrhaging dangerously. Governments across the world are cynically using the prevailing paranoia to promote their own interests. All kinds of unpredictable political forces are being unleashed. In India, for instance, members of the All India People's Resistance Forum who were distributing anti-war and anti-US pamphlets in Delhi have been jailed. Even the printer of the leaflets was arrested. 22 The right-wing government, while it shelters Hindu extremist groups like the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal, has banned the Students' Islamic Movement of India and is trying to revive an anti-terrorist act that had been withdrawn after the Human Rights Commission reported that it had been more abused than used. 23 Millions of Indian citizens are Muslim. Can anything be gained by alienating them? Every day that the war goes on, raging emotions are being let loose into the world. The international press has little or no independent access to the war zone. In any case, the mainstream media, particularly in the United States, has more or less rolled over, allowing itself to be tickled on the stomach with press handouts from military men and government officials. Afghan radio stations have been destroyed by the bombing. The Taliban has always been deeply suspicious of the press. In the propaganda war, there is no accurate estimate of how many people have been killed, or how much destruction has taken place. In the absence of reliable information, wild rumors spread. Put your ear to the ground in this part of the world, and you can hear the thrumming, the deadly drumbeat of burgeoning anger. Please, please, stop the war now. Enough people have died. The smart missiles are just not smart enough. They're blowing up whole warehouses of suppressed fury. President George Bush recently boasted, "When I take action, I'm not going to fire a $2 million missile at a $10 empty tent and hit a camel in the butt. It's going to be decisive." 24 President Bush should know that there are no targets in Afghanistan that will give his missiles their money's worth. Perhaps, if only to balance his books, he should develop some cheaper missiles to use on cheaper targets and cheaper lives in the poor countries of the world. But then, that may not make good business sense to the international coalition's weapons manufacturers. It wouldn't make any sense at all, for example, to the Carlyle Group, described by the industry standard as one of the world's largest private investment funds, with $13 billion under management. 25 Carlyle invests in the defense sector and makes its money from military conflicts and weapons spending.